Welcome to Will Read. My name is Will. Today I'm reading Oriental Mythology, The Masks of God, Volume 2, by Joseph Campbell. Chapter 6, The Indian Golden Age. 1. The Heritage of Rome. In the year AD 399, Fa Xian, the first of a notable series of Chinese Buddhist pilgrims, left the sumptuous capital Chang'an at the head of the old Silk Road from China to Rome, to brave the wastelands of Lop Nor. He reached Taxila in the Punjab 6 years later, passed into India itself, and for another 6 years traveled the land from west to east, consulting and debating with the learned, visiting holy sites, and observing with delight the virtue of the people and beauty of the Buddhist shrines. In all the countries of India, the dignified carriage of the priesthood and the surprising influence of religion cannot be described, he wrote in his journal. Down from the time of the Lord Buddha's nirvana, the kings, chief men, and householders have raised monasteries for the monks and have provided for their support by endowing them with fields, houses, gardens, servants, and cattle. These church lands are guaranteed to them by copper plate grants, which are handed down from reign to reign, and no one has had the temerity to cancel them. All the resident priests who are allotted cells in the viharas have beds, mats, food, and drink supplied to them. They pass their time in performing acts of mercy, in reciting the scriptures, or in meditation. When a stranger arrives at the monastery, the senior priests escort him to the guest house, carrying his robes and his alms bowl for him. They offer him water to wash his feet and oil for anointing, and prepare a special meal for him. After he has rested a while, they ask him his rank in the priesthood, and according to his rank they assign him a chamber and bedding. During the month after the rain rest, the pious collect a united offering for the priesthood, and the priests in their turn hold a great assembly and preach the law. Buddhism was burgeoning in the period of Fa Xian, the period of the fabled Hindu monarch Chandragupta II, reigned AD 378 to 414. In India, the rock-carved monastic halls and chapels of Ajanta, the earliest of which date from circa 50 BC, were increasing both in number and in the beauty of their sculptured ornament, showing numerous motifs unknown to earlier Indian art. The Buddhist cave temples of Chinese Turkestan were being chiseled into great cliffs, and in the year 414, the year of Chandragupta's death, work began on the Chinese Buddhist rock-cut caves of Yunqing. The Buddha image acquired its mathematically harmonious classic form in this period. Colossal figures appeared both in stone and in bronze, and when our sturdy Chinese voyager in the year 411 took ship from the port of Tamrilipti at the mouth of the river Ganges, and in 2 weeks reached Ceylon, he found the Buddhist religion no less honored there than on the mainland. However, of a day, the chance sight of a Chinese taffeta fan offered at a shrine so moved Fa Xian that he burst into tears and decided to sail home by way of Java, which he reached in a large merchantman that carried in its hold 200 passengers. He transferred there to a smaller ship, and with all his gear of Buddhist images and manuscripts, reached the South China port of Quan Chao in the year 414. Fa Xian had been on Buddhist ground all the way, and yet in India itself in his day, in spite of the magnitude and glory of the order both there and throughout Greater Asia, the chief creative force was no longer Buddhism, but a resurgent, highly sophisticated Brahmanism, lavishly patronized by the court and brilliantly developed by a generation of Brahmins who knew perfectly how to synthesize native and alien, high and primitive traditions to create what can be termed without qualification the richest, most subtle and comprehensive mythological system, or rather galaxy of systems known to man. One of the glories of this age was the Hindu poet Kalidasa, whose delicious play Sakuntala drew from Goethe the lines, "If you wish the blossom of the early years and fruit of the late, wish what is charming and exciting as well as nourishing and filling. wished to capture heaven and earth in one name. I name for you Shakuntala, and all is said. A suddenly teeming enrichment of the whole range of Indian life, art, literature, science, and religion comes to view in the works remaining to us from this magical time of both the blossom and the fruit, to which India has ever since looked back, imaginatively projecting its perfection far into the past, as though for millenniums India had known the voluptuous grace and harmony of this moment of its apogee. In fact, one of the most remarkable features of the age was the tendency of those responsible for its glory to attribute all of the new arts, sciences, theological, social, and aesthetic regulations not to their own genius, but to all gods and sages of an imagined mythological past. Such a tendency is, of course, not unique to India. We shall take note of it in China. It inspired also the authors of the Pentateuch. However, the magnitude and sophistication of the Indian fantasy of the 5th century A.D. was something entirely exceptional, for not only a renovation of religious belief and ritual, a moral order and social system were involved, but also a blossoming of the visual arts, literature, theater, music, and the dance, every aspect of it which was rationalized in such a way as to appear to represent a revival of eternal India, whereas actually a great many of its antecedents lay not in India at all, but in Rome. In no year, wrote Elder Pliny, A.D. 23-79, does India drain us of less than 550 million sesterces, giving back her own wares, which are sold among us at fully 100 times their first cost. Our ladies glory in having pearls suspended from their fingers, or 2 or 3 of them dangling from their ears, delighted even with the rattling of the pearls as they knock against each other, and now, at the present day, the poorer classes are even affecting them, as people are in the habit of saying that a pearl worn by a woman in public is as good as a lictor walking before her. Nay, even more than this, they put them on their feet, and that not only on the laces of their sandals, but all over the shoes. It is not enough to wear pearls, but they must tread upon them and walk with them underfoot as well. Evidence of this trade can be seen in the numerous Roman coins of the Madras Museum collection, bearing the seals of Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, 42 B.C. to A.D. 68. Less numerously Vespasian and Titus, A.D. 69 to 81, and again abundantly Domitian, Nerva, Trajan, and Hadrian, A.D. 81 to 138. And there is also the log of an unknown Egyptian Greek, a Roman citizen who had personally steered his merchant craft in Pliny's time from the Red Sea on a much-traveled trade route to India and back. The periplus of the Erythraean Sea. Museris, he wrote, telling of the chief port of the Indian southwest, abounds in ships sent there with cargoes from Arabia and by the Greeks. Pepper is named among the exports, also great quantities of fine pearls, ivory, silk cloths, spikenard from the Ganges, mala bathrum from the interior, transparent stones of all kinds, diamonds, sapphires, and tortoise-shell, and among the imports wine, Italian preferred, copper, tin, and lead, coral and topaz, thin clothing, bright-colored girdles a cubit wide, gold and silver coin, on which there is a profit when exchanged for the money of the country, and ointment, but not very costly and not much. And for the king there are brought into those places very costly vessels of silver, singing boys, beautiful maidens for the harem, fine wines, thin clothing of the finest weaves, and the choicest ointments. This inland country back from the coast comprises many desert regions and great mountains, and all kinds of wild beasts abound, leopards, tigers, elephants, enormous serpents, hyenas, and baboons of many sorts. However, there were also, as the author states, many populous nations as far as to the Ganges. Sir Mortimer Wheeler in the mid-1940s unearthed on the southeastern Coromandel coast of India the remains of a considerable Roman trading station of this period. Eric Medu, numerous sherds, both of a red glazed pottery known to have been made in Italy in the first centuries BC, AD, and of the two-handled jars or amphoras characteristic of the Mediterranean wine trade of the period, together with Roman lamps and glassware, combined to indicate, states Wheeler in his report, that Erica was one of the regular Yavana or Western trading stations of which both Greco-Roman and ancient Tamil writers speak. Bead manufacture was an industry of that port. Gold, semi-precious stones, and glass were used for this purpose, and two gems carved with intaglio designs by Greco-Roman gem cutters, and in one instance untrimmed, suggest the presence of Western craftsmen on the site. A couple of walled courtyards associated with carefully built tanks supplied and drained by a series of brick culverts suggest the preparation of the muslin cloth, which has from ancient times been a notable product of this part of India and is recorded by classical writers as an Indian export. And 300 miles to the north at Amaravati, in the sculptured ornamentation of what in the 1st to 3rd centuries AD was a richly decorated Buddhist stupa, several representations of Westerners appear, while some of the sculpture was clearly inspired by Hellenistic models. In other words, the signs are numerous of a lively Indian trade with Rome in the 1st centuries AD, with a flow of cultural as well as commercial influences running both ways. At Alexandria in Egypt, Indian scholars were a common sight. They are mentioned both by Dio Chrysostom, circa AD 100, and by Clement, circa AD 200. In the north, where the old Silk Road, Rome to China, had been opened circa 100 BC, the Kusanyas were cultivating both in trade and in diplomacy associations at both terms. An age had dawned of a systematically developed world trade, both by caravan and by ship, uniting with strands that would only continue to increase in complexity as well as strength. The four great domains of the ancient world from Rome, which by now included France and Britain to the far east, all of which, however, is but the beginning of the tale, for as Dr. Hermann Goetz, formerly curator of the Museum of Baroda, has shown, there occurred an event of epochal importance for India at the beginning of the 5th century AD, the first phase of which took place in Rome. The Roman cruelties committed against the Christian martyrs are well known, writes Dr. Goetz, but when the tide turned, those against the heathens loyal to the faith of their fathers were no less marked. Under Theodosius I, the old cults were systematically wiped out, 379 to 395, in the face of an obstinate resistance, though they did not disappear completely before the end of the 6th century. The temples were systematically closed or destroyed, the heathen sacrifices suppressed under penalty of death, the priests expelled or killed, but refugees go wherever they can find asylum, and as Dr. Goetz points out, such a land was India, with old trade relations with the Mediterranean. Hence it was that intolerant India, in the period of Chandragupta II, 378 to 414, which dates, it will be noted, include and follow those of Theodosius I, there occurred the sudden flowering of an immense and really wonderful constellation of architectural, sculptural, literary, social, religious, and philosophical forms, unknown to India before but bearing hundreds of points of relationship to late Rome. Let us pause to note a few details. In the realm of architecture, a type of rectangular stone cella with a porch and a colonnade, resembling a small Hellenistic templum in Antis, which appeared abruptly in the period of Chandragupta II, and already in the period of his successor Kumaragupta I, 414 to 453, was supplanted by a modified type of stone cella with a somewhat pyramidal tower atop, derived from the inspiration of the ziggurat and associated with the introduction to India at this time of Babylonian Hellenistic astronomy. Also from Roman art came the idea of statues placed in wall niches, a particular type of scroll frieze decor in which erotes play among intertwining creepers, another composed of a line of projecting cubes, still another of petals, another of 4 or more petaled rosettes, further torus moldings in the shape of a laurel or a santhus garland, certain new varieties of Buddha throne, garlands of pearl chains alternately hanging down and loosely joining two supports, a motif derived from Roman sarcophagi showing a half-open door with a female peering out. Add certain types of chimeric water beast, makara, bird-like harpy, kinari, lion mask, Kurtimuka, soaring divine couple, Gandharva, and Apsaras, techniques of bronze casting with inlay, enamel, and glyptic art, and the number of analogues becomes too great to represent anything but a massive adaptation, which is to be recognized also, as Dr. Getz precisely shows, in a multitude of other details from modes of thought and literary form to ways of dance and of doing up the hair. However, and here is the crucial point, though so many novel ideas, techniques, and types were absorbed that practically a quite new and most important chapter of Indian art was opened, they were never taken over en bloc. Everything was broken up, translated into Indian concepts, and reconstructed on Indian principles. Against the Hellenistic Roman typology, an Indian one was evolved to serve a completely different life. Imported architectural and sculptural types were adapted to or replaced by analogous Indian ones, tritons by Gandharvas, acanthus leaves by lotuses. Use was made of native folklore, which the Brahmins systematically but never altogether consistently adjusted to their own aims. And the result, once again, to quote Dr. Getz, was a rewriting of history such as, in our own time, only Nazism and communism have envisaged. The real past was obliterated and a mythic past projected, by which the present then was to be validated, ostensibly for all time, against all heresy, all criticism, and all truth. The Gupta revolution succeeded on the slogan that it was bringing back the good old times of the ancient rishis, heroes, and gods. In reality, however, a hectic cultural development was going on, but all innovations were introduced on the claim of having been proclaimed in the past, if possible by the gods themselves. And this then was the vivid age in which the bold Chinese pilgrim Fa Hsien arrived to marvel at India in its apogee. India at that golden moment when it became for a time the leading civilization of mankind. 2. The mythic past. The chief mythological document of the Indian Golden Age is the epic Mahabharata, much of the material of which is indefinitely old, perhaps ante-400 BC, but of which the final style and tone are rather of circa AD 400 and thereafter. The work is a kind of terminal moraine of all sorts of mythic, ritual, moral, and genealogical lore, 8 times as long as the Iliad and Odyssey combined, a conglomerate, to quote one learned authority, of very different views, and, what is most important, of very different views repeated in immediate proximity to one another without any apparent sense of their incongruity. It would be a bore and to no point to offer here an outline of the plot of this massive work, but the legend of its supposed author, recounted in its first book, affords an excellent sampling of its fare. The great Rishi Vyasa has been termed the Homer of India, but is in fact far more than that. He is what Homer would have been had he, besides singing of the Trojan War, also sired all its characters on both sides. The name itself, Vyasa, means distributing or letting go, as in all directions, which could hardly be more apt, for this man was not only the author of the prodigious work itself and progenitor of all of its chief characters on both sides, but also the author of all 18 or more of the Puranas, which are a series of lesser epics dating from about the 4th to 16th centuries AD, collector and arranger of the 4 Vedas, creator of the Vedantic philosophy, and a perfect forest recluse besides. The typically Indian biography of this Rishi begins in that more than golden age to which the poets of the period of Kanishka were already looking back, and which has supplied India with a past infinitely surpassing anything known to other parts of the world. For there was in that fabulous time a king, Vasu by name, who was devoted to virtue, dharma, but no less to the hunt, and of a time when a certain great mountain near his capital, having become maddened with desire for the river that was flowing at its foot, embraced and so enclosed that river that its water no longer flowed past the city. The king went and gave that mountain a kick. The river came flowing from the indentation, but was now pregnant and giving birth to a boy and girl, presented them in gratitude to the king, who made the boy his general and the girl his wife. She was called Girika, daughter of the mountain. And when the season of her impurity came and passed, she told her husband of her state and went to the river to purify herself. Now it is a principle of the Dharma of all husbands that they must have intercourse with their wives immediately following the menstrual period, because, according to the infallible truth of Vedic revelation, this is the auspicious time for the begetting of a child, and so that king, having knowledge of the readiness of Garika, had knowledge also of his duty, to which he was devoted. But he was devoted equally, as we have heard, to the pleasures of the hunt, and so when it came to pass, even while his wife was at the river, that a number of his elder relatives arrived to invite him to hunt deer, reasoning that an ancestor should be obeyed and heeding the filial, not the marital, dharma, he departed. There were numerous flowering trees in the country that he entered. Moreover, the whole forest at that time was maddened with the cooing of birds and hum of intoxicated bees, for the season was spring, and the groves through which he moved were as fair as the gardens of the genii of the earth. He was put in mind of his marital dharma, and, overcome by desire, sat him down beneath a beautifully blossoming, heavily scented tree, where, when his mind had dissolved to madness, he was overcome by a crisis, following which he mused that his seed should not be lost, and, gathering it up in a large leaf, he called to a hawk soaring above, "O my friend, do thou bear this to my wife, who is in her season." The bird assumed the charge, but on the way a second hawk, supposing the burden to be meat, dove at it, and it fell into the river Jumna, where it was immediately swallowed by a fish who was actually a nymph under enchantment. And in the 10th month that unfortunate fish was taken by a fisherman, who, when he found a boy and girl within, was amazed. The boy, presented to the king, became presently himself a king, but the girl, because of a perceptibly fishy smell with which she was endowed, was consigned to the fisherman to be his daughter, and the nymph, released, ascended to the sky. Thus the first part of this tale of the lineage of the author of the Mahabharata. The second now tells of the girl. She was blessed with the extraordinary beauty and gifted with all virtue, Satyavati. Truth was her name, but she was known as Fishy Smell, and, serving her foster father, she plied a boat on the waters of the river Jumna, to which one day a very great yogi named Parasara came to be ferried to the other shore. And when he saw that girl with her tapering thighs smiling at him in that boat, he was suddenly mastered by desire. But she said, "O blessed saint, those other saints along the shores, waiting to be ferried, they would see." The yogi thereupon brought down a fog by which they were obscured, seeing which the girl was confused. "Know me to be a maid in her father's keep," she said. "O sinless saint without match, consider and behave." Delighted by her character, the saint reassured her. "Timid girl, your virginity can be restored," he said. "Moreover, no wish of mine is ever without fruit. Ask of me anything you desire." She begged that her body should have a sweet smell, and so their desires mutually were granted. Virginity returned, and the maid was known thereafter as Gandhavati, sweetly scented, for men could smell the scent of her body from the distance of a league. The yogi on the yonder shore departed for his hermitage, and the girl, in time and secrecy, on a wooded isle in the middle of the holy river Jumna, whence she herself had come, gave birth to a boy. Once again virginity returned, and the infant, getting to his feet, walked away into the forest, saying as he left, "When you need me, think of me, mother, and I shall appear." The reader will perhaps not be able to believe that this tale is quite precise as to fact. However, the son thus born was Vyasa, and we are reading his own account of these holy matters in his own great book, which goes on now with the adventure of the mother, still a virgin, to whose fairy there came, attracted by the scent, a certain very great king. And this goodly man, no longer young, Santanu by name, had just bestowed the right of succession upon his excellent son Bhishma. born some years before of a lovely personage who had proved to the king's amazement to have been the goddess river Ganges. Approaching now the holy river Jumna and perceiving that extraordinary scent, the king, scouting for its source, arrived at the boat of this beautiful maid of the fisherman caste. "O timid, lovely maid," he said, "who can you be?" She answered, "I am the daughter, good sir, of the chief fisherman of the place, and in the service of my father I ferry pilgrims to the yonder shore." The king went directly to the father, but the fisherman said to him, "If your desire is for my daughter lawfully, you must pledge to me that the son born to you of her shall be the sole successor to your throne." And when he heard that, the old king was unstrung. He returned to Hastinapur, his capital, and in sorrow, thinking only of that girl, began to waste away. Then his excellent son, Bhishma, discovering the cause of his father's illness, went to that fisherman with a company of princes, saying, "My good man, I hereby vow before these princes that the son born to my father of your daughter shall be our king." But the fisherman answered, "I have no doubt, sir, of your vow. What, however, of the claims of your possible sons?" And the prince said, "I shall assume then a second vow, to live celibate for life." Whereupon the hair of that fisherman stood on end. He bowed, and the virgin of the river was bestowed. Thus we come to the tale of the fairy maid's further sons, for the good king Santanu begot two. The elder succeeded to his throne, but was slain in battle, very young, and since the younger died of consumption, also very young, there were left two childless royal widows, beautifully tall, with flowing glossy hair, red nails, swelling breasts, and mighty hips. And the widowed queen mother, Satyavati, said to Bhishma, "The line is without issue, but you are learned in the Vedas, powerful, virtuous, and, I am sure, concerned for the preservation of this line. So I shall appoint you to a certain act. Ascend in majesty our throne, marry the girls according to our rites, and beget sons." Bhishma simply recalled to her the vow that her father had extracted, and she thought next, in her strait, of the infant who had walked away. Vyasa now was a great sage at work interpreting the Vedas, yet he appeared as promised when his mother addressed her mind to him. "I shall produce sons like Yama and Varuna," he said, when she had bathed him with her tears and confronted him with her charge. "Only first let the two young ladies keep for a year certain vows that I shall assign." She answered, "But our kingdom is in danger. The work is to be done today." "Well then," he said, "let them tolerate my ugliness, grim visage, foul body, terrible odor, and frightening garb. If they can do that, they will bear sturdy sons. Let the elder be adorned. Let her wait for me in a bed and pure attire." And he disappeared. The girl, having been tactfully persuaded, bathed, and beautifully adorned, Satyavati led her to a large bed. "Here you will lie," she said, "and await the elder brother of your spouse." And the young widow, happily supposing Bhishma to be the elder brother meant, lay thoughtfully awake. The lamp burned, the door opened, a form entered, and what she saw with a start was an ascetic with black, glowering face, blazing eyes, coppery, piled up, matted hair, grim beard, and such an odor when he approached as she could hardly bear. She shut her eyes, and when he returned to Satyavati, the boy, he said, will be as strong as 10,000 elephants, father of 1,000 sons. However, because of the failure of the mother, who at the moment of conception shut her eyes, he will be blind. And the child was indeed blind. He became the great king, Dhritarashtra, he who supports Dhrita, the kingdom, Rashtra, father of the Kauravas, the enemy party in the plot of the Mahabharata. But Satyavati, when she saw that child, once again thought of Vyasa, and when he appeared, bade him try again. The second lovely widow was committed, unsuspecting, to the bed. The lamp in the large room burned, the door opened, a figure entered, and her eyes stood wide. She went pale. The saint approached, and when he had done with her, he said, "Since you are pale, your son will be pale, so you shall call him Pandu." Pandu, white, yellow, white, pale. And indeed the son born was very pale, yet he was the father of the Pandavas, the 5 hero brothers of the Mahabharata, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva. In other words, the epic war was to be in essence a conflict between the sons of darkness, a king who had been conceived with the eyes closed, and the sons of light, one conceived with the eyes open. But there was to be a third birth besides, for Satyavati, still dissatisfied, arranged a second occasion for the first of the two young queens, who, however, contrived to put a slave girl in her place, and when the yogi had accomplished Satyavati's will upon the Sudra girl, she arose and paid him reverence, by which he was greatly pleased. "O you amiable damsel, you shall no longer be a slave," he said, "and your son shall be greatly endowed." And indeed her son was the sage Vidura, uncle advisor of the Pandavas, who in the end became illuminate as a yogi. Now the light and darkness motif, the reader recalls, appeared in Iran circa 500 BC in the cosmic war of the Lord of Truth and the Master of the Lie. In the Hebrew Dead Sea Scrolls of circa 175 BC, circa AD 66, it reappears in the war of the sons of light with the sons of darkness, and in the various Gnostic literatures of the first centuries AD, other developments of the motif are to be found. In all of these Levantine applications, the argument is at once ethical and ontological. The principle of truth and light represents both virtue and true being. It has both a social reference and an absolute validity, and in the end will triumph on a cosmic scale. No essential distinction is made in these systems between social and metaphysical orders of judgment. And in the Buddhist mythology of Amida, likewise the principle of light and true knowledge is at once ethical and substantial in its reference. The ultimate victory of the light is not represented here in cosmic terms, for in the Buddhist cosmos of unending cycles there is no place for a time beyond time when the cycling will have ceased. But the Buddhist cessation is psychological in the way of a disengagement from the unimprovable round. Nevertheless, the principle of light is of an order truer and more substantial than that of the darkness of the round. The latter is a mere function of ignorance and desire and of action under their blinding spell. Consequently, just as in the Western systems the social and metaphysical orders are equated, so in that of Amida the psychological and metaphysical. Something considerably more complex appears in the highly developed, apparently ridiculous, but actually extremely sophisticated symbolic game of the Brahmins by whom the physically impossible biography of Vyasa was devised. It is to be noted that in this eminently Indian version of the polar play of light and darkness in the battlefield of life, neither light nor darkness ultimately wins. Further, both powers derive from a single superior source, which is, namely, Vyasa, and although an ethical judgment is applied for and against, respectively, the sons of light and the sons of darkness, the verdict is by no means absolute. On the contrary, the two sides are equally of a secondary, dualistic order, functions of a certain circumstance which it would be worthy pausing a moment to regard, namely the impatience of the queen for immediate utilitarian results. This made impossible the preparation of the field, and so was the real cause of the shock of the two girls and their opposed, equally innocent responses. The play of light and darkness in the field of human history thus appears to have been a function of human weakness, and although ethical judgments can be rendered within the field of this play, both the virtue and the vice to which they refer belong to a secondary sphere. They are complementary. Compare the old Egyptian secret of the two partners. There is a broader, higher point of view than that to which the cosmic shadow play of light and darkness appears, and in the context of the Mahabharata it is represented by the progenitor and witness of the piece. Compare the figure above discussed of Ta, the mummy, begetter of the Apis bull, and Pharaoh, whose counterpart in the latter tantric symbolism of India is Sava, the corpse, turned away from, yet in essence one with, the world-producing Shiva-Sakti pair. See pages 85 through 86 and figure 61. Compare the self who said I and became two, the late Brahminic system of a Mahabharata in contrast to the Buddhist of Amida, comprehends involvement in the world of Maya as well as escape from it. However, there is not implied in this involvement any such unqualified affirmation of the values of the world as our Western ethical positivism represents. The round cannot be improved, nor do its values refer beyond its own sphere, and yet, as the biography of Vyasa clearly shows, the world can be affirmed by the sage ironically, somewhat in the way of an adult's affirmation of a rather seriously played children's game. And now, finally, the figure of the queen, Satyavati, who represents the whole force in this tale of the irony of the play of Maya, is the mother both of Vyasa and of the two young kings who died. The cosmic mystery of Maya has three powers. The first is that of obscuring Brahman, the second that of projecting the world mirage, and the third that of revealing Brahman through the mirage. Satyavati and her fairy carried yogis to the farther shore, and in that work represented the revealing power of Maya. But she also ferried passengers from the yonder shore to this, and thereby was obscuring and projecting in the service of the desire of the good king Santanu, who remained with her on this shore. She became the activating force of the whole field and interplay of light and darkness in the universe of the Mahabharata, serving the desire of the not quite perfect yogi midway between the two shores. She was the mother of the great Vyasa, who, as collector of the Vedas, author of the Puranas, etc., provided the world with its literature of revelation, and as begetter of the two families produced, even on this hither shore, an essentially revelatory history which, if read as merely factual, obscures. Satyavati, in her character as charmer of the king, had a sweet scent, which, however, was not her true scent, nor was the virginity rendered to the king her true virginity. The scent repulsive to the world was her true scent, embraced with eagerness by the yogi, whose true goal, however, was beyond, and the ever-running river of life out of which she had come, as all life is throughout the literature of the Orient, symbolic of the pouring of the divine grace into the field of phenomenality. On one hand, one shore, it is the field of all joy and pain, virtue and vice, knowledge and delusion, but on the other hand, the other shore, traversed or read the other way, it leads beyond these complementary principles to an absolute that is beyond principles, and in the isle between, the isle of the great Vyasa's birth, is the world and source of myth, the Mahabharata, which in itself is both true and false, both revelatory and obscuring, and to be read, like life itself, according to one's talent, either way. But I have promised not to attempt to rehearse the plot of this ocean of myth. I shall only point out in conclusion that the blind Dhritarashtra gave up his throne, and Pandu, the white one, became king, who, however, died young, so that the elder brother had to return. Dhritarashtra's numerous sons, the Kauravas, and the 5 excellent sons of Pandu, the Pandavas, then became engaged in a bloodbath wherein the flower of the chivalry of the feudal age of Vedic India perished. The last 5 books of the epic, books 14 to 18, are of a definitely post-heroic cast. Yudhisthira, the eldest of the Pandavas, performs a horse sacrifice by which all the sins of the battle are washed away. Old Dhritarashtra and his wife, completely bereaved of their 1,000 sons, retire to the forest. The divine incarnations of the god Vishnu, Black Krishna, and his white brother Balarama, who throughout the long course of the numerous ordeals have been of great comfort and assistance to the 5 brothers, who are symbolic of the 5 senses, the 5 elements, pass away, and the Pandavas themselves, together with the lovely Draupadi, their shared wife, the allure of life, set forth in bark clothing with a dog at their heels to climb afoot to heaven. They cross the Himalayas to the world mountain, Meru, which they ascend laboriously. On the way, Draupadi drops dead, and in sequence, Sahadeva, Nakula, Arjuna, and Bhima, so that Yudhisthira alone reaches the summit, accompanied only by his dog. The god Indra descends in his chariot to carry him beyond, but he demurs until promised that his wife and brothers will be found in the heavenly realm, and that the dog too may come in. The animal admitted becomes the god Dharma. The brothers and wife, however, cannot be found, for they are in hell, whereas sitting glorious on a throne is the leader of the dark Kauravas, the paramount villain. Indignantly, Yudhisthira quits heaven, descending to hell, where he discovers not his brothers only, but many friends in terrible distress. Then he learns, and so do we, at this point that those who die with little sin go first to hell to be cleansed, and then to heaven, whereas those of little virtue ascend first to heaven for a brief enjoyment of their merit, and then are cast for a long and terrible term into hell. The hell scene dissolves, and the Pandavas all are in heaven as gods. Vyasa, however, their progenitor, still is at work down here on earth. A sort of eon has been run. The entire world of the Mahabharata, which had come into being out of himself, had disappeared into the air like a mirage, and he was now to render it into words, blessed words, the words of the truth of all things. Now Vyasa had an acolyte, Vasampayana by name, to whom he recounted the whole story, and this learned man then attended a great festival of snake magic, where a king, Janamejaya, took revenge for the death by snakebite of his father by causing all the serpents of the world to crawl to their death in a vast Vedic fire. And it was during the intervals between the stages of this ceremony that Vasampayana recited the Mahabharata. A bard named Ugrashrava overheard it and was approached later by a company of saints to recount to them the entire thing, which he did, and that is the source of our present Mahabharata, from the words of a bard who had got it from the sage who had heard it from Vyasa himself, and who by now had departed from this world that he had brought into being and watched die by a flight into yoga through the fiery door of the sun. 3. The Age of the Great Beliefs, circa AD 500 to 1500. Buddhism was in origin a doctrine of renunciation, typically represented by the shaven-headed, bow-bearing monk who had retired to a monastery in quest of the yonder shore. The resurgent Brahmanism of the Gupta restoration, on the other hand, was directed not to monastic ends alone, but equally to the maintenance of a secular society. And in this context, the term dharma did not refer primarily, as in Buddhism, to a doctrine of disengagement, but to the cosmic system of laws and processes by which the universe exists. It is a term derived from the verbal root dur, to hold up, support, maintain, and in meaning, as we have seen, accords with Egyptian ma'at, Sumerian may. Therefore, whereas in Buddhist mythology we hear nothing of the holy fashioning and maintenance of the world order, but only of the adventure of the biography of the Savior, from which the way to release from the sorrows of phenomenality is to be learned, in the mythologies of the Brahmanism a dual lesson is always served, both of Dharma and of Yoga, engagement and disengagement, both at once. O king, we read in the Mahabharata, walk as regards kingdoms in the customary way trodden by all good men. What do you gain by living in the hermitage of the ascetics, deprived of the virtue, dharma, of your caste, and of both achievement, artha, and delight, kama? In the Buddhist reading of the nature of existence, all is absolutely void and without a self. The forms of phenomenality ride like a mirage over nothing at all, conjured up by the force of ignorance, and the sole interest is in its dissolution. From the arising of ignorance is the arising of the karma formations. From the stopping of ignorance is the stopping of the karma formations. That is the word of the Hinayana Pali Canon. Form is the void, and the void is the form. The void is nothing but form, and form nothing but the void. Outside the void there is no form, and outside the form no void. That is the Mahayana wisdom of the yonder shore. In the orthodox Vedic, Brahminic, Hindu reading, on the other hand, all is the manifestation of a self-giving power, Brahman, that is transcendent and yet immanent in all things as the self, Atman, of each. It has given of itself in the way of the self that said, I, felt fear, then desire, and poured forth the world of which we have already heard, the shared myth of the one that became two, in chapter 1. Hence the generative power of that presence, not a void, is what is to be recognized and experienced in all beings, for though unknown, it is everywhere. Though he is hidden in all things, that self does not shine forth, yet he is seen by subtle seers with superior subtle intellect. The way to the knowledge of this being of beings may seem to resemble the Buddhist way, for it is conceived as an ego sacrifice wherein the I, aham, is abandoned. To him who has conquered himself by himself, his self is a friend, but to him who has not conquered himself by himself, his self is hostile, like a foe. However, what is to be achieved by this ego sacrifice is a knowledge of identity, not with emptiness, but with that being that is in its own sacrifice the wonder of the world. There is therefore in Hinduism an essential affirmation of the cosmic order as divine, and since society is conceived to be a part of the cosmic order, there is an affirmation equally of the orthodox Indian social order as divine. Furthermore, as the order of nature is eternal, so also is this of the orthodox society. There is no tolerance of human freedom or invention in the social field, for society is not conceived to be an order evolved by human beings, subject to intelligence and change, as it was in advanced Greece and Rome, and as it is in the modern West. Its laws are of nature, not to be voted on, improved upon, or devised. Precisely as the sun, moon, plants, and animals follow laws inherent in their natures, so therefore must the individual, the nature of his birth, whether as Brahmin, Satriya, Vaisya, Sudra, or Pariah. Each is conceived to be a species, and as a mouse cannot become a lion or even desire to be a lion, no Sudra can be a Brahmin, and desiring to be one would be insane. Hence the Indian word virtue, duty, law, dharma has a very deep reach. Better one's own duty ill performed, we read, than that of another to perfection. The Greek or Renaissance idea of the great individual simply does not exist within the pale of this system. One is to be, rather, a dividum, divided man, a man who represents one limb or function of the great man, Purusa, which is society itself, the Brahmin, priestly caste, being its head, the Satriya, governing caste, its arms, the Vaisya, financial caste, the belly and torso, while the Sudras, workers, are its legs and feet. The pariahs, outcasts, meanwhile, are of another natural order entirely, and in connection with the human community can perform only inhuman, beastly chores. The first severe blow to the integrity of this system fell in the Gupta period itself, in the year AD 510, when the Eptalite Huns, under a young leader, Mihigrula, entered and ravaged the northwest and made the Guptas tributary. Their savage reign was short, for Mihirgula was defeated by a confederacy of princes in AD 528 and retired to Kashmir, where he died. However, its consequences for India were decisive. The curtain, as Professor H. G. Rawlinson writes of the transformed situation, now rings down upon the scene for nearly a century, and when it rises we find in the Ganges Valley 3 prominent states continually at war. These were the Guptas of eastern Malwa, no doubt a branch of the imperial family of yore, the Mokharis of Kannauj, and the Vardhanas of Thanesar, a city north of Delhi. By about 612, the entire north was briefly united under Harsa, after whose murder, however, in the year 647, the curtain once more descends, and when it rises 2 centuries later, the scene is altogether changed. A new order of society has arisen, the central figures of which are the numerous clans of a race calling themselves Rajputs, or sons of kings. The Rajputs claim to be the ancient Satriyas and found their ideals of conduct upon the heroes of the Hindu epics, but modern research shows that they are mainly the descendants of Gurjara, Hun, and other Central Asian tribes who found their way across the northwest frontier in the 5th and 6th centuries. These invaders carved out kingdoms for themselves and eventually settled down in the country, taking Hindu wives. From the west, meanwhile, a number of new religious movements had arrived, among which the late Gupta cult of the sun god Surya was of particular moment. This was a rich syncretic compound of elements derived from the late Roman imperial cult of Sol, Invictus, and Iranian Mithraism, a dash of Alexandrian planet worship, and a popular revival of the ancient Syrian rites of the great goddess Anahid Cybele, in a temple setting of ritual prostitution, to all of which the famous Sun Temple at Kanarak, 13th century A.D. in Orissa, is perhaps the best known remaining witness. But the fervor also of an entirely new Levantine belief began to make itself felt in these years. Arab merchants had been frequenting for centuries the busy ports of the Indian west coast. Their craft are mentioned already in the Periplus of the Eritrean Sea, 1st century A.D., see page 308. In the course of the 7th century, the religion of Muhammad, AD 570 to 632, gained the mastery of the whole Near East, and although its full impact was not felt in India until half a millennium later, the ports from Sind to Malabar were already familiar with its tenets by the year AD 712, when the first Mohammedan Arab colony settled in Sind. Indeed, a number of new movements within Hindu fold itself were touched off by proselytes of Islam, for, as a recent Indian author, P.N. Chopra, states the case, the belief in the brotherhood of man and theoretical equality of all believers, monotheism and absolute submission to the will of God, which are characteristic of Islam, made a profound impression on the minds of certain Indian thinkers and reformers of the period. Contacts between Mussulmans and Hindus on both the Malabar and the Coromandel coasts worked as a leaven upon a considerable development of Indian thought and stimulated the renaissance of monotheistic and anti-caste movements in the South, which was the hearth of the religious reforms of the 8th to 10th centuries. Vishnuite and Shivaite saints founded schools of bhakti, and such men of learning as Sankara, Ramanuja, Nimbaditya, Basava, Vallabhacharya, and Madhva formulated their personal philosophical systems. In short, from the period of the Hunnish invasion, a new spirit reigned on the Indian scene, characterized on the one hand by a multiplication of alien influences, but on the other by a contrary effort to maintain the earlier Gupta classic forms. In the words of Dr. Getz, following the terrible invasions of the Eptalite Huns, Shulikas, and Gurjaras, the fall of the Gupta Empire, civil wars, military dictatorships, monastery disasters, declines of cities, and collapse of the burgher class, Indian culture became definitively feudal, clerical, medieval, and what in the earlier Gupta period had been a disguised renaissance and return to aristocratic rule now became a sacrosanct tradition, the indispensable model for an age defending its cultural heritage only with a great effort against an increasing barbarization. The period corresponds to that of Gothic Europe from the fall of Rome to the Renaissance. It is the period of the culmination of Byzantium and flowering of Islam, from the century of Justinian, 483 to 565, to the fall on the one hand of Constantinople to the Turks, 1453, and on the other of Moorish Granada, 1492, to the Petronas of Columbus. The parallel time in China extends from the Sui and Tang dynasties to the middle of the Ming, while in Japan the entire development from the arrival of Buddhism in a frame of Chinese learning, AD 522, to the culmination of the Ashikaga period, 1392 to 1568, was accomplished within the span of this millennium. Broadly viewed from east to west and west to east, the epoch is distinguished everywhere by a burgeoning of devotional religious arts. The Christian cathedral age, the world of the mosques of Islam, all the chief Brahminical monuments of India, and the Buddhist temple gardens of the Far East. Its ways of thought, by and large, were rather scholastic than creative, leaning back upon the paragons of an apotheosized past. Little doubting, vehemently believing, attributing to eternity the revelations of time, and to God the works of certain men. But while in India the temples grew in size and the pious books in bulk, their vitality gradually declined. Sentimentalism and cliches supplanted thought and emotion, folk crafts and folk piety gained the field, and the arts, finally emptied of religious inspiration, became either slickly erotic or entirely expressionless. So that where formerly there had been a wonderful spirit of adventure, there was now but peasant piety, applied art, priestly routine, and a world of warring, half-barbaric courts. Only in remote, backward regions like Nepal and Tibet, states Dr. Getz, that has the Indian art tradition remained to our own time, really alive in the medieval sense of an iconography. What is there can hardly be taken in its present state, however, as a measure of truly Indian art in all its vigor and wealth of forms. 4. The Way of Delight. For a final taste of the somewhat overripe late fruit of the tree of India, the obvious legend to be chosen is of the blue-black boy savior, Krishna, in his charming popular aspect as the moonlight lover of the Gopas, the young and middle-aged wives of a cow-herding folk among whom, as their foster child, he was being reared. The legend is of interest not only in itself, but also from a comparative point of view, for when its overt celebration of adulterous love is contrasted with that of the poetry of the European troubadours and the romances of Lancelot and Guinevere, Tristan and Iseult, it exhibits on the one hand a number of analogies, but on the other a completely different spirit, although its culminating document, the Song of the Cowherd, Gita Govinda, by the court poet Jayadeva, is of a date circa 1175 that lands it precisely in the century of the leading Tristan verse romances, from that of Thomas circa 1165 to Gottfried von Strasbourg 1210, and is a work furthermore of an even more overt erotic definition than theirs. The atmosphere and argument throughout are of religion, as though the passion of Tristan and Iseult had been identified with the love, say, of Christ and Mary Magdalene in the mode of the Song of Songs. Moreover, whereas in the 12th century courtly disciplines of Europe, the concentration of the lover was to be entirely on the qualities of one lady, the wonderful boy savior Krishna, who could multiply himself boundlessly, achieved in the course of the centuries of his legend, as the reader soon will see, an ecstasy of wanton rapture of the most prodigious spread, and to such a feat of yogic power the occidental term love, at least in its courtly sense, cannot be applied. We need not rehearse the legends of his miraculous birth and of the numerous childhood pranks played by the little blue-black boy, together with his white brother Balarama, among the wagons of the cowherds. Suffice to say that they were enough to make him well known to every girl and woman of the company, so that these were already very much his victims when they heard, one moonlit night, the strains of a solitary flute coming from the forest, distant music drifting to their hearts. The perfume of white water lilies hung heavy in the air, and the Gopas all stirred in sleep. Their hearts opened, then their eyes, and one by one they got up cautiously, and, like so many shadows, slipped from their homes. One softly hummed an accompaniment to the flute, another, also running, listened, a third called out his name, then shrank abashed, while a fourth, who, on stirring, had seen the seniors of her household still awake, shut her eyes again, but meditated with such effect on her beloved that she was joined with him forever in death. The boy professed surprise when he beheld his multitude arrive. "But where," he asked, "are your fathers, brothers, husbands?" Shocked and all greatly surprised, furthermore, to find the other Gopas present, some began to etch figures on the ground with their toes, and the eyes of all became lakes of tears. "We cannot move from thy lotus feet," they pleaded, and thy God, when he had teased enough, began to move among them freely, playing still upon his flute. "Oh, place thy lotus hands," they cried, "upon our aching breasts, upon our heads," and the dance began. Now there exist a number of versions of this dance, the rasa of Krishna and the Gopas, dating from the 6th to 16th centuries AD, so that there is available a rather full documentation of the growth of what was on one side a literary, but on the other a deeply religious tradition of erotic play. And it would be difficult to find a more convincing illustration of a certain universal principle in the history of religious thought, which is, namely, that in proportion as poetic insight and sensibility decline, sensationalism, hackneyed formulae, and sentimentality increase. In the earlier version of the rasa in the 6th century Vishnu Purana and Hari Vamsa, the moonlight play of Krishna and the Gopas retains the atmosphere of a bucolic idyll. Its main event was a dance in which the women, holding hands, move in a circle, each with her eyes closed, imagining herself to be Krishna's friend. Each he took by the hand, states Vishnu Purana, and when their eyes were shut by the magic of his touch, the circle formed. Krishna sang an air in praise of autumn. The Gopas responded, praising Krishna, and the dance began to the tinkle of their bracelets. Occasionally, dizzied by the round, one or another would throw her arms about her beloved's neck, and the drops of his perspiration then were like fertilizing rain, which caused the down to stand forth on her temples. Krishna sang, the Gopis cried, "Hail Krishna, Hari Krishna." Compare the young widow committing sati above, page 64. Hooray, bull, Hari, that is Vishnu, which is Krishna, hail. Where he led, they followed. When he turned, they met, and for each, every moment was a myriad of years. Thus the being omnipotent assumed the character of a youth among the women of Vrindavan, pervading their natures, and therewith too the natures of their lords. For even as in all creatures the elements are comprehended of ether, air, fire, water, and earth, so also is the Lord everywhere, within all. The idea of the immanence of the God transcendent is here the inspiring theme, and as in all Indian mystic lore, the trend is to a depth wherein just that is realized and differentiations dissolve. The shut eyes of the Gopis indicate that the presence dwells within all as the very being of each being, so that the rasa in this early version is a gently balanced symbol of the Indian orthodox double way, wherein the outer order of virtue, dharma, is maintained while within there is realized union, yoga, with a principle that both supports the order and transcends it, and with which every creature and particle of the universe is eternally one. In the version of the Hari Vamsa, which is an appendix to the Mahabharata, stressing the divinity of the epic hero as an incarnation of Hari, Vishnu, the rendition of the frolic of the dance leans rather more heavily than in the Vishnu Purana toward the mode of a lascivious abandon, which in the end was to gain the field. As she-elephants covered with dust enjoy the frenzy of a great male, we read, so those herding women, their limbs covered with dust and cow dung, crushed about Krishna and danced with him on all sides, their faces laughing and their eyes, large and warm as those of dark antelopes, grew bright as they drank ravenously the wonder of their dear friend. "Aha!" he would cry out to startle them, and they would quiver with delight, and their hair coming down cascaded over their bounding breasts as the young god thus among the Gopis played those nights beneath the autumn moon. In the Bhagavata Purana of the 10th century A.D., which is the chief work of meditation of Krishna devotionalism to this day, the young god is master of the lover's art, and the balance now has shifted from introversion to a translation of yoga into bhoga, physical enjoyment, possession, from the root bhug, to enjoy a meal, to consume. Reaching out his arms, we read, he caressed their hands, their flowing locks, thighs, waists, and breasts, scratched them with his nails, pierced them with his glances, laughed, joked, and teased, gratified them with all the tricks of the Lord of Love. And as for the Gopis, they cried to him in rapture, pierced by those eyes and the wonder of those smiles, seeing those two magnificent arms which give to all assurance of protection, and that chest that would kindle love in the heart of the goddess of fortune herself. We are determined to become thy slaves. Indeed, what woman in the heavens, on earth, or in the hells would not forget the chastity of her nature when captured by thy flute and the beauty of thy form, which is the glory of the world, and seeing which even cows does, and the female birds brooding in the trees feel the hairs and feathers of their bodies lift with delight. An episode now occurs, however, that delivers to the company a shock, and which, in the following centuries of religious worship and poetic celebration of Krishna and the Gopis, was to be developed as a leading theme and point of meditation. For when the women had been excited to a pitch of frenzy beyond bounds, their god abruptly disappeared, and they, now entirely mad, began to search for him from one forest to another, questioning the vines, trees, birds, and flowers, shouting his name in praise and amorously imitating his movements, whereupon suddenly, behold, one found his footsteps. Here, they all cried, are the footsteps of our Lord. But alas, they cried again, for there were smaller footprints beside them, and then those smaller footsteps disappeared. He must have carried her, they cried. See, his own now are deeper from the weight. And there he laid her down to gather flowers. Here he sat to braid the flowers in her hair. Who was she? In the Bhagavata Purana, the favored gopi is not named. Her adventure, however, is described. She was the wife of a cowherd. Krishna had led her into the forest, leaving the rest, and she had thought herself the most blessed in the world. Leaving the rest, she thought, this beloved Lord of us all has chosen me for his delight, and becoming proud, she said to him, "My darling, I just can't walk another step. Do pick me up once again and carry me where you will." "Well then," said he, "climb onto my shoulder." But when she made to do so, he vanished, and stunned she fell to the ground in a faint, where presently the others reached her, and they all began desperately to cry, "We have set our marriages at naught to come to thee, and thou knowest why. Deceiver, who but thee would desert a woman thus at night?" Then immediately their mood changed. "Oh, thy poor, poor feet," they cooed. "Are they not sore from all this running about? Come, let us place them on our soothing breasts." He appeared laughing, and they all rose simultaneously like plants at the touch of water. He was in yellow garments, dark and beautiful, garlanded with flowers, and many, seizing him by the arms, lifted him to their shoulders. One took from his mouth into her own the betel he was chewing. Another placed his feet upon her breasts, and then all, removing their upper garments, spread these on the ground to create for him a seat where he sat, while they took his feet into their laps and his hands to their breasts, massaging his legs and arms, as though in anger they were saying to him, "Some people are attached to those devoted to them, others to those not devoted, and again there is a class attached to neither. So now, dear Krishna, please explain to us clearly the reason for these extraordinary manners." To which the auspicious Lord Almighty answered, "Where people are mutually attached, each is prompted by his own interests, and so they are attached not to each other but to themselves. And where there is attachment to those not devoted, two classes of person are to be distinguished, namely, 1, those who are kind, and 2, those who are affectionate. The former gain religious merit, and the latter gain a friend. And so here again we find self-interest. But as for those attached neither to those devoted to them nor to those not devoted, these, I would say, are of 4 classes. 1, those finding solace in their own souls. 2, those who have already attained the fruit of their desires. 3, those selfishly ungrateful. And 4, those who wish only to oppress. But now, my dear friends with lovable waists, I do not belong to any of these sects. When I refuse attachment to those devoted to me, my reason is to make their devotion more intense. I disappeared so that your heart should be so absorbed in me that you would be unable to think of anything else. You had already forsaken for me all sense of right and wrong, your relatives, husbands, and your duties. There is no blame in what you have done, my dears, nor is there blame in what I have done. I shall never be able to return to you the services you have rendered. They can find their return only in your own further service." He got up, and the gopis, freed from all grief, arose and formed a circle. The Lord multiplied his presence, and each felt that he embraced her by the neck. The sky above became filled with deities and their wives gathering to watch. Heavenly kettle drums sounded. Showers of blossoms began to fall, and the ring of dancers commenced, moving to the rhythmic sound of their own bangles, bracelets, and ankle bells. With measured steps, graceful movements of the hands, smiles, amorous contractions of the brows, joggling hips, bounding breasts, perspiration streaming, and locks of hair coming down, then the knots of both hair and garments coming loose, the gopis began to sing, and the Lord Krishna, sporting among them, wonderfully brilliant, cried, "Well done," to one who had sung slightly out of tune, but loudly, giving the betel from his mouth to another who received it with her tongue, placing his lotus hands on the various breasts and letting his perspiration rain upon all. They were beside themselves, their senses paralyzed, garments going out of place, garlands and ornaments dropping off. Above, the wives of the gods, gazing from the sky, were captured by the spell. The moon and stars brightened with amazement, and when a gopi swooned beside him, Krishna, in one of his presences, wiped and soothed her face with his hand, while he kissed another in such a way that the down of her body lifted with delight. His nails, sharp as arrows of the god of love, were leaving their deadly marks upon all. The garlands of his neck were bruised by the crush, and he was smeared with the saffron of their breasts. Like an elephant mad with passion, trumpeting mightily in a herd of equally mad she-elephants, ichor pouring from his temples, the god, followed by his whole company, went plunging to the river. And there, laughing, tumbling, sporting, screeching, they all splashed each other, right and left. And the god there in the Jumna was a dark blue, glorious lotus, swarmed upon by a multitude of black bees. But how then, O my teacher, asked a king, who in the text of this Purana had been depicted as listening to the tale, how possibly could the creator, expounder, and upholder of the laws of virtue have allowed himself to violate every order of religion by seducing others as wives? My good king, replied the Brahmin who was recounting this sacred tale for the king's religious edification, even the gods forget virtue when their passions are fully awake, but they are not to be blamed for this any more than fire when it burns. For what the gods teach is virtue, and that is for men to follow, but what the gods do is something else. No god is to be judged as a man. That is lesson number 1. Moreover, the text continues, the greatest sages, too, as we all know, are beyond good and evil, absorbed in devotion to their Lord. They are no longer fettered in their acts. That is lesson number 2. And the last? But finally, said the all-wise Brahmin, Krishna was already present in the hearts of both the Gopis and their lords, as he is in the hearts of all living beings. His apparition as a man, the form of Krishna, was to rouse devotion to that presence, and all those who listen properly to his tale will find both devotion and understanding wakened in their hearts, as it was of old in the hearts of the Gopis of Vrindavan. For when that night of lunar rapture ended, the Gopis again were at their husbands' sides, and the men who had thought them there all the while were not jealous, but only the more infatuated by the force within them of Vishnu's world-creating, world-supporting, sweet illusion. The contrast of this teaching with that of the legend of the young future Buddha among his women in the groves or on the night of his graveyard vision could not, it would seem, be greater, and yet in this period Buddhist as well as Hindu sects were teaching the way to salvation, not only in terms of neti, not that, but also in those of iti, it is here. We have seen that two negatives make a positive, and that when dualistic thought is wiped away and nirvana therewith realized, what appears to be the sorrow and impunity of the world, samsara, becomes the pure rapture of the void, nirvana. The bound of nirvana is the bound of samsara. Between the two there is not the slightest difference. Everything seen is extinct. The procession is at rest. Never anywhere has the law been taught to anyone by a Buddha. This positive reading of nirvana led in the period of the great beliefs to the rise of a number of disparate yet related movements showing influences running back and forth between the Buddhist and Brahminic folds, and of these one was the so-called Sahajiya cult, which flourished in Bengal in the period of the Pala dynasty, circa AD 730 to 1200. Wherein it was held that the only true experience of the pure rapture of the void was the rapture of sexual union, wherein each is both. This was the natural path, it was declared, to the innate nature, sahaja, of oneself, and therewith of the universe, the path along which nature itself leads the way. So we read, the whole world is of the nature of sahaja, for sahaja is the proper form, svarupa of all, and this precisely is nirvana to those who possess a perfectly pure intellect. This sahaja is to be intuited within. It is free from all sounds, colors, and qualities, can be neither spoken of nor known. Where the mind dies out and the vital breath is gone, there is the great delight supreme. It neither stands steady nor fluctuates, nor is it expressible in words. In that state the individual mind joins sahaja as water. There is no duality in sahaja. It is perfect, like the sky. And again, all external forms are to be recognized as pure void. The mind also is to be realized as pure void. And through this realization of the essencelessness of the objects, also of the subject, the sahaja reality is revealed of itself in the heart of the accomplished practitioner. One knows then, I am the universe, I am the Buddha, I am perfect purity, I am non-cognition, I am the annihilator of the cycles of existence. In the Buddhist lamaseries of Tibet, which came into being in the period here discussed and remained until the recent arrival of the Chinese, the holy images and banners showed the various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas joined with their Saktis in embrace in the yogi posture known as Yabyum, Father, Mother, and the great prayer of the old prayer wheels of the Tibet Aum, Mani Padme Hum, the jewel Mani and the lotus Padme, signifies on one level the imminence of nirvana, the jewel, and samsara, the lotus, another the rival of the mind, the jewel, and nirvana, the lotus, but also as the icon of the male and female joined, the lingam and the yoni, Bhuthatvam Yosidayon Nisamritam, states a late Buddhist aphorism. Buddhahood abides in the female organ. And so it was that when the relatively intangible dream of Krishna's dance with the gopis came in contact with this movement, which itself had become saturated with Shiva Sakti lore, a certain new stress developed, of which the beloved erotic poem of Jaya Diva, the Song of the Cowherd, circa 1175, is the document without peer. The center of the stage is held here, not by the herd of many gopis, nor even by Krishna himself, but by the one whose footsteps were seen together with those of her Lord. She is given now a name and character, and with a boldness that, as far as I know, is unmatched in religious literature. An all-too human woman is made the object of devotion to which even God, the Creator himself, bows down. She was Radha, married, somewhat older than the boy, and as Jayadeva tells in his cherished poem, which is conceived in 12 odes, each to be sung to a particular measure and musical mode in the manner of a lyric play, their romance commenced one evening in the glades of Vrindavan, when they had been out with Krishna's foster father Nanda and the other elders of the clan, herding cows. The sky grew dark, the forest too, and Nanda, turning to Radha, said, "The boy is afraid, see him gone." She caught his hand, and he was guided that night not home but to love on the banks of the Jumna. Hail to Vishnu, the poet writes. Hearing this song of Jayadeva, may he make it powerful to teach. A litany of the incarnations of Vishnu is rehearsed, of which Krishna is the eighth, and the next we learn is that Radha, sick with love, is roving helplessly with a maidservant amid the groves of Vrindavan. I know, her companion sang to her when the two had paused to rest, I know where Krishna tarries, kissing one, caressing another, dashing for a third. Clothed in yellow, decked with garlands, he is dancing with his women, teasing them to madness, and the prettiest of all is dancing with him now. Radha, in a frenzy, hurling herself toward the grove, broke, stark mad, into the company, and darting for Krishna's mouth, passionately devoured him, and cried, "Ah, yes, your mouth, dear, is ambrosia." And that is the end of Ode 1 of Jayadeva's song. The second ode is called the Penitence of Krishna, for the god in his dance had continued unperturbed, and Radha, repulsed, withdrew in a prodigious salt to a bower. She sighed, "Alas, my soul cannot forget Krishna," and her companion sang to her this song. "Oh, let Krishna have his joy of me in all the ways of desire. Let him lie close to me this night, incite me with his smiles, and having clasped me in his arms, savoring my lips, sleep long upon my breasts in the flowery bed." The song went on, "Let his nails dig into my breasts, and going beyond love's science, let him seize my hair to ravish me, while the jewels on my limbs chatter and my girdle comes apart. And oh, let me drop like a liana into his arms, stilled by rapture at the moment love's work is done." For even now, the song continued, I see him pausing in his dance. The flute drops from his hand, the play in the wood has lost its charm. Recalling that brief glimpse of his beloved, her breast and arm a lock of hair, his heart has turned away from his dance. The poem is lush, and by a critic today would be classed rather with Shakespeare's Venus and Adonis as a kind of boudoir piece than with, say, Thomas à Kempis' Imitation of Christ. And yet, in India, where things are never quite what they seem to us to be, the imitation of Krishna and the mystery of his union with Radha, as expressed in the name, for example, Radha Krishna, independent India's second president, has been, through the centuries following the first presentation of this work in the courts of the Pala kings, a matter of profound religious zeal. Ode 3 of the poem now tell of Krishna troubled. He has departed from the Gopis, and having searched the wood for Radha, sits alone and sings in a thicket of bamboo beside the Jumna. Alas, she is gone, for I let her go. What good to me now are friends or life? I can see her brow angry and offended, yet I hold her in my heart. But if I can hold her in my thoughts this way, can she be actually gone? Ode 4 is called Krishna Cheered. Radha, a servant girl, comes to Krishna and sings to him of the yearning of his mistress. For the pleasures of your embrace she has prepared a flowery bed. How is she to live without you? Come, for she is sick with love. Ode 5 is Krishna's longing. Tell her, said he, that I am here. And the girl returned to Radha with a song of urging without shame. He has tuned the tones of his flute to your name. Oh, go to him in desire. On a couch of tender branches, letting part your robe and girdle, offer to him the luxury of your hips with the rich treasure between of their sweet receptacle of delight. He is impatient, watching everywhere for your appearance. It is time. Krishna made bolder. Ode 6. But the woman, ravished by love, was too weak to move. The servant girl returned, therefore, to Krishna. And may this poem, adds the poet Jayadeva, give to all lovers joy. She waits amid flowers, lives only in dreams of your love, wonders why you hesitate, and is kissing mirages, weeping there alone. Every leaf that falls she thinks may be you, and smooths the bed. Why then do you tarry here? Ode 7, Krishna supposed false. The moon rose, but no Krishna came, and Radha alone lamented. The hour has come and gone, she sighed. Alas, I'm erased from his heart. But may this poem, sings Jayadeva, live, O reader, in your heart. Another female has enmeshed him. The ornaments of her girdle chatter as she walks, alluringly rocking with her haunches, they murmur of delight. Alas, I can see him lovingly placing pearls around her neck, already branded by his nails. And may Vishnu, moved by this poem, suffuse all hearts. Ode 8, Krishna reproved. The lover sheepishly came, and though he bowed before her feet, he, the incarnation of the Lord who lives in all beings, the earthly woman tortured him in a rage. Those heavy eyes from weeping, it is not, rather, from a night of luxurious excess. Go, disappear, follow the traces of the one who has brought you to this fatigue. Your teeth are black with the makeup of her eyes. Your body, marked with her nails, is the document of her victory. The imprint of her teeth on your lip pains my thought. Oh, your soul is even blacker than your body. You roam the forest only to eat up girls. Oh, sings the poet, oh, you sages, listen to these laments of a young woman's heart. Ode 9, the end of Krishna trial. The servant spoke, "Oh, my dear Radha, your beautiful lover has now come. What greater pleasure is there on earth? Why do you render useless the bounty of your breasts, heavier than coconuts, to be culled with exquisite delight? Do not despise this delicious youth. Do not weep. Look at him, love him, eat him, taste him like a fruit." Oh, may this poem, the poet sings, delight all lovers' hearts, and O lovely herdsman of Varandavan, deign with the tones of your flute, which affect all women like a charm, and break the bonds even of the gods, to remove from all of us the bondages of sorrow. Ode 10, Krishna in Paradise. Thus pacified by her servant girl, Radha showed a gentler face, and Krishna in the gathering dusk spoke to her amid sighs and tears. The luster of your teeth, bright as the moon, scatters the darkness of my fear. The fire of desire burns in my soul. Let me quench it in the honey of your lips. If you're angry, stab with your eyes, chain me in your arms, and rip me to tatters with your teeth. You are the pearl in the ocean of my being. You are the woman of my heart. Put away your fear of me, who inspired it. There is no power in my heart but love. 11. The union of Radha and Krishna. He moved away from her toward the flower couch she had made, and one of the gopis present advised her, "Dear, you are now to become his slayer. Approach with a slightly indolent walk, anklets languorously clashing to let him know that your mood is now of sweetness. Bring to him those thighs round as the trunks of elephants, letting your bosom be your guide, which now is yearning openly for his lips. Glorious, lovely woman, your majestic body is well equipped for this approaching night of war. March on to the drumbeat of your jeweled rocking belt, and having let the clank of your bracelets proclaim the pending attack, fall with sharp nails upon his breast. He awaits, trembling, sweating there with joy. Embrace him fully in the dark of his perfect night." Radha blushed, but the girl urged her on. "How can you be afraid of one whom can buy as your slave for a pittance of joy, rendered as readily as a wink?" And the woman, shining like the disk of the moon, arose in fear and delight, to move with anklets and clanging toward the bower. And the Gopis who were there departed, covering their mouths to hide smiles, for she had already thrown off all shame. Ode last. The god in the yellow garment overwhelmed. The incarnation of God spoke to Radha, "Let me open that vest and press to my heart your breast, returning life to your slave who is dead." For a time they were delayed from close embrace by the honey of each other's eyes and lips, but when Radha seized the initiative, the battle of love began. She made him captive with a sudden encirclement of arms, routed him with her bosom, mangled him with her nails, and tore at his lower lip with her teeth, pummeled him with her haunches, dragged his head back by his hair, and then drowned him with the honey mead of her throat. When her eyes closed and her breath began to come harder, however, the force of her arms relaxed and the great hip zone grew still. The god then moved against the field, and when morning dawned, what the woman's divine lover beheld beneath him was her chest, lacerated by the army of his nails, her eyes afire for lack of sleep, the color of her lips destroyed, her mashed garland tangled in her shattered hair, and her clothes dislodged from the jeweled girdle. The sight, like a volley of love's arrows, overwhelmed him. And, O reader, may that God be your protection who spread aside Radha's garment to gaze with ravished eyes upon the timid pinnacles of her breast, while he sought to amuse her with a text from the Purana. When the gods and demons churned the milky ocean, he said, for the butter of immortality they churned for 1,000 years, and there appeared first such a poisonous smoke that all operations had to cease until our greatest yogi, Shiva, took that poison into a cup and drank it off, which he held by yoga in his throat. You know, I have wondered why he did it. The poison turned his throat blue, so that we call him Blue Throat. But I think now that he drank because he knew, my dear, that when you came into being on the shore of the great milky sea, you would choose for your love not him, but me. And Radha, languorously happy, became gradually aware of the disorder of her person, hair in disarray, sweat on her face, cuts on her breasts, and her belt where it should not have been. Mortified, she started up with her mashed garland, and with one arm shielding her breasts, the other at her groin, made off. When she returned, fatigued in all her members with delight and admiration, she begged her lover to help repair her dress. "Krishna, my dear one, freshen with your beloved hand the sandal powder on my chest, now the makeup on my eyes, here the earrings next, and do it prettily, these flowers for my hair. Paint a nice tilaka on my forehead, and so now the belt and chain of pearls to enclose again these plump, succulent loins that have presented a narrow pass for the elephant of love." O reader, sings the poet, listen to these lines of Jayadeva with your heart. Now enclosed, she said, my breasts put the rings back on my arms, and her beloved did as she told him, though indeed he was God himself. O reader, may the Lord protecting you multiply in the world the signs of his omnipotence. Vishnu, the one being of all who has passed into a myriad of bodies, drawn by his desire to see with eyes myriad-fold the lotus feet of the daughter of the milky ocean, may the learned extract from this poem all that is in it of the art of those divine beings who enjoy, behold, and celebrate the Lord. And may all those who love that destroyer of sorrow bear forever on their lips this song of the great Jayadeva, whose father was illustrious Banjadeva, and of whom Ramadevi was the mother. Jayadeva was a poet. As a youth he had been a wandering ascetic, but when a Brahmin offered his daughter he wed, and it was after his marriage that he wrote his song of divinity and love. The god Krishna himself, we are told, lending him assistance when he was at a loss to render Radha's beauty. But not all who wish to experience the divinity of love are endowed by nature with that quality of spirit which the troubadours called the gentle heart. And so, as we have writing schools for those who cannot write, there have been developed in India love schools for those who cannot love, and their scholarship is divided in 3 grades. 1. Beginner, Pravarta, to be taught to repeat God's name, Nama, and to recite certain charms, mantra. 2. Advanced student, Sadhaka, who has learned to experience divine emotion, Bhava, and so is qualified to commence disciplines in the company of women. And finally, 3. Perfected master, Siddha, who on realizing love, prema from the root pre, to please, gladden, cheer, to show kindness, grace, or favor, to take pleasure in, attains through it to bliss, rasa, the sap, the juice, the nectar, the taste. There have been reports of these schools of the so-called left-handed path, vamakari, from the words vama, reverse, adverse, left, bad, vile, but also beautiful, pleasing, and kari, one who goes, proceeds, or walks a path. For example, in the words of the German 19th century observer A. Barth, the use of animal food and spirituous liquors indulged in to excess is the rule in these strange ceremonies, in which Sakti is worshipped in the person of a naked woman, and the proceedings terminate with the carnal copulation of the initiated, each couple representing Bhairava and Bhairavi, Shiva and Devi, and becoming thus for the moment identified with them. This is the holy circle, Shrikakra, or the complete consecration, Purna Bisekya, the essential act, or rather foretaste of salvation, the highest rite of this delirious mysticism. The sacred texts of the Vamakaras, followers of the left-hand path, belong to a type of religious scripture known as Tantra, loom web, vesture, discipline, textbook, correct way, which date from the Gupta and later times, and are essentially technical supplements to the various Puranic scriptures of Vishnu, Shiva, and the goddess, some being of the right Dakshina, others of the left-hand path, and among the instructions of the latter we read, I am Bhairava, the omniscient, I, endowed with qualities, having meditated thus, let the devotee proceed to the Kula worship. Wine, flesh, fish, woman, and sexual congress, these are the fivefold boons that remove all sin. In such rites, the sacred object is a naked dancing girl, female devotee, harlot, washerwoman, barber's wife, Brahminical or Sudra female, flower girl, or milkmaid, and the time is to be midnight. The party is to be formed of a circle of 8, 9, or 11 couples in the roles of Bhairavas and Bhairavis. Appropriate mantras are pronounced according to the class of person chosen to be Sakti, and she is then worshipped according to rule. She is placed disrobed but richly ornamented within or to the side of a circle of paired male and female devotees, and by various mantras rendered pure. The radical, sacred syllable of the occasion is thrice whispered in her ear. She is sprinkled over with wine, given meat, fish, and wine to bless with her touch, which then are shared, and to the tones of a symphony as sacred chanting she then becomes the vessel of a sequence of sacramental acts preliminary to and culminating in the general consecration, accompanied throughout, as H. Wilson writes, with mantras and forms of meditation suggesting notions very foreign to the scene. Other manners of worshiping the goddess involve, as we have learned, the sacrifice of human victims and even tasting of their flesh. Still others, for the gaining of magical powers, require of an accomplished yogi that he should meditate at midnight in a cemetery, burning ground, or place where criminals are executed while seated on a corpse. And if he can accomplish this without fear, ghosts and female goblins will become his slaves. Erotic exercises may accompany or culminate such rites. Certain devotees pierce their flesh with hooks and spit, run sharp-pointed instruments through their tongues and cheeks, recline on beds of spikes, or gash themselves with knives. Others, called skull-bearers, smear themselves with ashes from a funeral pyre, hang a string of human skulls around the neck, weave their hair into matted braid, and wear a tiger skin about the loins, while bearing in the left hand a skull for a cup, and in the right a bell, which is to be rung incessantly while they cry out, Ho, the Lord and spouse of Kali! Generally, the sects of the left-hand path repudiate caste during the sacred time of the rite. While the Bhairava Tantra is in session, all castes are Brahmins, we read in a typical text. When it is concluded, they are again distinct. The rite is a form of yoga, a passage beyond the bounds of the sphere of dharma, and indeed to such a point that in certain variants of this worship, even incest prohibitions must be disregarded. For example, in the so-called Bodice Kankuli cult, the female votaries at the time of worship deposit their upper vests in a box in charge of the guru, and at the close of the preliminary ceremonies each of the males takes a vest from the box, and the female to whom it belongs, be she ever so nearly kin to him, becomes his partner for the consummation. The object, states H. Wilson in his presentation of this information, is to confound all the ties of female alliance, and not only to enforce a community of women amongst the votaries, but to disregard even natural restraints. For it is declared that all men and all women are of one caste, and that their intercourse is free from fault. Put away the idea of two and be of one body, we read in a song in celebration of the realization of this way. Very difficult is this discipline of love. Both Jayadeva and the Tantric Sakti cults place the human female in the center of the symbolic system. The later Puranic versions of Krishna and the Gopis, on the other hand, return the lead to the male god, and even while adding Jayadeva's figure of Radha to the scene, expanded the rasa to an amplitude of Dionysiac madness that is nowhere equaled, I believe, in the history of religious thought. As we read in the 14th century Brahma Vayavarta Purana, within the forest the circular piece of that dance was tastefully sprinkled with aloe, saffron, sandal, and musk. Numerous pleasure lakes were in the area, and gardens full of flowers, ganders, ducks, and other waterfowl were swimming on the limpid surfaces. Mangoes and plantain trees were all around, and Krishna, seeing that lovely glade and the cool waters in which the fatigues of passion could be laved away, smiled, then to summon the Gopis to love, played upon his flute. Radha, in her dwelling, hearing the melody, remained still like a tree, her mind dissolving in one pointed contemplation. When she recovered, hearing the sound of the flute again, she was extremely agitated. She got up, she sat down, then, forgetting all her duties, she went rushing from the house, and, glancing in all directions, hastened toward the point of sound, with the lotus feet of Krishna ever in mind. The luster of her body and shimmer of her jewels illumined the forest. And the other Gopis also, her 33 companions, hearing the flute, were assailed with passion, and forgetting housewifely duties, made for the forest. The best of their race, they were equal in age, beauty, and dress, and were accompanied each by a following of many thousand. Susila by 16,000, Sasakala 14,000, Kandramukhi 13,000, Madhavi 11,000, etc., to the sum of 900,000. Many had garlands in their hands, others sandal, others fly whisks, other musk, many carried gold, others saffron, others cloth. Along the way they sang out the name of Krishna, and when they reached the place of the dance, what they saw was lovelier than heaven, radiant with the pure light of the moon. A gentle breeze carried that perfume of the flowers, bees were everywhere humming, and the cooing of the cuckoos would have seduced the hearts of saints. The women were discomposed, and the Lord Krishna saw with delight that Radha, like a jewel in the midst of her company, was approaching with arch glances. Her alluring walk, majestic as the gait of an elephant, would have unseated the mind of a yogi, for she was in the prime of her youth, ravishing, with loins and buttocks wonderfully great. The color of her skin was of the champak blossom. Her visage was the autumn moon. Her gleaming hair was held in place by a wreath of redolent jasmine. And when she saw that the youthful Krishna, beautifully dark, was observing her, she bashfully screened her face with the hem of her garment, yet returned his glance again and again, and, smitten deeply by love's arrow, felt such a thrill of rapture that she nearly swooned. But Krishna too was smitten. The flute, as well as a lotus with which he had been toying, dropped from his hand, and he stood as though turned to stone. Even the clothing dropped from his body, yet in a trice he recovered his wits, went to Radha, and embraced her, his touch restoring her strength, and the lord of her life, dearer than that life to her, then led her aside, the two continually kissing, and they proceeded to a pleasure house of flowers, where they teased each other for a while, exchanging masticated betel from their mouths. But when she had swallowed what he had given, he asked to have it back, and she became afraid, prostrating herself at his feet, whereupon Krishna, full of love, his countenance radiant with desire, was joined with her on a flowery couch of delight. 8 kinds of sexual intercourse, reverse and otherwise, Krishna, master of delights, practiced with his pulchritudinous Radha, scratching, biting, kissing, slapping, in all the ways known to love's science, ways that rob women of their minds, and with all the others too, simultaneously. Krishna rapturously was delighting himself, embracing every member of their impassioned bodies with his equally fervid limbs. Since he and Radha were savants of this pleasant sexual art, their war of love knew no intermission, yet even as they worked there, Krishna, assuming identical forms, entered into every chamber and enjoyed the bodies of the gopas in the glorious sphere of the dance. 900,000 gopas thus were enjoyed by as many cowherds, the full number of those there in rapture coming to 1,800,000. Everybody's hair was loose, clothing shattered, ornaments gone. The whole place resounded with bracelets, and mad with passion, everyone fainted. Then, having done what they could on land, all headed for the lakes, and with these gambols they were presently exhausted, whereupon they came out of the waters, put on their clothes, studied their faces in mirrors of gem, and after having applied sandals to their bodies, aloe, musk, and perfume, put on wreaths, and were restored to their normal states. One need not go on to make the point. The dance continues for 2 more chapters, for when it finally came to its height, the gods with their wives and companies and golden cars came together in the heavens to watch. Sages, saints, adepts, and the honored dead, the heavenly singers and nymphs, earth demons, ogres, and various bird-like beings gathered joyfully with their wives to see the great sight, while in 33 forests for 33 days Krishna and his gopas danced and sang, tore off each other's clothes, engaged in many more than the usual 16 authorized types of sexual intercourse, passions mounting all the while like fire fed with clarified butter. And when everything was done, the gods and goddesses, much amazed, eulogized the sight and retired to their homes. However, the goddesses, who had fainted many times during the course of what they had seen, desiring knowledge of the master of the dance of Vrindavan, descended to earth and throughout India were born as little girls in the palace of kings. 5. The blow of Islam. The scimitars of the warriors of Allah, praise and glory be to his name, the Most High, who is full of grace and mercy, had already broached the ramparts of the Indian timeless dream when Jayadeva was celebrating his vision of Radha. 5 centuries earlier, in the time of Harsa's reign, 8606 to 647, Muhammad, the messenger of the unity of God, had announced, for the guidance of those in whom God's love is great, the revelation of Islam, the path that is straight, and one of the wonders of world history is the miracle of the rapid spread of his one true community under God from the moment of its founding date of the Hegira, AD 622. All of North Africa had succumbed by the year 710. Spain was entered 711. The Pyrenees were crossed 718, and the gates of Paris itself were at stake when Charles Martel met and broke the onrush in the Battle of Poitiers, 732. Blazing eastward like a fire on a plain of sun-dried grass, the glory of the peace and blessing of Islam had taken Persia by 651, and the gates of India were at stake by 750. However, India had no Charles Martel. Allah's curse on the uncircumcised was delayed for 200 years by internal struggles for power within the fold of Islam itself, but when it fell there was no let to his chastisement. In the year AD 986, a former slave from Turkestan, Sabuktijin by name, who may or may not have been of Sasanian royal blood, led a raid for booty into the Punjab, and annually thereafter, in the cooler months commencing in October, raids of this kind into wealthy India became the rule. The leading Rajput prince of the area, Jaipal, managed by 991 to bring an army together which was overwhelmed. Peshawar fell and the raids went on. In the year 997, Sabuktijin was succeeded by his son Mahmud al-Ghazni, who, continuing the custom of the raids in the year 1001, delivered the coup de grace to Jaipal and to India therewith. There is an Islamic chronicle of his deed. The enemy of God, Jaipal, together with his children, grandchildren, nephews, the chief men of his tribe, and his relations, were taken prisoners, and being strongly bound with ropes, were carried before the Sultan. like as evildoers on whose faces the fumes of infidelity are evident, and who, being covered with the vapors of misfortune, are to be bound and carried to hell. Some had their arms forcibly tied behind their backs, some were seized by the cheek, some were driven by blows on the neck. A necklace was taken from the neck of Jaipal, composed of large pearls, shining gems, and rubies set in gold, of which the value was 200,000 dinars, and twice that value was obtained from the necks of those of his relations who were taken prisoners or slain, and had become the food of the mouths of hyenas and vultures. Allah also bestowed upon his friends such an amount of booty as was beyond all bounds and calculations, including 500,000 slaves, beautiful men and women. The Sultan returned with his followers to his camp, having plundered immensely, by Allah's aid having obtained the victory, and thankful to Allah, the Lord of the universe, for the Almighty had given him victory over a province of the country of Hind, broader and more fertile than Khorasan. Jaipal was released, but burned himself to death on a funeral pyre. The city of Kangra fell, Bulandshahr, Mathura, Kanauj, and the temple city of Shiva at Somnath. Now in the great Shiva temple of Somnath there was enshrined, as Professor Rawlinson states in his vivid summary of the chronicles of the victory, a massive stone lingam 5 cubits in height, which was regarded as being of special sanctity and attracted thousands of pilgrims. It was bathed every day in water brought all the way from the Ganges and garlanded with flowers from Kashmir. The revenue of 10,000 villages was assigned for its support, and 1,000 Brahmins performed the daily ritual of the temple. The original shrine, like so many in ancient India, was built of wood. It was supported by 56 teak wood pillars coated with lead and inlaid with jewels. A chain of massive golden bells hung over the idol, jeweled chandeliers, images of pure gold, and veils embroidered with precious stones were stored in the treasury. The temple, together with the buildings to accommodate the ministrants, formed a regular town surrounded by a wall and strongly fortified. Mahmud left Ghazni in December 1023 with 30,000 picked horsemen. He appeared suddenly before Multan, which surrendered. Here he obtained the necessary camels for the desert crossing, and both Bikaner and Ajmer opened their gates to him. 6 weeks' arduous marching brought him to Hilvad, and the Raja, Bhima by name, fled at his approach. Mahmud probably marched against Somnath by the route running along the southern coast of Kathiawar. On Thursday, January 30th, he broke through the enceinte of fortresses surrounding the town and approached the walls of the sacred city. The inhabitants, confident in the power of the god, jeered at the invaders from the battlements. Next day the assault began. The Muslims, after a severe struggle, succeeded in gaining a footing on the ramparts, but were too exhausted to do more, and now the Hindus began to realize their peril. All night long the temple was thronged with wailing crowds, beating their breasts and calling upon the deity to come to the help of his own. But there was neither voice nor answer. At dawn the attack was renewed, and step by step the defenders were forced back through the narrow, winding streets to the walls of the shrine itself. Here a last despairing stand was made, until at length the Muslims, planting their scaling ladders against the walls, stormed them, and with loud cries of din, din. 50,000 Hindus were put to the sword. Others tried to escape by sea and were drowned. The treasure taken exceeded 2 million dinars in value. According to one story, the Brahmins who had submitted begged to be allowed to ransom the lingam, but Mahmud would not listen. He refused, he said, to appear before the judgment seat as one who had taken money to spare an idol. The stone was broken in pieces, and a portion of it buried in the threshold of the mosque of Ghazni, to be trodden underfoot by true believers. We need not go on. The sealed-off horizon of India's dream had been definitively broached, and nothing could stop it now from dissolving before an order of reality of which it had not taken due account. The power of yoga to shape experience to the will of the introverted sage, and of the wisdom of the Vedas to work magical effects, was overcome by a mere detail of the sphere merely of Maya, which now would have to be absorbed. The holy Hindu city of Benares fell in 1194 and the entire Buddhist province of Bihar in 1199. Where the University of Nalanda was utterly destroyed, its population of some 6,000 monks summarily put to the sword, and the last ember of Buddhist light therewith quenched in India. In neighboring Bengal, the aged Raja Lakshmanasena, the patron of Jayadeva, was so taken by surprise that he was at dinner when the officers of the army of Allah walked into his palace, and having conquered thus the whole north, the scimitars of Islam began to carve their way southward until the year 1565, when the brilliant city of Vijayanagar, the last remaining Hindu capital, collapsed. Into a charge of Hindu cavalry, the Muslim artillery had fired at close range bags of small copper coins with such terrible effect that the ranks broke. A charge of Muslim elephants then dashed into the screaming tumult, and the litter-bearers of the old Hindu Raja Ramaraya, 96 years old but brave as 30, dropped their royal charge and made off for their lives. The leading Muslim prince struck off the old man's head, which, mounted on a lance, was carried to the front line, where it struck panic in the Hindus, who broke and fled. Pursued in every direction, they were slaughtered, as Rawlinson writes, till the Kistna ran red with blood, and the plunder was so great that every private soldier was loaded with jewels, arms, horses, and slaves. When the news of the terrible defeat reached the city, the princes who had been left behind to guard the capital packed up the contents of the royal treasury and made off. It is said, states our author, that over 500 elephants were required to transport the treasures. On the 10th day, the enemy arrived and forced an entrance with little difficulty. They killed and plundered without mercy, and it is said that the work of destruction went on for 3 months. The magnificent stone carving was smashed to pieces with crowbars and hammers, and where it defied human efforts, fires were lit to burst it open. And so perished forever the fabulous Hindu empire of Vijayanagar, which in its time had stretched from sea to sea. Part 3. The Mythologies of the Far East. Chapter 7. Chinese Mythology. 1. The Antiquity of Chinese Civilization. I used to feel extremely happy to know that I was born in a country whose history had already lasted 5,000 years, wrote Dr. Li Chi of the National Taiwan University at the opening of his survey of the beginnings of Chinese civilization. I say 5,000 years because it was actually the figure given to the youthful mind of my generation. The Sumerian civilization and the Egyptian civilization, we were told, might have started earlier, but they were also dead long ago. The Hindus, too, enjoyed a long tradition, but their men of learning, till recently, never seemed to think it worthwhile to put their tradition on written records. So when all these things have been considered, China is certainly the oldest country still existing on this earth, and possesses the longest, and this is important, continuous written history of all the nations. This was my understanding of China's past before the time of the Chinese Revolution of 1912. After the revolution, things began to change. There was a time when the reformers of China were skeptical about everything recorded in and about the past, including history itself. The Renaissance movement in the early 20th century was essentially a rationalist movement, more or less akin in spirit to that of the classicists of the 17th century. Their slogan, "Show your proof," though destructive in nature, did bring about a more critical spirit in the study of ancient China. Thus, if one wants to pay excessive tribute to the golden age of Yao and Shun, well, show your proof. If one wishes to talk about the engineering miracles of the great Yu of the 3rd millennium BC, proofs must also be given. What must be considered in this connection is that written records alone were no longer accepted as valid proofs. This proof-seeking movement created a great deal of havoc with the traditional learning and revolutionized the method of classical studies. Modern archaeology in China was born in this atmosphere. The actual archaeological enterprise through which the factual as opposed to mythic past of China began to appear was the work not of a Chinese but of an Occidental scientist, supported by the patronage of the Swedish crown prince, now King Gustav Adolf. The minds and learning of an extraordinary team of Austrian, Canadian, French, Swedish, and American, as well as young Chinese, men of learning, and of course a generous grant from the Rockefeller Foundation. It is well known that prehistoric researches in China started, Dr. Lichi willingly concedes, with the Swedish geologist Dr. J.G. Anderson, who not only discovered the locality of Chukutien and the first trace of Peking man, but was also the first scientist to find the existence of a widely distributed prehistorical culture of the late Neolithic phase in North China. The work commenced in 1918 when Dr. Anderson began collecting the remains of prehistoric mammals in the hills around Chukutien, not far from Peking. In 1921, he found what appeared to be work tools, and in 1923, his friend and collaborator, an Austrian, Dr. Otto Zadansky, came across a couple of semi-human teeth. The Crown Prince arrived in 1926 and took an interest in the matter. In 1927, the scientific institutes of China, Sweden, and the United States contributed funds, and in 1928, the whole support of the now considerable enterprise, which continued till 1939, was taken over by the Rockefeller Foundation. Dr. Anderson's own summary of the results of his researches suggests the following schedule of the basic prehistoric dates for the earliest Far East. 1 million years ago, very uncertain traces of hominids. More than 500,000 years, a fine flint implement at Chukutien. 500,000 years, Peking man at Chukutien. Less than 500,000 years, hominid mandible and large, well-made flint flakes at Chukutien. 50,000 years, Paleolithic man, abundant Ordos desert finds. 25,000 years, non-Mongolian Homo sapiens at Chukutien. 25,000 to 4,000 years ago, unexplained hiatus. Circa 2000 BC, the Yangshao culture beautifully painted fine ceramic wares, high Neolithic Proto-Chinese. Peking man, Homo erectus pekinensis, about 500,000 years ago, discussed already in primitive mythology, was a contemporary, roughly, of Java man, of another branch of the extraordinarily diverse and successful species, Homo erectus, and in Europe, Heidelberg man, Homo heidelbergensis, while his crudely chipped stone tools were of the heavy chopper type remarked above for the Soan culture of India, see pages 144 to 46. His eating habits included cannibalism, and his brain case, to quote Dr. Anderson, again was very low with exceedingly strong supraorbital ridges. The chin, slanting like that of the anthropoids, combined with these features of the forehead, must have presented a rather unpromising profile, and yet this lout, unless the evidence deceives, was the first creature on earth to make use of fire. The Ordos desert finds were of a considerably higher grade in type, states Dr. Anderson. The majority of the implements are most closely connected with the cultural epoch known in Europe as Mousterian, but there are also numerous resemblances to the next succeeding period, the Aurignacian. Exceptionally, we even find objects which in their perfection remind us of the still later culture which the French call the Magdalenian. In view of our limited knowledge of the Old Stone Age of Eastern Asia, it may, however, be too early to enter into detailed comparisons, and we must content ourselves for the present with the suggestion that the Ordos discoveries most resemble in type the Mousterian Aurignacian civilizations in Western Europe, that is, the middle of the Old Stone Age. The observation of the non-Mongoloid traits of the earliest fully human Homo sapiens remains of the Far East is of interest not only anthropologically but also with reference to the problems of mythology, since it may, and I am saying only may, help to account for some, and I am saying only some, of the parallels to be noted between the myths and arts of the North American Indians and those of earliest China. Let me cite to this point the words of Dr. Walter A. Fairservice, Jr., of the American Museum of Natural History. The evidence indicates at the close of the Pleistocene, the close of the glacial ages, North Asia, including northern China, was occupied by a Paleo-Caucasoid people, probably much like the Ainu of Japan in physical form. The evidence also indicates that there were no Mongoloids in Southeast Asia until very much later, And since we have no Mongoloid types in this period for Western Asia, we must assume a northern place of origin. It is claimed that Mongoloid physical attributes, i.e., 1. Stocky build, 2. Small extremities, 3. Flat face, 4. Fat padded epicanthus shielded eyes, 5. Coarse straight hair with sparse growths on face and body are the result of an environment dominated by extreme cold. Such an environment must have existed in Siberia and eastern Central Asia during the fourth glacial stage, when ice-free areas existed as pockets between mountain glaciers and the Siberian ice sheets. These areas were extremely cold, frequently below 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and swept by high winds. Man and animals must have had a terrible struggle to survive. Many men died off, and the remainder, few in number, adapted their culture to the situation, sewed furs and skins into protective clothing, first tailored clothing. This was one adaptation, but another is of greater interest. The necessary exposure of the human face, particularly the nose, mouth, and eyes, required a physical change to protect those sensitive areas. The optimum situation for the operation of natural selection may have existed with these isolated, limited groups of proto-Mongoloids not identified. Such being the case, the anatomical changes for survival would have come about. The classic Mongoloid people who were released from their Ice Age habitat at the warming of the last glaciation probably began to spread from their homeland sometime after 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. These people interbred with other races and produced in time the Mongoloid stocks that people the world today. By the second millennium BC, the inhabitants of North China and at least part of Western China were essentially Mongoloids. In southwestern Siberia, the Mongoloid type does not appear in the archaeological sequence until the period of the Minu-Sinsk-Kurgan culture, probably post 500 BC. This would indicate that the center of Mongoloid cultures was probably east of the Yenisei, and that the greatest movement of that race was along a north-south axis, which would account for its earlier spread into China and possibly the New World. 4 separate prehistoric backgrounds have, therefore, to be borne in mind as the particular forms of the Chinese mythological system begin to emerge. 1. The Lower Paleolithic, circa 500,000 BC, with its primal derivation from the tropics. Probable center in Southeast Asia, Java man, a brood of ape-like cannibals using heavy stone choppers, crudely chipped, and at Chukutian, also fire. 2. The Middle and possibly Upper Paleolithic, circa 50,000 to 25,000 BC, with superior chipped stone tools suggesting the well-known series of Europe, Mousterian, Neanderthal man, Aurignacian, and Magdalenian, Cro-Magnon man. Here the rites and myths and customs of the northern culture world of the Great Hunt must have prevailed, such as we have discussed for both America and Eurasia in primitive mythology. 3. A cut-off, highly specialized, hypothetical community of Arctic proto-Mongoloids who, when released, circa 8,000 to 6,000 BC from their isolated frigid hearth somewhere northeastward of the Yenisei, drove southward on the one hand as a wedge through Mongolia and China as far as Indonesia, and on the other hand into North and South America. We shall watch for signs that may tell us something of the myth for formulae of this circumpolar proto-Mongoloid complex. 4. The great pottery cultures of the High Neolithic, which Dr. Anderson was the first to find in China in a rich series of sites on Kansu, Shanxi, and Honan, and which emerged suddenly as from nowhere. Dr. Anderson states, "The deeper we penetrate into the study of those remote times, the more we are impressed by the inflexible riddles barring our way. Foremost of these is the Neolithic hiatus, of which the facts are in brief as follows. During the Loess period, Paleolithic time, the climate of northern China was so arid that the region, apart from residual lake areas, may have been largely depopulated. After the Loess period, there followed the Pa'an Chiao stage of vertical river erosion, during which the Loess cover was largely dissected and locally small canyons were cut into solid rock. This period, which may correspond approximately to the Mesolithic and early Neolithic, was a time of abundant rainfall, which in that part of the world must mean a genial climate. In other words, the region certainly abounded in game and must have formed a pleasant habitat for primitive man. However, as far as I know, no indisputable Mesolithic or early Neolithic site has so far been found in northern China. Then suddenly, at very end of the Neolithic, at a time only 4,000 years distant from our own, i.e. about 2000 BC, the hitherto seemingly empty land becomes teeming with busy life. Hundreds, not to say thousands, of villages occupy the terraces overlooking the valley bottoms. Many of these villages were surprisingly large and must have harbored a considerable population. Their inhabitants were hunters and stock raisers, but at the same time agriculturalists, as is evidenced by their implements and by the finding of husks of rice in a potsherd at Yangshao Tsun. The men were skilled carpenters, and their women folk were clever at weaving and needlework. Their excellent ceramic, with few or no equals at that time, indicate that the then inhabitants of Honan and Kansu had developed a generally high standard of civilization. There must have been, by some means or other, new inventions or the introduction of new ideas from abroad, a rather sudden impetus that allowed the rapid spread of a fast-growing population. As for the likely dates, these have been given in primitive mythology as follows. 1. A coarse, unglazed pottery, hypothetically this crude fabric shaped by hand or by a coiling process, decorated with impressions, cord or mat marked, or with lumps and strips of clay struck on before firing, may be assigned to an as yet unconfirmed early Neolithic stratum of circa 2500 BC. There is a considerable distribution of this kind of ceramic ware outside of China, from England to America, and its general hearth of origin would appear to have been the nuclear Near East, circa 4500 BC. 2. An elegant painted ware, Yangshao, circa 2200 to 1900 BC, showing undeniable affinities, particularly with the painted wares on the one hand of the Danube-Dniester zone of southeast Europe, the Aryan hearth, and on the other of northern Iran. Conspicuous shared motifs are the double axe, spiral, and swastika, meander and polygonal designs, concentric circle and checker patterns, wavy water lines, angular zigzags, and organizations of bands. However, an interesting feature, peculiar, I believe, to China and pre-Columbian Mexico, is the so-called Li tripod, a vessel composed, as it were, of three pendulous breasts, hollow within, standing as a tripod on the tips. 3. An elegant black polished ware, Lungshan, typical rather of Shantung, China's Holy Land, than of Honan, to be assigned apparently to circa 1900 to 1523 BC. 4. An elegant white ware, Shang, associated with bronze, the two-wheeled horse-drawn chariot, riding, and the concept of the hieratic city-state. The Shang is the earliest of the classic dynasties of China, and the dates now being assigned to it are circa 1523 to 1027 BC. Referring to the schedule that I have been using for a broad cross-reference of the mythologies of the higher civilization, it is apparent that this Chinese series, far from being the earliest, actually is the latest of the lot. Our dates for the nuclear Near East, it will be recalled, were these. 1. Proto-Neolithic, circa 7500 to 5500 BC. 2. Basal Neolithic, circa 5500 to 4500 BC. 3. High Neolithic, circa 4500 to 3500 BC. 4. Hieratic city-state, circa 3500 to 2500 BC. 5. High Bronze Age, circa 2500 to 1500 BC. 6. Heroic Iron Age, 1500 to 500 BC. 7. Period of the Great Classics, circa 500 BC to AD 500. 8. Period of the Great Beliefs, circa AD 500 to 1500. India entered the story we have seen during period 5. China appears now in period 6. However, as far as any actually available Chinese texts are concerned, we shall have to wait for period 7. But by then, numerous signs will have already become evident of at least a remote intercourse with the West. The Rome-China Silk Road was in commercial use by 100 BC. Alexander reached the Indus 327 BC. Persia had been at the Indus 2 centuries before, and we have seen that iron reached India by way of Persia circa 500 BC. Iron reached China at about the same time. The chief dates to be borne in mind throughout this portion of our study are the following: Shang, Basic Chinese High Bronze Age, 1523 to 1027 BC. Early Chao, period of developed feudalism, 1027 to 772 BC. Middle Chao, period of disintegrating feudalism, 772 to 480 BC. Confucius, 551 to 478 BC. Late Chao, period of warring states, 480 to 221 BC. In Burning of the Books, the Great Wall, 221 to 206 BC. Han, Confucian bureaucracy established, 206 BC, AD 220. Six dynasties, disunity, Buddhism established, AD 220 to 589. Bodhidharma, AD 520, character probably legendary, date certainly legendary. Sui, reunification of empire, Great Canal, AD 590 to 617. Tang, culmination of Chinese civilization, AD 618 to 906. Sung, Neo-Confucianism, apogee of painting, AD 960 to 1279. Yuan, Mongol dynasty, Genghis Khan, AD 1280 to 1367. Ming, Neo-Confucian restoration, AD 1368 to 1643. Qing, Manchu dynasty, disintegration, AD 1644 to 1911. The periods of the Shang and the early and middle Chao dynasties correspond generally in character as well as in time to India from the coming of the Aryans until the period of the Buddha. Comparably, the 8th and following centuries BC saw the rise in China, as well as in India, of princely capital cities over a large area and a breakdown thereby of the earlier feudal order of life. It has been said that in Confucius' time there were no less than 770 contending princely states. However, Chinese thought, instead of giving up the fight and retreating to the forest when the world began to fall apart, put itself to the problem of repair. And so, instead of a high history of the ways of disengagement, Chinese philosophy is characterized by contending systems of orientation to the world in being, with what effect we now turn to see. 2. The Mythic Past. Edgar Allan Poe once wrote a little piece called The Imp of the Perverse, and I do believe that there must be in the fashioners of piously held beliefs all over the world an exceptionally strong strain of the faculty and impulse that he there describes. For it cannot be that they do not know what they are doing, neither can it be that they regard themselves as deceivers. Nevertheless, they are seldom satisfied merely to brew for the moral nourishment of mankind an amusing little beer of what they know to be their own apocryphal fantasy, but they must needs present their intoxicant with deliberately pompous mien, as the ambrosia of some well of truth to which they, in their state of soul, have been given access. It is exactly as my author Poe has said. All metaphysicianism, as he terms such work, has been concocted a priori. The intellectual or logical man, rather than the understanding or observant man, set himself to imagine designs, to dictate purposes to God. Having thus fathomed to his satisfaction the intentions of Jehovah, out of these intentions he built his innumerable systems of mind, and with a curious strain of the same perversion by which the sages teach their designs, both the vulgar and the learned everywhere have been forever loath to see any such facts brought to light as might tend to inform them of the true nature of the brews by which they live, dream, and regulate their lives. Thus it has been, we know, in our own relation to the Bible. Thus it is equally in the Far East in the matters of the golden age of Yao and Shun, the engineering miracles of the great Yu, and above all, the written history of a China of 5,000 years. Actually, it is amazing how little we know of the writings of the Chinese before the period of Confucius, 551 to 478 BC. And what to some will perhaps be still more amazing is the fact that from the period of Confucius onward, there was such a doctoring of texts that even the most learned scholarship, whether of Europe, Japan, or China, has been at a loss up to now to reconstruct with assurance even the work of Confucius himself, not to mention whatever wisdom, mythic, philosophic, or other may have gone before. Consequently, all of the myths, or rather as we now have them, moralizing anecdotes of the Chinese Golden Age have to be recognized as the productions rather of a Confucian forest of pencils than of any good earth or forest primeval. And if gems or jades are to be found among them from the actual mythologies of Yangshao, Lungshan, Shang, or even Chao, anything earlier, that is to say, than Shi Huang Ti's burning of the books 213 BC, we have to realize that they have been lifted from their primitive and remounted carefully in a late, highly sophisticated setting, like an old Egyptian scarab mounted as a ring for some fine lady's hand. In a work of enormous learning, the Swedish sinologist Dr. Bernhard Karlgren has attempted to reconstruct the mythic lore by which the Chinese, or at least some Chinese, lived before the scholiasts of the Han period began to apply their own brand of learning to the inheritance. And I am going to follow him in assuming that the materials presented in his pages are in large measure derived, as he takes them to be, from the ancestral legends of the princely houses of the Qiao period. The first point to be remarked is that there are no stories of creation either in these early myths of the Qiao period or in the later Confucian classics. A few appear in later Han times, but these do not belong to the classic system and are associated largely with the late Taoist thought. They do not tell us so much of China as of the world diffusion of themes in the period of the four great contiguous empires of Rome, Arsacid, Persia, Kusana, India, and Han China. They belong to the cosmopolitan mythology of the Great Sea and caravan ways, nor do we find in the early Chinese material any such grandiose imagery of cosmic dissolution as appears throughout the mythologies of India. The world here is to be a much more solid thing than the Indian cosmic mirage, and finally there is to be no sign whatsoever of the great reversal in its fundamental drive to the root of the will to live. The Chinese have maintained through thick and thin, they have had much of both, an extraordinarily buoyant confidence both in themselves and in the simple goods of progeny, prosperity, and long years. Now, in contrast to the rich fare that we have been wallowing in from India, this Chinese kitchen is going to seem at first a bit spare. I am afraid this Chinese kitchen is going to seem at first a bit spare, I am afraid. But the courses, you will see, keep coming, and before long quite a banquet will have been served. The Chinese have a curious meandering way in their thinking as well as in their eating. And in spite of every effort on my part to present their mythology otherwise, the way of meandering has come through, and so here we are at the first stage of a curious road, the mythic past of China, as represented in the flotsam of a thoroughly wrecked mythology of the early and middle Chao periods, which has come down to us only in widely separated fragments, scattered through texts of the latter, post-Confucian ages. The reader will note that there is no cosmogony, no world beginning here. The world is already solid underfoot, and the work about to begin is the building of China. Period of the earliest man. 1. The lords of the birds' nests. People in those days lived in birds' nests made in trees to avoid the dangers threatening them on the ground. 2. The lords, the fire drillers. Eating raw food, the people were ruining their stomachs. Some sages invented the fire drill and taught them how to cook. 3. The deluge of Kung Kung. After the time of the fire drillers, when Kung Kung was king, the waters occupied 7/10 and the dry land 3/10 of the earth. He availed himself of the natural conditions and in the constrained space ruled the empire. It is to be observed that we already have an empire. We also have a deluge, and a basic Chinese theme is announced in the final sentence, where it is said that Kung Kung availed himself of the natural conditions. Virtue consists in respecting those conditions, competence in making use of them. In the later history classic Shu Qing, which is one of the fundamental texts of classical Chinese thought, this period of the earliest men is completely disregarded, and all good things commence with the golden age of Yao and Shun, see pages 368 to 69, while Kung Kung is deliberately transferred to that time and turned into an incompetent dignitary who was banished. Period of highest virtue. The name of this period suggests that it must have been of considerable importance in the old mythology. Nothing remains of it in extant texts, however, but the names of a dozen or so of its kings, one of whom, Zheng Cheng, is termed the creator of the calendar, and another, Chu Jung, bears the name of the god of fire. Dr. Carlgren remarks that although the names of the kings of this shadowy period tell us little, they underlie the important fact that in Chao time, China, there must have existed any number of myths concerning primeval heroes, period of the Great Ten, culminating with Yao, Shun, and the Great Yu. To this important age, which terminates in a deluge, 10 emperors were assigned in the early Chao time mythology. Hence it appears that what we are viewing here may be a local transformation of the series of the old Sumerian king list, see page 113. I shall present together with the names of its 10 mythical monarchs a few items from their legends, such as seem to me to reinforce the argument for a Mesopotamian source, striving also to indicate, however, the characteristic Chinese inflections. They are as follows: 1. Fu Si, 2. Shen Nung. In the legends of the Chao period, these two emperors played modest parts. Both acquired great importance, however, in the later Book of Changes, I Ching, where Fu Si is credited with the invention of the symbols on which that work is based, see page 392, as well as with having taught the people to use nets for hunting and fishing, while Shen Nung, who ruled the world, we are told, for 17 generations, is supposed to have devised the plow and instituted markets. It is worth noting that 19th century Western scholarship generally agreed with the Chinese that these legendary kings must have been actual monarchs. Fu Si's dates were supposed to be 2953 to 2938 BC, Shen Nung's 2838 to 2698 BC. 3. Yen Ti. Following the long reign of Shen Nung, there came the short reign of Yen Ti, who was overcome by his glorious brother Huang Ti. 4. Huang Ti. This important mythic figure, the so-called Yellow Emperor, is supposed to have had 25 sons, from whom no less than 12 feudal families of the Chao period claim descent, so that, as Carlgren observes, sacrifices to Huang Ti must have been widespread in the feudal courts and not confined to the royal houses. Huang Ti invented the fire drill, already invented by the fire drillers, burned the forest on the hills, cleared the brush, burned the marshes, and drove out the wild beasts. Thus he made cattle breeding possible. His virtue brought the barbarians of the four frontiers to allegiance, some of whom had holes in their chests, others had long arms, and others deep-lying eyes. He consulted with sages while deliberating on the bright terrace, ordered musical pitch pipes to be made, and a console of 12 bells harmonized the 5 sounds. And when he rode to assemble the spirits on the holy mount Tai Shan, he drove in an ivory chariot drawn by 6 dragons. The wind god ran ahead and swept. The rain god sprinkled the road. Tigers and wolves galloped before, spirits spirited behind, serpents streaked along the ground, and phoenixes flew above. Worth noting here is a type of thought that I shall term mythic ethnology, which is typical not of Chinese philosophy alone, but of all archaic system. Compare the Indian view above, page 215, heading B. Beyond the pale of the Middle Kingdom are only barbarians, not quite human, whom it is China's cosmic mission to control, as we learn, for example, from the following admonishing message sent by the great Manchu Emperor of China, 1795, to King George III of Great Britain. Swaying the wide world, I have but one aim in view, namely to maintain a perfect governance and to fulfill the duties of the state. Strange and costly objects do not interest me. I have no use for your country's manufactures. It behooves you, O king, to respect my sentiments and to display even greater devotion and loyalty in the future, so that by perpetual submission to our throne you may secure peace and security for your country hereafter. Our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance and lacks no products within our borders. There was therefore no need to import manufactures of outside barbarians in exchange for our produce. I do not forget the lonely remoteness of your island, cut off from the world by intervening wastes of sea, nor do I overlook your excusable ignorance of the usages of our celestial empire. Trembling, obey, and show no negligence. Ho ho. 5. Shao Hao. Little more is told of this monarch in texts available today than that he reigned for but 7 years. ritual regicide motif. But as the series of the Great Ten now approaches the classic golden age of Yao and Shun, texts become more abundant and flesh begins to appear on the bones. 6. Chuan Tzu, known also as Cao Yang Chuan Tzu had 8 talented sons, one of whom, Kun, the great fish, was the father of the great Yu and his unsuccessful predecessor in dealing with the deluge. See heading 8. 7. Ku. This monarch had 2 wives, Chang Yuan and Qian Ti, both of whom conceived miraculously. The first became pregnant when she trod on the big toe of God's footprint. She bore Hao Qi without bursting or rending, who in the reign of Shun became the minister of agriculture. They laid him in a narrow lane. The oxen and the sheep nurtured him between their legs. They laid him on cold ice. Birds covered and protected him. Virgin birth, infant exile, animal foster parent, euhemerization of a deity of agriculture. Compare the nativity and manger of Christ. The second pregnancy occurred when the 2 young ladies were in their pleasure tower of 9 stories, enjoying wine, sweet meats, and music. God sent them a swallow that sang, and the 2 contested in catching it. They covered it with a basket, which after a time they lifted, and the bird flew off, leaving 2 eggs. Each swallowed one. Chen Ti conceived, and the child she bore became the father, centuries later, of the founder of the dynasty of Shang. The number 9 here is worth noting. It is Dante's mystic number of Beatrice, the number of the angelic choirs hymning God, and the number of strokes of the bell of the Angelus, celebrating Mary's conception of Christ by the dove. Compare also Leda and the swan. 8. Yao Ti Yao, divine Yao. The most celebrated monarch of the Chinese Golden Age is the model sagely man of all time. The great history classic Shu Qing opens with a celebration of his character and reign. Examining into antiquity, it states, we find divine Yao who naturally and without effort was reverential, intelligent, accomplished, thoughtful, sincerely courteous, and obliging. Moreover, the bright influence of these qualities was felt through the 4 quarters and reached both above and beneath. He distinguished the able and the virtuous, thence proceeding to a loving consideration of all in the 9 classes of his kindred, who thereby became harmonious. He regulated and clarified the people, who all became luminously intelligent. He united and harmonized the many states, and the black-haired people thus were transformed. The result was universal accord. However, in spite of his great virtue and the cosmic influence of his sagely character, all was not quite perfect in the period of Yao, for there was a terrible spate of inundations which no one seemed able to repair. The minister of works, having promised much, had accomplished little. Ti Yao said, who will search out for me a man according to the times whom I can elevate and employ? Feng Chi replied, your own heir and son Chu is exceptionally intelligent. Ti Yao said, alas, he is insincere and quarrelsome. Can he suffice? Ti Yao said again, who will search out for me a man equal to the exigency of my affairs? And his wicked counselor Huan Tao replied, well, the merits of the minister of works have been recently displayed on a large scale. Ti Yao said, alas, when all is quiet he speaks, but when employed his acts turn out differently. He is worthy of respect only in appearance. Look, the floods are threatening the heavens. Ti Yao turned, therefore, to his chief minister, my good master of the 4 mountains, the floods in their spate are terrific. They embrace the hills and overtop the greatest heights, threatening even the heavens, so that the lower people groan and murmur. Is there no competent man at all to whom I can assign the correction of this calamity? And all in the court then said, is there not Kun? Now Kun, as we have observed, was the father of the youth who was to become in time the great Yu, and was himself one of the talented 8 sons of the earlier monarch. 6. Chuan Tzu. Ti Yao said, alas, how perverse that fellow is. Disobedient of orders, he tries to injure his peers. The master of the 4 mountains argued, yet it might be well to let him try, just to see if he cannot succeed. Accordingly, Kun was employed. Ti Yao said to him, go and be reverent. For 9 years he labored, but the work remained undone. Yao then said to his chief minister, "So now, my good master of the 4 mountains, I have been 70 years on this throne. You can carry out my orders. I shall resign to you my place. But the other said, "I have not the virtue. I should be a disgrace in your place." Yao said to him, "Show me then someone among the illustrious, or else set forth one among the poor and mean." Whereupon all present said to the "There is an unmarried man among the lower people named Shun." Yao said, "Yes, I have heard of him. What have you to say of him?" The master of the 4 mountains spoke. "He is the son of a blind man. His father was obstinately unprincipled, his stepmother insincere, his half-brother Sang was arrogant. He has been able, however, through his filial piety to live with them in harmony and to lead them gradually to self-government, so that they no longer tend to great wickedness." Yao said, "I will try him. I shall wive him, and observe thereby his behavior with my 2 daughters." Then Yao arranged accordingly, sending his 2 daughters to the north of the river Kwai to be wives in the family of Shun, and the said to them, "Be reverent." Thus the moment has arrived of the choice and ascension of a new god king, the point having been made that descent and worth are not genealogical but moral, which is a point that is eminently Confucian. Moreover, it has been rendered the most emphatic by the bad character given both to the emperor's own son and to the parents of the young Shun, whose filial piety is the chief and even only token of his eligibility to be the pivot of the universe. There is nothing comparable, as far as I know, in the mythologies of India, where the emphasis ever is on birth. This highly characteristic Chinese motif of the monarch ceding his throne to the most worthy of his subjects without regard to station may be a vestige of an earlier matriarchal mortar, and even of something as violent as the murder of the old king theme discussed by Fraser in The Golden Bough, for Yao, we have seen, rather rashly, turns over to Shun both of his daughters. In fact, there is a line in one old book that carries just such a murderous tone, where it states, "Shun forced Yao, you forced Shun." However, in this later classic context, the archaic motif, if such it be, has been applied to a moral argument that is at the core of the Chinese ideal of the character of the good king, the sagely king, and thereby the sagely man. Yao tried Shun by various means, sent him, for example, into a forest at the foot of the wild hills, but not even violent wind, thunder, and rain could make him go astray. So that here, once again, is a primitive theme, one common, for example, in the myths of North America, that of the tester, the ogre father-in-law. But again, the moral is Confucian, or one might compare this trial of Shun in the forest amid violent wind, thunder, and rain with that of the Jain savior Parsvanatha, see pages 206 to 7, whereupon the contrast of the Indian argument of absolute disengagement with the Confucian of competence and constructive engagement become about as vivid as one could wish. The farmers of the Li Shan encroached upon each other's boundaries. Shun went from there and farmed, and after a year the boundaries were correct. The fishermen on the Ho bank quarreled about the shallows. Shun went there and fished, and after a year they gave way to their elders. The potters of the eastern barbarians made vessels that were coarse and bad. Shun went there and made pottery. After a year their vessels were solid. Yao remained only 3 years more on the throne when he invited Shun to accede, and the fine youth of course declined. Nevertheless, states the history classic, on the first day of the first month Shun received Yao's retirement in the temple of the accomplished ancestor. Compare the said festival of the pharaoh timed to the commencement of the year, and after Shun had reigned for 28 years, Yao, at the age of 101, died on a journey toward the north to instruct the 8 barbarian tribes of that quarter, among whom he was buried simply with no tumults on the north side of the holy mountain of the north. 9. Shun. As emperor vice-regent, Shun had already performed for 28 years all of the great sacrifices, made tours of inspection every 5 years to the 4 quarters, and there presented offerings to the mountains. received the feudal lords of the quarters every 4 years in his capital and examined their works, distributed tokens of investiture, corrected standards of measurement, divided the realm in 12 provinces, instituted penal codes, and punished those deserving to be punished. He was bountiful also of awards. For instance, when his keeper of dragons, Tung Fu, proved to be an expert in attracting dragons to his barn by giving them food they liked, Shun was so appreciative that he bestowed on him a clan and family name, enfeoffed him, and established him as the ancestor of a great house. The chief problem still, however, was the flood, in the control of which Kun had miserably failed, for according to the history classic, he had made the mistake of violating nature in his work. He dammed up the inundating waters and thereby threw into disorder the arrangement of the 5 elements. The Lord of Heaven was consequently roused to anger and did not give him the great plan with its 9 divisions. Hence the unvarying principles of heaven's method were allowed to go to ruin. Kun was made prisoner until his death, and his son Yu rose up and assumed his task. 10. Yu. To the great Yu, our text goes on to say, heaven gave the great plan with its 9 divisions, wherein the unchanging principles of its method were in due order set forth. And this method was just the opposite of that which Yu's father had employed, for, as we learn from Mencius, Yu dug the soil and led the water to the sea, drove out the snakes and dragons, relegating them to the marshes. The waters then had their courses through the middle of the land, the rivers Xiang, Hui, Ho, and Han. And when the obstacles had been cleared, the birds and beasts that had been molesting the people were driven off, and the folks obtained ordered land where they settled down. Yu had a long neck, a mouth like a raven's beak, and a face that was ugly too. The world followed him, however, considering him to be a sage because of his devotion to learning. A servant woman of the emperor, having made an excellent wine, brought him some, but when he tasted, finding it good, he sent her away. In the future, said he, there will be many who lose their states because of drink, and he refrained thereafter from all wine. His whole life, those years, was in his work, which he performed in accord with the natural conditions. When he entered the land of the naked, he stripped himself to accord with native customs, and he fared in his labors to the bounds of the earth. In the farthest east, he reached the place of the tree where the 10 suns bathe and perch, and whence they fly in the farthest south, the country of the lacquered trees, the red grain, the boiling springs, the mountain of 9 brilliances, the winged people, naked people, and the land of immortals. Westward, the people who drink dew and live on air, the wizard's mountain, the mountain of accumulated gold, and the land of the people with 3 faces and 1 arm. In the north, the countries of the various barbarians amassed waters, the holy mountain of the north and the mountain of heaped stone. And when his work was done, he came before Shun. As the history classic tells, Shun said, "You must have some wonderful experiences to relate," said Yu, doing obeisance. "I have been thinking only of my daily work. What can I say?" Said the minister of justice, "Oh, come now, will you not tell us anything at all?" Yu said, "The flooding waters seem to assail heaven. In their magnitude they embrace immense hills, overtoppled mighty mounds, and the people were bewildered, overwhelmed. So I mounted my 4 conveyances, carriages on land, boats on water, sledges in icy places, shoes with spikes when ascending hills, and along the hills I hewed down trees. At the same time, together with the Minister of Agriculture, see heading 7, I showed the multitude how to procure flesh to eat by capturing fish, birds, and beasts. I opened passages for the streams throughout the 9 provinces and conducted them to the sea, sowing grain at the same time, together with the Minister of Agriculture, showing the multitudes how to procure the food of toil in addition to flesh meat. I urged them further to exchange what they had for what they had not, and to dispose of accumulated stores. In this way, all the people received grain to eat, and the myriad regions began to come under good rule. When I married, I remained only 4 days together with my wife, and when my son wailed and wept, I paid no attention, but kept planning with all my might. For 10 years, states another text, you did not see his home. On his hands there grew no nails. On his shanks there grew no hair. He contracted a sickness, furthermore, that made him shrivel in half the body, so that in walking he was unable to carry the one leg past the other. And people called this walk the walk of Yu. And were it not for you, said a prince of Lu in the year 541 BC, should we not all be fishes? Which in brief is the tale of the great Chinese Golden Age that until the early 20th century was taken seriously by scholars, even in the West, as representing China's claim to antiquity. Let us pause to regard a few facts. The first, already noted, is the obvious analogy of the 10 Sumerian kings, biblical patriarchs, and Chinese monarchs, along with the shared legend of a deluge overcome by the last of the series. It can be argued that the number 10 of the Chinese series represents merely a coincidence. However, certain further points make the argument of coincidence a little difficult to maintain. For example, is it not remarkable that both Noah and the great Yu, in the course of their labors during the deluge, became lame? The biblical hero, states a popular Jewish legend, was injured by the lion, the solar beast, in the hold of his mighty craft. One day in the ark, it is said, Noah forgot to give his ration to the lion, and the hungry beast struck him so violent a blow with his paw that he was lame forever, and having a bodily defect, he was not permitted to do the offices of a priest. Indeed, that is why, after the landing, it was Shem, not his father Noah, who served as priest at the family offering of an ox, a sheep, a goat, 2 turtle doves, and 2 pigeons. Robert Graves, in The White Goddess, has a chapter on the figure of the lame king in early Levantine, Cretan, Greek, Celtic, and Germanic myth and legend, which is certainly worth reading in this connection. He points to Jacob's limp after wrestling with the angel at the ford, Genesis 32:24-32, the bull foot of the god Dionysius, Hephaestus, the lame smith, and Wieland, also a lame smith. He reminds us, too, of the repeated falls of Christ bearing the cross, and if I have read his argument aright, it is based on the idea that the king formerly killed was in later rituals only lamed and emasculated. My own suggestion would be that the mythic image of the maimed king is related to the moon, which is normally, as we have found, the celestial counterpart of the sacrificed and resurrected bull king. The moon is lame first on one side, then on the other, and even at the full is marred by pocks of darkness. In primitive mythology, I have brought together a series of images of both a god and a tree of life that on one side are beautiful, but on the other in decay. The full moon, rising on the 15th day of its cycle, directly faces the orb of the setting sun. The direct light of the sun wounds the moon at that moment, which thereafter wanes. Thus the lion wounded Noah, no doubt at the moment of the height of the deluge, upon which he rode like the full moon upon its high tide. The moon, furthermore, is the heavenly cup of ambrosial liquor drunk by the gods, and we note that both Yu and Noah, Genesis 9:21, became drunk. In any case, we have now before us 3 very different versions of the nature and meaning of the deluge confronted by the 10th monarch of a mythic age. The first is of the ancient Sumerian cycle of the cosmic eon, mathematically inevitable, which ends in cosmic dissolution. The second is of the cosmic catastrophe brought about by a freely willing God, and this, we have seen, appears to represent the reflex of an essentially Semitic attitude of dissociation from and guilt vis-a-vis a divinity. Contrasted with this was the Aryan formula of the Vedic drought caused by a demon, where the gods were on the side of man. And finally, in this Chinese version, we see the catastrophe reduced from a cosmic to a local geographical event, with neither guilt nor mathematics invoked to rationalize the occurrence. It is above all, as Dr. Carlgren has observed, a hero legend. The preponderating theme is not so much the catastrophe of the inundation as its connection with a hero who copes with it. And in the spirit of the basic Chinese, perhaps already early Chao, but certainly Confucian view of proper action, the virtue of the hero lies in his accord with the order of nature, as a consequence of which he is supported in his task by the mandate and revealed great plan of heaven itself. Period of the legendary Sia dynasty. As Noah survived the flood and therefore represents both the end of the old and beginning of the new eon, So also does the great Yu, and as the age following the flood, both in the Bible and in the old Sumerian king lists, approached gradually the plane of history, so also does the Chronicle of China following the period of Yu. He is supposed to have been the founder of the legendary Xia dynasty, for which a number of serious scholars still believe some tangible evidence may yet be found. However, since none has yet appeared, we still shall have to regard it as legendary still. The date of its founding is supposed to have been circa 2205 BC, and the date of the death of Yu circa 2197 BC. A line of 17 kings is supposed to have reigned for either 471 or 600 years. Statements greatly differ. Following its fall, there rose the archaeologically well-validated dynasty of Shang, and as Yao, Shun, and Yu have stood in Chinese literature as models of the character of the good king, so the last legendary monarch, Xia, of the Xia dynasty, has been the model of the bad. Xia, as we are told, was a paragon of vice. In the winter he built no bridges, in the summer he made no rafts, just to watch the people freeze and drown. He let female tigers loose in the market, just to watch the people run. He had 30,000 female musicians who shouted and made music all night, so that it was heard throughout all the streets, and all were dressed in embroidered silk. Women in particular were his weakness. He attacked the land of Yu Shi and was placated when the people sent him a lady, Mo Si, who immediately won his favor. Then he attacked the land of Yu Min, and the lord of that place sent him two ladies, Yuan and Yen, whose names he engraved on a famous jade, and Mo Si, rejected, was banished to the river Lo, where she nursed in her heart a resolve for revenge. The legend tells next of another solitary lady, unnamed, dwelling by the river Yi, who, discovering herself pregnant, dreamed that night that a spirit spoke to her. When water comes out of the mortar, it said, start running east and do not look back. The next morning water was coming out of the mortar, and warning her neighbors, she hurried east. But she paused to look back. Her city was under water, and she was turned into a mulberry tree. This incident suggests the legend of Lot's wife. Flee for your life, said the angels to Lot, his wife, and two daughters. Do not look back. But the woman paused to look back and saw that on the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah the Lord was raining fire and brimstone. They are now beneath the Dead Sea, and she was turned into a pillar of salt. Genesis 19:17-26. Into the legend of the fall of the wicked monarch Xia there now comes a third solitary young female. She was the daughter of the lord of a certain minor province who was out culling mulberry leaves alone. When she found a baby boy in a hollow mulberry tree, she took it home and presented it to her father, who in turn gave it to the palace cook, a male. They named the child Yi Yin, after the river Yi. He grew to be exceedingly wise, and his fame presently reached the ears of T'ang, the lord of the rising house of Shang, who sent an embassy to ask for him. But the lord of the minor province, whose daughter had discovered him, would not let the prodigy go. So the lord of Shang asked for a wife, and as escort for the girl, Yi Yin was sent along, who, when he arrived, was seized by T'ang, who purified him in the temple, threw light upon him from the sacred fire, smeared him with the blood of a sacrificed pig, and the next day received him in audience as a member of his court. Now T'ang, the lord of Shang, in contrast to Xia, the lord of Xia, was a model of kingly virtue. He stored grain to save those who hungered and gave clothes to those who were cold. He mined metal and made coins of it to redeem children sold by destitute parents. And when there came a terrible drought, he went alone to a sacred mulberry grove, and there, in prayer to God on high, tendered his own body as a sacrificial gift. The recurrent mulberry theme in this tale of the rise of the house of Shang and fall of the house of Xia suggests very strongly an underlying vegetation myth. Dr. Karlgren has observed that two early monarchs of the series of the Great Ten, 5 Shao Hao and 6 Chuan Su, dwelt in a place called the Hollow K'ung Mulberry Tree, Sang, which, as he declares, must have got its name from some famous old mulberry tree, probably the center of a cult, a common phenomenon even in modern China. The readiness of the virtuous Lord T'ang to offer up his body in such a grove expressly to produce rain related the legend to the matter of Fraser's golden bow and the world-restoring ritual regicide. Compare the Indus Valley seal of figure 35. The mulberry grove and hollow tree are perfect counterparts of the Roman ritual grove at Nemi and its sacred oak tree of Diana. And when to the symbolic, unconsummated self-offering of T'ang in the mulberry grove there is added the virgin birth of Yi Yin from a K'ung-sang, all the elements of a myth of death and resurrection by a holy tree, compare Christ on holy road, stand before us. We think of Osiris tossed into the river Nile, compare the river Yi, who was found in the trunk of a tamarisk tree by his virgin sister bride, the goddess Isis. There is the legend also of Adonis, the Greco-Syrian counterpart of Osiris and Tammuz, who was born from a tree which had been a maid named Mira. Desiring her father, Mira seduced him and conceived, but then was turned into a mere tree. And as Ovid tells her tale, the tree cracked, the bark tore asunder, and gave forth its living burden, a wailing boy, which was received by the hands of Lucina, a goddess of birth. The nymph Daphne, too, was turned into a tree when pursued by the sun god Apollo, and again, considering Lot, we recall that when his wife, who had looked back, was turned into a pillar of salt, his daughters got him drunk and, seducing him, conceived, for they supposed that with the destruction of the two cities the only remaining human beings were themselves and their bereaved father, as though a deluge and new beginning of the world were in question. It is tempting, Dr. Carlgan writes, to suspect an early Hellenistic influence in the theme of the woman changed into a tree, Philemon and Baucis, Daphne. Far more tempting, it seems to me, is the idea of the single fundamental myth of the end and rebeginning of an eon, which is part and parcel of the heritage of civilization itself. In its primary mythic form, it produced the rites of Osiris and Tammuz. In the later Hellenistic modes of literary myth, the tales of Daphne, Mira, etc., and in both the biblical and Chinese pseudo-historic chronicles, the legends of Noah, Lot, and 5,000 miles away, the great Yu and the wonderful Yi Yin. It is possible that in the culminating episodes of this legend, actual echoes are to be heard of certain prehistoric scenes at the time of the victory of the bronze-bearing Shang people over the earlier Yangshao and Lungshan Neolithic town and city-states. The virtuous Lord T'ang, we are told, sent his vizier Yi Yin to spy for him, who learned not only of the misery of the people under the wicked rule of Chia, but also of the jealousy of the lady by the river Lo. And when the time came to attack, heaven itself declared its will. The sun and moon missed their proper times, cold and heat came promiscuously, the 5 kinds of grain were scorched and died, demons howled in the land. Cranes cried for more than 10 nights, and the 9 tripod cauldrons that were the tokens of divine favor disappeared from Sia and reappeared in Shang. The lady by the river Lo, Mo Si, kept the vizier Yi Yin apprised of all the omens and events within the palace, and when finally she informed him that the emperor Chia had dreamed of 2 contending suns, one east, one west, of which the west had won, T'ang knew his day had dawned. A voice called to him, "Attack! I shall give you all the strength you need, for I have received for you heaven's mandate." And the virtuous lord of Shang sent forth 90 war chariots in wild goose array, and 6,000 warriors devoted unto death. Chie, in his wickedness, had numerous giants who could tear apart a living rhinoceros or tiger and slay a man with the touch of a finger. But he could not escape the punishment of the gods. Chu Jung, the fire god, flung down fire into the northwest corner of his city. T'ang's chariot struck. The warriors followed. Chie fled with a party of 500 and was banished, and the great model of all virtue, T'ang, then offered the royal seat to anyone who felt worthy to assume it. None dared, and so he took it to himself to establish the great historical dynasty of Shang. 3. The Chinese feudal age, circa 1500 to 500 BC. Shang dynasty, circa 1523 to 1027 BC. The royal tombs of the actual first dynasty of China were unearthed in a series of excavations between the years 1928 and 1937, following the find by J.G. Anderson of the old Shang capital at Anyang, and like the tombs of Abydos of the first dynasty of Egypt 15 centuries before, they tell of a totally different spiritual order from that of any mythic golden age of philosophic thought. The normal form of the Shang tomb was of a large pit some 50 feet long, 40 feet wide, and 15 feet deep, in the midst of which a central pit grave had been excavated to a depth of another 15 feet, and within this still another 8 feet more. A final cavity then had been dug below this last, large enough for the body of an armed warrior, and the whole affair, lined with logs, had been regally furnished. All the tombs, of course, had been plundered, yet enough remained to let us know what the order of burial had been. A warrior with his halberd in the deepest pit, a wooden coffin just above in the great hall, ritual bronzes, jades, carved bone, weapons, etc. In the floors of the ramps and approaches, numerous buried horses, chariot teams, dogs, and men, and in the main pit, as in Egypt, the skeletons of men and women of the court. The whole had been filled with pounded earth, and as a novelty surpassing Egypt, in this filled the skeletons of animals, dogs, deer, monkey, etc., were strewn together with human skulls to the number often of 100 or so. Nor is it to be thought that in the period of Confucius himself the archaic mythic mimes documented in these tombs had been forgotten. As late as 420 B.C., the moralist Mo Tzu was complaining of the funeral rites of the royalty of his day. Even when an ordinary and undistinguished person dies, wrote this philosopher of universal love, the expenses of the funeral are such as to reduce the family almost to beggary, and when a ruler dies, by the time enough gold and jade, pearls, and precious stones have been found to lay by the body, wrappings of fine stuffs to bind round it, chariots and horses to bury with it in the tomb, and the necessary quantity of tripods and drums under their coverings and awnings, of jars and bowls on tables and stands, of halberds, swords, featherwork, screens, and banners, objects in ivory and leather have been made. The treasuries of the state are completely exhausted. Moreover, in the case of an emperor, sometimes several hundred and never less than 20 or 30 of his servants are slain to follow him. For a general or principal minister, sometimes 20 or 30 persons are slain, and never less than 4 or 5. There is no need to labor the point the archaeology of China reveals in the sequence above noticed of 1. Early Neolithic crude pottery, 2. The fine painted ware of Yangshao, 3. The fine black ware of Longshan, and 4. The fine white pottery, bronzes, and tomb furniture of Shang. Indisputable evidence of a late arrival in the Far East of that sequence of cultural mutations already long familiar in the Near East. While the fragments of early Chinese mythology that have come down to us, euhemerized and moralized by later Chinese scholars, reveal with equal clarity the primacy of the West to East cultural flow. And yet there is no less eloquent array of facts pointing to another, perhaps older, cultural constellation represented in China in the period of the Shang tombs. For, as in India, so also here, signs are to be noted of a counterplayer, perhaps stemming in this case from the Mongoloid circumpolar hearth above suggested. See pages 357 to 59. Many of the Shang bronzes, for example, are in form not circular as though in imitation of ceramic wares, but box-like in imitation of wood, and the overall ornamentation of these quadratic forms differs from anything known farther west. The angular-bodied bronzes, states Dr. Lichi, not only inherited the shapes of the wooden prototypes, but also carried on the method and patterns of decoration of the wood carvers, while the round-bodied articles cast in bronze, shaped mainly after the ceramic tradition, acquired their ornaments much later. A stylistic similarity has been noted, furthermore, between the decorative patterns of the Shang period and the arts of many tribes of North and South America, notably the totem pole arts of the fishing peoples of the northwest coast and the monuments of the Mayan Aztec sphere, figures 73 and 74. Among the most striking shared traits of this circum-Pacific style are a piling up of similar forms in vertical series, principle of the totem pole, a way of splitting animal forms, either down the back or down the front and opening them like a book, bilateral splitting, eyes and faces placed on joints and hands, and a particular way of organizing angular spirals and meanders. Professor Robert Hein Geldern has employed the term Old Pacific style to designate this complex, and we may now think of it hypothetically as in some manner associated with the folk movement of the Arctic Mongoloid population. Professor Joseph Needham and Wang Lin, in their Encyclopedic Science and Civilization in China, have remarked that in this context, certain traits are found which point to a wide community of culture throughout the northern latitudes below the Arctic Circle, i.e., northern Asia and North America, and suggest that this whole area could almost be called the shamanism area. They write, a typical implement common to all parts of this vast area is the rectangular or semi-lunar stone knife, quite unlike anything known in Europe or the Middle East, but found among Eskimos and Amerindians as among Chinese and in Siberia. Such knives were common in the Shang dynasty and continued to be made of iron down to recent times in China. Another characteristic of this northern culture area is the use of pit dwellings or earth lodges, the beehive shape of which may have descended to the peasants' houses of the Tang period, which may be seen painted on the frescoes of Tung Huang. The sinew-backed or composite bow seems to have been an invention of this area. If America was peopled by migrations across the Bering Straits at the beginning of the Neolithic, we might have an explanation of some of those strange similarities which exist between Amerindian and East Asian civilizations, but this is a very difficult problem. Thus, in the now fairly well-documented royal tomb art of the Shang period, an interplay is to be recognized between a cultural tide stemming from the west, rooted in the Bronze Age and carried both by an early wave of Neolithic potters, Shang Yangshao Longshan, and by a latter chariot-driven warrior folk with evident Homeric Aryan affinities, and a second shamanistic circumpolar tide flowing south, also in waves and of various Mongoloid strains. Shamanism is an extremely prominent feature of both the Buddhism and the Shinto of Japan, as well as of Chinese and Tibetan religious life, and a sign of its force already in the Shang period may be seen in the demonic animal mask motif termed Tao Tie, which appears prominently on the bronzes. In 3 of the 5 units of the carved bone design of figure 73, Tao Tie masks appear, and in the other 2 units of the series, the same monster is shown squatting profile. M. René Grousset, in his lively volume on Chinese art and culture, writes that the absence of a lower jaw in the Tao Tie, as in other zoomorphic monsters, is perhaps due to the fact that they may have been derived from the skin of an animal used as a disguise by sorcerers in certain magic dances, a skin of which the head, in order to cap the shaman, had necessarily to be reduced to the upper part. Claws sometimes flank the lower part of the animal's head on both sides, making the animal seem to be crouching, ready to spring, for it is indeed an animal quite realistically initially. On several of our Shang bronzes, the Tao Tie is clearly the face of a bull, a ram, a tiger, or an owl, more rarely a stag. Marcel Granit, in his work on the dances and legends of ancient China, states that although by its name it appears to be an owl, it resembles a ram with a human head, tiger's teeth, human fingernails, and eyes in its armpits. And let us note besides that both in certain Shang bronzes and in the arts of Yucatan and Mexico, there appears the shamanistic motif of a human, priestly or warrior head capped by that of a beast. However, the Greek goddess Athena also wears a mask-like helmet high on her beautiful head, while on her shield there is the Gorgon mask of Medusa. Thus we are reminded that although shamanism was developed to a special pitch in the Mongoloid circumpolar sphere, it has actually had a long, broadly flung history from Paleolithic times, so that although in the obvious idiosyncrasies of the Shang ornamental style one may recognize the influence of an otherwise undocumented East Asian or Pacific culture hearth of that period, we cannot be sure that the actual mythic motifs rendered in this art were not brought thither from the West, for whether serpent, tiger, deer, dragon, or Tao Tie, the Shang motifs, though not the Shang style, are widely known. The same can be said for the art of divination, to which a considerable Shang series of oracle bone inscriptions bear witness. For example, dining on the day, Wu Wu, Ku made inquiry, We are going to the chase at Chiu. Any capture? Hunting this day, we actually captured 1 tiger, 40 deer, 164 foxes, 159 hornless deer. The oracle bones were employed, states Professor Needham, for a method of divination, scapulimancy, which appears to have been peculiar to this culture area and may have originated a little before the Shang. It consisted in heating the shoulder blades of mammals or the carapaces of turtles with a live coal or a red-hot bronze poker, the reply of the gods being indicated by the shape or direction of the cracks produced. Classification have been made of the questions asked. Among the most important were A. To what spirits should certain sacrifices be made? B. Travel directions, where to stop and how long? C. Hunting and fishing. D. The harvest. E. Weather. F. Illness and recovery, etc. And so here again we find a particular style that is Chinese, yet in art that was already long developed in the nuclear Near East, for the interest in divination in Mesopotamia was obsessive, and just as in the patterns of the myths, so in this of the fathoming of the will of heavens by auspices, it was specifically with Sumer that the early Chinese connections appear to have been particularly close. Early and Middle Chao, circa 1027 to 480 BC. The legends of the fall of the Shang dynasty and rise of Chao repeat the motifs already familiar from the fall of Xia and rise of Shang. The history classic Shu Qin then goes on to state that when the virtuous founder of the Chao dynasty, King Wu, became seriously ill some 2 years after his victory, his younger brother, the Duke of Chao, conceived the idea of dying in his stead, and his ritual thereby addressed to the ancestors of his line is of considerable interest. The Duke of Chao reared 3 altars on a cleared space, and having made another altar on the south of these, facing north, he took there his own position. Having put a circular symbol of jade on each of the first 3, and holding in his hands the long jade symbol of his own rank, he addressed the great 3 ancestral kings of his line. The grand historiographer had inscribed his prayer on tablets to the following effect: His Majesty, your great descendant, is suffering a severe and violent disease. If you 3 kings have charge in heaven of watching over him, heaven's great son, let me, Tan, be a substitute for his person. I was lovingly obedient to my father. I am possessed of many abilities and arts, which fit me to serve spiritual beings. Your great descendant, on the other hand, has not so many abilities and arts as I, and is not so capable of serving spiritual beings. Moreover, in the hall of the Lord of Heaven, he was appointed to extend his aid throughout the kingdom, so that he might establish your descendants in his lower earth. The people of the 4 quarters all stand in reverent awe of him. Oh, do not let that precious heaven-conferred appointment fall to the ground. The long line of our former kings will have one on whom they can ever rest at our sacrifices. I shall now look for your determination in this matter from the great tortoise-shell. If you grant my request, I shall take these symbols and this jade and return and wait for your orders. If you do not grant it, I shall put them by. The Duke then divined with 3 tortoise-shells, and all were favorable. He opened with a key the place where the oracle responses were kept and looked at them, and they also were favorable. He said, according to the form of the prognostic, the king will take no injury. I, the little child, have obtained the renewal of his appointment from the 3 kings, by whom a long futurity has been prophesied. I have now to wait for the issue. They can provide for our 1 man. When the Duke returned, he placed the tablets of his prayer in a metal-bound coffer, and the next day the king got well. In the classic book of Odes, Shi Qing, 305 pieces are preserved from the ritual lore and poetry of the feudal age. Many of these are Chinese counterparts, both in time and in sense, of the Vedas. 5 are ascribed to the Shang dynasty, the rest are of Chao, the last being assigned to the reign of King Ting of Chao, 606 to 586 BC. How admirable, how perfect. So begins the first of the Shang series. Here are set our hand drums and drums, the drums resound, harmonious and loud, to delight our meritorious ancestor, the Lord Ang. With this music his descendant invites him, that he may soothe us with the realization of our thoughts which have been addressed to him. Deep is the sound of our drums and hand drums. Shrilly sound the flutes, all harmonious, blending together. Oh, majestic is the descendants of T'ang, most admirable his music. The large bells and drums will fill the ear. The various dances are grandly performed. We have with us the admirable visitors of the lines of Yao, Shun, and Sia. They are pleased, they are delighted. From of old before our time, the men of yore set us our example, how to be mild and humble from morning until night, and to be reverent in discharging the service. May he regard our seasonal sacrifices offered in this manner by the descendant of T'ang. One can hear the sound of those wonderfully beaten drums, shrilly calling flutes and large bells, and see the grandly performed dances with their decorously subdued shamanistic associations in the Shinto shrines of Japan to the present day. And this old hymn, when read with these contemporary sounds in one's ear, sends through the centuries a call of power that is far deeper, far more convincing in its force than are the oddities of the latter moralizing Confucian anecdotes of impossible things. The beautiful sacrificial bronzes, hardly matched for dignity, tell us of the lost majesty of those times. The clear spirits are in our vessels, states another hymn of the Shang heritage, and there is granted to us the realization of our thoughts. There are also the well-tempered soups prepared beforehand with their ingredients rightly proportioned. By these offerings we invite his presence without a word. He will bless us with the eyebrows of longevity, with the gray hair and wrinkled face in unlimited degree, with the naves of their wheels bound with leather and their ornamented yokes, the 8 bells of their horses' bits all tinkling. The feudal princes come to assist at the offering. We have received the mandate in all its greatness, and from heaven is our prosperity sent down, fruitful years of great abundance. Our ancestors will come, he will enjoy our offerings, and confer on us happiness without limit. And now a garland from the Odes of Chow. In his silken robes, clean and bright, with his cap on his head, looking so respectful, from the hall he goes to the foot of the stairs, and from the sheep to the oxen. The officer inspects the tripods, large and small, and the curved goblet of rhinoceros horn. The good spirits are mild, there is no noise, no insolence, an auspice this of great longevity. They clear away the grass and the bushes, and the grass is laid open by their plows. In thousands of pairs they remove the roots, some in the low wetland, some along the dikes. There are the master and his eldest son, his younger sons and all their children, their strong helpers and their hired servants. How the noise of their eating the viands brought to them resounds. The husbands think lovingly of their wives, the wives keep close to their husbands. Then with their sharp plowshares they set to work on the south-lying acres. They sow their various kinds of grain, each scene containing in it a germ of life. In unbroken lines rise the blades, and well-nourished the stalks grow long. Luxuriant looks the young grain, and the weeders go among it in multitudes. Then come the reapers in crowds, and the grain is piled up in the fields, myriads and hundreds of thousands and millions of stacks, for spirits and for sweet spirits to offer to our ancestors, male and female, and to provide for all ceremonies. Fragrant is their aroma, enhancing the glory of the state. Like pepper is their smell, to give comfort to the aged. It is not only here that there is this abundance, it is not now only that there is such a time, from of old it has been thus. On the trees go the blows, chang, chang, and the birds cry out, ying, ying. One issues from the dark valley and flies to the lofty tree, ying goes its cry, seeking with its voice its companion. Regard that bird, bird as it is, seeking with its voice its companion. And shall a man not seek his friends? Spiritual beings will then hearken to him. He will have harmony and peace. In contrast to the Vedas, we find here predominantly agriculture, not herding, a worship directed to ancestors and not to the powers or gods of the natural world, and the leadership of kings, not priests, in the conduct of the rites. Kings who were themselves descendants of the ancestors addressed. Spengler, in The Decline of the West, has written of the contrast between time-thinking in terms of a developing destiny, and space thinking in terms of timeless natural laws. The former is represented preeminently by the man of political tact with a sense for the possible, who would himself become a destiny, the latter by the man of priestly or scientific knowledge who would control effects through an application of eternally valid laws. Applied to the contrast of China and India and the main statements of their modes of thought and action, this contrast is illuminating. For in China it was the statesman, and in India the priest, who set his seal on the civilization, and we find indeed on the one hand a great stress placed on oracles, investigating and changing destiny, Tao with a view to political achievement, and on the other a system of unchanging laws, Dharma, epitomized in formulae of knowledge that are conceived to be of eternal truth, a sense of history on the one hand, none whatsoever on the other, ancestor worship, direction in time, predominant in China, the gods of earth, air, and sky, the field of space, predominant in India, a sense on the one hand of significant engagement and on the other of disengagement as the greatest human aim. And yet, in a way that is marvelous to observe, these two culture worlds develop through comparable periods of change almost simultaneously, from the period of the entry of the Aryans into India and of the Shang charioteers into China. The feudal Vedic age concludes in a period of rising princely cities, roughly in the neighborhood of the 8th century BC, and in China too, at about that time we enter upon a period of deep change of essentially the same kind. In the year 776 BC, on August 29th, an eclipse of the sun was observed by the Chinese watchers for celestial auspices, and the bad times which had already dawned were recognized for what they were. The later pages of the Book of Odes, Shi Qing, present the poetry of a new mode for China, a pessimistic literature of lament, the arrival of the great reversal. See pages 130 to 37. At the conjunction of the sun and moon in the 10th month, on the first day of the moon, the sun was eclipsed, a thing of very bad omen. Before the moon became small, and now the sun became small. Henceforth the lower people will be in very deplorable case. The sun and moon announce evil, not keeping to their proper paths. Throughout the kingdom there is no proper government, because the good are not employed. For the moon to be eclipsed is but an ordinary matter, now that the sun has been eclipsed. How terrible! Great heaven, unjust, is sending down these exhausting disorder. Great heaven, unkind, is sending down these great miseries. Let superior men come into office that would bring rest to the people's hearts. Let superior men execute their justice, and the animosities and angers would disappear. I yoke my 4 steeds long-necked. I look to the 4 quarters. Distress is everywhere. There is no place to which I can drive. Now your evil is rampant, and I see your spears. Anon you are pacified and friendly, as if you were pledging one another. From great heaven is this injustice, and our king has no repose. Yet he will not correct his heart, and goes on to present endeavors to rectify him. I, Chia Fu, have made this poem to lay bare the king's disorders. If you would but change your heart, then would the myriad regions be nourished. The Chinese age of disintegrating feudalism and rise of contending princely states is known euphuistically as the period of the great protectors, 771 to 480 BC. Mo Tzu's description of their funerals already quoted suggests something of the nature of their piety. The era traditionally is dated from the year when the Emperor Yu was slain by one of his western vassals. Ping, his successor, moved the capital east to Luoyang, and thereafter the only major power remaining in the west was the relatively barbaric state of Qin, which in the period following Confucius was to gain mastery over all China, establish the first Chinese military empire, build the Great Wall, burn the books of the philosophers, and initiate in grand style that politics of despotism, alternately bare-faced and masked, which has been the vehicle of heaven's mandate in the Middle Kingdom ever since. We are to read in the following pages many fine phrases celebrating virtue in one or another of its aspects, but it must be realized meanwhile that in the actuality of Chinese history an explicit philosophy of altogether contrary kind has been the principal structuring force, that namely of the great classic of the art of politics, the book of the Lord Shang. Sheng Jun Shu, which for disillusioned ruthlessness is equaled and surpassed only by its Indian counterpart, the Artha Sastra, the latter, to quote the laudatory words of the modern Indian statesman and philosopher K.M. Panikkar, goes far beyond the limited imagination of Machiavelli and thus enables Hindu thinkers to evolve a purely secular theory of state of which the sole basis is power. But China, too, as the following brief sampling will suffice to show, as a background for power politics in its own past. The classic in question is a testament of the last years of the great dynasty of Zhao. If a country is strong and does not make war, we read, there will be villainy within the 6 maggots, which are, to wit, rites and music, poetry and history, the cultivation of goodness, filial piety and respect for elders, sincerity and truth, purity and integrity, kindness and morality, detraction of warfare and shame at taking part in it. In a country that has these 12 things, the ruler will not be able to make people farm and fight, with the result that he will become impoverished and his territory diminished. Therefore, I would have people told that if they want gain, it is only by plowing that they can get it. If they fear harm, it will only be by fighting that they can escape it. Then everyone within the borders of the land would know that he could get no happiness without first applying himself to plowing and warfare. The country might be small, but the grain produced would be much. The inhabitants might be few, but their military power would be great. A country that devoted itself to these 2 ends would not have to wait long before it established hegemony or even complete mastery over all other states. A country where the virtuous govern the wicked will suffer from disorder, so that it will be dismembered, but a country where the wicked govern the virtuous will be orderly, so that it will become strong. And as for such trivia as honor, if things are done that the enemy would be ashamed to do, there is an advantage. 4. The age of the great classics, circa 500 BC to AD 500. Late Chao 480 to 220 BC, period of the warring states. The highest concern of classical Chinese thought, in contrast to the Indian of social and cosmic disengagement, was political reform. And in such a context, the central problem is of the true seat of earthly influence and power. The above-cited poem of lament accusing heaven actually turned in the end on the emperor, for according to the Chinese mythic view, there was a mutual influence operating between heaven, earth, and man, and within the sphere of man, the central source of influence and power was the emperor, who, in the spirit of mythic subordination, was to regard himself as the son of heaven. Emperors, however, could lose their mandate, and so the final social question was of the virtue by which the heavenly mandate of the emperor is retained. The problem was complex, but in the main was viewed under a pair of aspects. One, that of the macrocosmic order of time, the nature of the seasons, demands, and possibilities of the hour, to be determined by auspices and omens. And 2, that of the microcosmic order of man, the recognition and use of the most effective power within the competence of the individual for the harmonization of life on earth. All Chinese philosophy, states Mr. Arthur Waley in his elegant introduction to the Tao Te Ching, is essentially the study of how men can best be helped to live together in harmony and good order. Every Chinese philosophy is formulated not as an abstract theory, but as an art of ruling, and the model for this order, which every one of the schools accepted and interpreted as fact, was the mythic golden age of Yao, Shun, and the great Yu. Now the chief Chinese document bearing on the first or macrocosmic aspect of the problem is the Book of Changes, I Ching, which on its practical side is an encyclopedia of oracles based on a mythic view of the universe that is fundamental to all Chinese thought. The legend of its origin is that its basic elements were discovered by the first of the legendary 10 emperors, Fu Si, see pages 366, 1. These elements are 2, an unbroken line associated with the masculine yang principle, which is heavenly, light, dry, warm, active, and a broken line associated with the feminine yin, which is earthy, dark, moist, cold, passive. Primarily, the terms yang and yin refer to the sunny and shady sides of a stream, mountain, or street. Spread an awning, step beneath it, and the yin qualities of the earth will be experienced. Step away, and the yang qualities of the sunny heaven will be felt. In all things, at all times, both yin and yang are operative. though in differing degrees, and the purpose of the Book of Changes was to provide an encyclopedia of the ways in which they may be related. In the simplest possible combinations, 4 relationships are indicated: 2 solid lines, 2 broken lines, 1 broken line, 1 solid line, and then reversed, 1 solid line, 1 broken line. These are known as the 4 emblematic symbols. Fu Si is supposed to have arranged a series composed of 3 strokes, the 8 trigrams, which have been named, arranged, and interpreted as follows. Trigram name, attributes, image, family analogies. 1. 3 unbroken lines. Qian, the creative, strong, heaven, father. 2. 3 broken lines. Ku'un, the receptive, devoted, yielding, earth, mother. 3. 2 broken lines, 1 unbroken line. Chen, the arousing, inciting movement, thunder, first sun. 4. 1 broken line, 1 unbroken, 1 broken. K'an, the abysmal, dangerous, water, second sun. 5. 1 unbroken line, 2 broken lines. Ken, keeping still, resting, mountain, third sun. 6. 2 unbroken lines, 1 broken line. Sun, the gentle, penetrating, wind, wood, first daughter. 7. 1 unbroken, 1 broken, 1 unbroken. Li, the changing, light-giving, fire, second daughter. 8. Broken, 2 unbroken. Tui, the joyous, joyful, lake, third daughter. The sun, states Richard Wilhelm in his commentary on this series, represents the principle of movement in its various stages: beginning of movement, danger in movement, rest and completion of movement. The daughters represent devotion in its various stages: gentle penetration, clarity and adaptability, and joyous tranquility. A further development of the signs and enrichment of their subtlety is attributed to King Wen, father of the founder of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu, as the one who combined the trigrams to form 64 hexagrams, while his younger son, the Duke of Zhou, the young man whom we have seen offering himself in his brother's stead, is supposed to have composed the text analyzing the force of each line in every combination. Confucius, it is said, supplied a commentary. In the course of time, more commentaries were added, and in the holocaust of the burning of the books in the year 213 B.C., this particular book was spared as a practical work, not a maggot, so that it does indeed span the gamut of the schools. The method of divining is to cast yarrow stalks 6 times and to construct a sign, line by line from the bottom up, according to the way the sticks fall, after which a reference to the encyclopedia yields the prognostication. For example, just turning to 1 by chance. 7. She, the army. 3 broken lines. Above, K'un, the receptive, earth, the second trigram. 1 broken, 1 unbroken, 1 broken. Below, K'an, the abysmal, water, the 4th trigram. This hexagram is made up of the trigrams K'an, water, and K'un, earth, and thus it symbolizes the groundwater stored up in the earth. In the same way, military strength is stored up in the mass of the people, invisible in times of peace, but always ready for use as a source of power. The attributes of the 2 trigrams are danger inside, the obedience outside. This points to the nature of an army which at the core is dangerous, while discipline and obedience must prevail outside. Judgment: the army needs perseverance and a strong man, good fortune without blame. The image in the middle of the earth is water, the image of the army. Thus the superior man increases his masses by generosity toward the people. The seeker is supposed to look for some sort of correspondence between all of this and his own case, the method of thought throughout being that of a broadly flung association of ideas. One has to feel, not think, one's way into these secrets, letting each symbol grow into a cosmos of associated themes. And underlying all is the elementary principle of a dialectic of 2 forces, yang and yin, which in a way is analogous to the Indian of the lingam and yoni. However, whereas in India the sexual suggestion of the duad are emphasized, the tendency in China has been toward an abstract, mathematical, geometrical style of symbolization. And these contrasting tendencies have colored every bit of the 2 mythologies. the Indian lush, voluptuous, or in reaction fiercely ascetic, the Chinese either dryly practical or humorously symbolic, never extreme. Nevertheless, in a fundamental way, the two systems match. Compare, for example, the Indian mythic image of the self-dividing self with the following statement from the great appendix of the Book of Changes and the symbol of the Tao. See Figure 7, page 23. There is the great extreme which produced the two elementary forms. These two forms produce the four emblematic symbols, which in turn produce the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams serve to determine the good and evil issues of events, and from this determination there issued the prosecution of the great business of life. The Book of Changes, in a word, is a kind of geometry of mythology, referring particularly to the immediate present, the moment of the casting of the yarrow stalks. It tells of the readiness of time and the art of moving with its tides, rocking with the waves, and is the most important statement remaining to us of that aspect of ancient Chinese thought which relates the individual to the order of the outer world. We turn now to the order of the inner world, the question of the most effective force within the competence of the individual for the harmonization of life on earth. 3 points of view are to be noted, besides that of the already cited Book of the Lord Shang, that of Confucius, that of Mo Tzu, and that of the Taoists, in each of which there will appear a distinct yet typically Chinese view of the psychology as opposed to cosmology of myth. Confucius, 551 to 478 BC. The more one learns about Confucius, the more mirage-like his figure becomes. It used to be supposed that he edited all the great classics. However, Dr. Feng Yu Lan points out Confucius was neither the author, commentator, nor even editor of any of the classics. It used to be supposed that we possessed certain writings from his hand, but as Feng Yu Lan points out again, the writings of books in a private rather than official capacity was an as yet unheard of practice which developed only after the time of Confucius. The earliest extant biography of the sage appears in the 47th chapter of the Shi Qi historical records. China's first dynastic chronicle, which was completed circa 86 BC, so that the reach of time between the dates of his actual life, 551 to 478 BC, and his earliest known biography is the same as that between the dates of the Buddha, 563 to 483 BC, and the earliest extant reports of his teachings in the Pali canon, circa 80 BC. The legend briefly is that Confucius was born in the unimportant small state of Lu, of a noble family descended from the imperial house of Shang, i.e. pre-Chao, as the Buddha's heritage was pre-Aryan. His father, a military officer, having died when he was 3, he was brought up by his mother, son of the widow motif, a euhemerizing folklore variant of the virgin birth. Compare Parsifal and Tristan. He married when he was 19, advanced in office in the government of Lu, and at the age of about 50 became prime minister. However, when he noticed that his prince had begun to neglect state affairs to spend time and thought on a company of female dancers and musicians sent as a gift by a neighboring lord, Confucius, disillusioned and discouraged, resigned. The graveyard vision, the great departure, and accompanied by disciples wandered, teaching from one feudal estate to the next. Wandering sage. He returned to Lu to spend the last 3 years of his life in literary labors, and died apparently a failure, for his desire had not been like that of the Buddha to leave the guarding of the world to others, see page 256, but to become the advisor of a prince who should restore the righteous rule of the golden age of Yao, Shun, and the great Yu. Confucius called himself a transmitter, not originator, and the doctrines to which his name are affixed are in fact to be found, in germ at least, in the classics. However, since these have themselves been largely doctored by later Confucians, it is impossible to know which came first, Confucianism or Confucius. The oft-repeated anecdote of his conversation with the older Lao Tzu is a complete mirage, and the philosophy attached to his name belongs to the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, not to the 6th. The statement ascribed to Confucius in the Analects that if some years were added to his life, he would apply 50 to study the Book of Changes and might then escape falling into great errors, also has to be rejected. The passage is a late corruption. The chief source of our knowledge of what is taken to be his thought, namely the Analects, Lun Yu, bears not a single stroke from his hand. And so, as far as our present glance at his lore is concerned, we shall have to rest with the idea that what we are viewing is not Confucius, but Confucianism. Confucianism then regards benevolence, Zhen, as the most effective power for the harmonization of life on earth, and so stands at the opposite pole of Chinese thought to that philosophy of farming and fighting for which rites and music, poetry and history, the cultivation of goodness, filial piety, and the rest were the maggots that reduce the vital substance of a state to rot. The Chinese ideogram Zhen is composed of two elements, the sign meaning man and the sign meaning two, which is translated roughly as benevolence or human feeling. The connotation is of relationship, benevolent, sincere, mutually respectful relationships between persons. In the Confucian texts, 5 such relationships are announced: those between prince and minister, between father and son, between husband and wife, between elder and younger brother, and between friends. Chung Kung asked about perfect virtue. We read in the Analects, "The master said, it is when you go abroad to behave to everyone as if you were receiving a great guest, to employ the people as if you were assisting at a great sacrifice, not to do to others as you would not wish done to yourself, to have no murmuring against you in the country, and none in the family." Benevolence, according to the orders of relationship, then, is the first great point of the Confucian system. And the second point, so that the relationships may be recognized, is what has been termed the rectification of names. The master said, "What is needed is to rectify names. If names are not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. Affairs cannot be carried on to success. When affairs cannot be carried on to success, rites and music will not flourish. When rites and music do not flourish, punishments will not be properly awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Therefore, a superior man considers it necessary that the names he uses may be spoken appropriately, and also that what he speaks may be carried out appropriately. What the superior man requires is just that in his words there may be nothing incorrect." The Duke Qing of Yi asked Confucius about government. Confucius said, "Let the ruler be ruler, the minister minister, the father father, and the son son." In other words, writes in comment Dr. Feng Yulan, "Every name contains certain implications which constitute the essence of that class of things to which the name implies. Such things, therefore, should agree with this ideal essence." But this idea is precisely that of the Indian view of Sat, being, Satya, truth, and the relation of these to the world-supporting eternal Dharma. As Heinrich Zimmer states in the Philosophies of India, one neither is Sat or one is not Asat, and one's Dharma is the form of the manifestation in time of what one is. The rules of the castes and professions are regarded as reflections in the human sphere of the laws of the natural order. Hence, when adhering to those rules, the various classes are felt to be collaborating even when apparently in conflict. Each race or estate, following its proper righteousness, all together do the work of the cosmos. This is the service by which the individual is lifted beyond the limitations of his personal idiosyncrasies and converted into a living conduit of cosmic force. There are clean and unclean professions, but all participate in the holy power. Hence, virtue is commensurate with perfection in one's given role. In the Confucian classic known as the Doctrine of the Mean, Chung Yung, which is attributed to Confucius's grandson, Su Tzu, but is probably a work of the Qin or Han dynasty, we read, "What heavens confer, Ming, is called the inborn nature, Sing. The following of this nature is called the way, Tao. The cultivation of this way is called instruction." And going now one step further, sincerity, Ch'ang, is the way of heaven. The attainment of sincerity is the way of men. It is only he who is possessed of the most complete sincerity that can exist under heaven, who can give its full development to his inborn nature. Able to give its full development to his own nature, he can do the same to the nature of other men. Able to give its full development to the nature of other men, he can give their full development to the natures of animals and things. Able to give their full development to the natures of creatures and things, he can assist the transforming and nourishing powers of heaven and earth. Able to assist the transforming and nourishing powers of heaven and earth, he makes with heaven and earth a series of 3. 4 cardinal points, then, are essential to this character-building Chinese system of thought: benevolence, regard for the order of relationships, the rectification of names so that the relationships may be recognized, and sincerity, as a perfect cleaving to the inner nature which has become known through the rectification. 3 important corollaries follow. 1. The superior man does what is proper to the station in which he is. He does not desire to go beyond this. In a position of wealth and honor, he does what is proper to a position of wealth and honor. In a poor and low position, he does what is proper in a poor and low position. Situated among barbarous tribes, he does what is proper to a situation among barbarous tribes. In a position of sorrow and difficulty, he does what is proper to a position of sorrow and difficulty. The superior man can find himself in no situation in which he is not himself. 2. The master said, "It is by poetry that the mind is aroused. It is by the rules of propriety, rituals, ceremonies, rules of proper conduct that the character is established. It is from music that the finish is received. Without recognizing the ordinances of heaven, it is impossible to be a superior man. Without an acquaintance with the rules of propriety, it is impossible for the character to be established. Without knowing the force of words, it is impossible to know men." And finally, 3. The superior man comprehends righteousness, the oughtness of a situation. The small man comprehends gain, profit. The performance of one's duty without desire for the fruits, Sanskrit karma yoga. The notion that the order of society provides guidance infallibly to the realization of one's inborn nature, Sanskrit dharma, and the belief that the virtue of such realization participates in the virtue of the reality of the cosmic order, Sanskrit satya. This, in essence, is the lesson of the early hieratic city-state and the chief difference between Manu and Confucius, India and China. In this view lies simply in the local identifications of the duties to which the virtuous give heed. In India, the regulation of caste; for Confucius, the properties of the 5 relationships. The metaphysics of the 2 systems are the same. Mo Tzu, circa 480 to 400 BC. The first serious philosophical challenge to the system of Confucius came from that preacher of the doctrine of universal love whose complaint we have already quoted against the proprieties of the princely funeral rites of his time. Mo Tzu was born apparently about the time of Confucius's death, and so may be said to have flourished roughly about 480 to 400 BC. Even those of long life cannot exhaust the learning required for Confucian studies, this challenger wrote. Even people with the vigor of youth cannot perform all the ceremonial duties, and even those who have amassed wealth cannot afford music. The Confucianists enhance the beauty of the wicked arts and lead their sovereign astray. Their doctrine cannot meet the needs of the age, nor can their learning educate the people. Mo Tzu asked a Confucian, saying, "What is the reason for performing music?" The reply was, "Music is performed for music's sake." The word for music, lo, also means pleasure, hence there is a pun here which Mo Tzu will miss. Mo Tzu said, "You have not yet answered. Suppose I asked, why build houses? And you answered, it is to keep off the cold in winter and the heat in summer, and to separate men from women. Then you would have told me the reason for building houses. Now I am asking, why perform music? And you answer, music is performed for music's sake." This is like saying, why build houses, and answering, houses are built for houses' sake. Since music is without practical use and so is to be eliminated, states Dr. Feng Yulan in exposition of the views of Mo Tzu, all the other fine arts are naturally to be eliminated as well, being products of the emotions. They are capable only of appealing to these emotions. According to his positive utilitarianism, man's numerous emotions are not only of no practical value, but moreover of no significance. Hence they should be eliminated so as not to be impediments to human conduct. The Confucians tried to be correct in righteousness without considering whether profit would result, tried to be pure in their principles without considering whether this would bring material return. The Mohist school, on the other hand, laid exclusive emphasis on profitableness, and accomplishment, kung. Anything must be of profit to the country and the people before it can possess value, and it is the wealth and populousness of a country, Mo Tzu believed, which constitute its greatest profit. The question of the order of society and the force by which it is to be structured still is the question, as it was for Confucius. But faith in the power of decorum, arts, and the rights to activate and develop the inborn nature has been lost. Moreover, all faith in the inborn nature itself has been lost. For the Confucians, the inborn nature had been conferred and sealed within each by heaven. Awakened by the influence of poetry, the rites, decorum, etc., it flowered naturally in harmony with the Tao. For Mo Tzu, however, there was no such hope. Mo Tzu states, "In the beginning of human life, when there was yet no law and government, the custom was, every man according to his own idea. Thus, when there was one man, there was one idea; when 2 men, 2 ideas; and when 10 men, there were 10 different ideas. The more people there were, the more were the different concepts. Hence each man approved of his own view and disapproved of that of others, and so there arose mutual disapproval among men. As a result, father and son and elder and younger brothers became enemies and estranged from each other and were unable to reach any agreement. The people of the world worked against each other with water, fire, and poison. Surplus energy was not spent for mutual aid. Surplus goods were allowed to rot without sharing. Excellent teachings were kept secret and not taught to one another. The disorder in the human world was like that among birds and beasts. Yet it was evident that all this disorder was owing to the want of a ruler. Therefore there was a selection of the person in the world who was virtuous and able, and he was established to be the Son of Heaven. When the rulers were all installed, the Son of Heaven issued a mandate to the people, saying, "Upon hearing good or evil, one shall report it to a superior. What the superior thinks to be right, all shall think it to be right. What the superior thinks to be wrong, all shall think it to be wrong." With the faith gone in the inner nature, the sole resort then was despotism, sentimentalized as the mandate of heaven, and the agency of enforcement was not music, but espionage, fear of punishment and desire for reward. Let the patriarch give laws and proclaim to the clan, "Whoever discovers a benefactor to the clan shall report it. Whoever discovers a malefactor to the clan shall report it." Then whoever sees and reports a benefactor of the clan will be equivalent to being a benefactor of the clan himself. Knowing him, the superior will reward him. Whoever fails to report a malefactor of the clan upon seeing one will be equivalent to being a malefactor to the clan himself. Knowing him, the superior will punish him. Hearing of him, the group will condemn him. Thereupon all the members of the clan will wish to obtain reward and honor and avoid denunciation and punishment from their superior. With the good rewarded and the evil punished, the clan will surely have order. Now, why is it that the clan becomes orderly? Just because the administration is based upon the principle of agreement with the superior, Sheng Dung. And where in the midst of all this do we find the principle of universal love for which Mo Tzu is celebrated? The task of the human-hearted man is to procure benefits for the world and to eliminate its calamities. Now, among all the current calamities of the world, which are the greatest? I say that attacks on small states by large ones, disturbances of small houses by large ones, oppression of the weak by the strong, misuse of the few by the many, deception of the simple by the cunning, and disdain toward the humble by the honored. These are the misfortunes of the world. When we come to think about the causes of all these calamities, how have they arisen? Have they arisen out of love of others and benefiting others? We must reply that they have not. Rather, we should say that they have arisen out of hate of others and injuring others. If we classify those in the world who hate others and injure others, shall we call them discriminating or all-embracing? We must say that they are discriminating. So then is not mutual discrimination the cause of the major calamities of the world? Therefore the principle of discrimination is wrong, but whoever criticizes others must have something to substitute for what he criticizes. Therefore I say, substitute for discrimination all-embracingness. However, war to the limit in the name of this principle of all-embracing love is to be carried out without qualm. We read, "Suppose there is a country which is being persecuted and oppressed by its rulers, and a sage ruler, in order to rid the world of this pest, raises an army and sets out to punish the evildoers. If when he has won a victory he conforms to the doctrine of the Confucians, he will issue an order to his troops saying, 'Fugitives are not to be pursued. An enemy who has lost his helmet is not to be shot at. If a chariot overturns, you are to help the occupants right it. If this is done, the violent and disorderly will escape with their lives, and the world will not be rid of its pest.' These people have carried out wholesale massacres of men and women, and done great harm in their day. There could be no greater injustice than that they should be allowed to escape. The Mohists themselves constituted, according to their own account, a strictly disciplined organization capable of military action. Their leader was called the Great Master, Chu Tzu. Mo Tzu himself was the first Great Master, and he had, we learn, 180 disciples, all of whom he could order to enter fire or tread on sword blades, and whom even death would cause to turn on their heels. Taoism, from circa 400 BC. Now, given a world in which the order of society is composed, on one hand, of an exploited mass of ill-governed lower people, and, on the other, of an elite hurly-burly of ungovernable despots, either of the self-indulgent ilk whose incorrigibility caused even Confucius to give up, or of the self-righteous, brutally utilitarian stripe of the Mohists, Shall we be surprised to learn that a large number of sensitive Chinese minds in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC took to the woods? The epoch resembles, or at least suggests, that of the forest philosophers of India 3 or 4 centuries before, when the earlier feudal order there also was collapsing. Writing of one of the most famous of these uncooperative mountain sages, the Confucian philosopher Mencius states of him, "The principle of Yang Chu is each one for himself. Though he might have benefited the whole empire by plucking out a single hair, he would not have done it." And the unknown author of the 3rd century work known as the Han Fei Su describes the whole peaceful company as people who walk apart from the crowd, priding themselves on being different from other men. They preach the doctrine of quietism, states the author, but their exposition of it is couched in baffling and mysterious terms. I submit that man's duty in life is to serve his prince and to nourish his parents, neither of which things can be done by quietness. I further submit that it is man's duty in all that he teaches to promote loyalty, good faith, and the legal constitution. This cannot be done in terms that are vague and mysterious. The doctrine of the quietists is a false one, likely to lead the people astray. Of course, however, the way of the men in the woods actually was at least as responsible to mankind in the ideal of a specifically human order of decency as that of the great liquidators of all who either opposed or sought to escape the rule by ukase of their own monolithic minds. A ruler, states another philosopher of the hard so-called legalist school, should not listen to those who believe in people having opinions of their own and the importance of the individual. Such teachings cause people to withdraw to quiet places and hide away in caves or on mountains, there to rail at the prevailing government, sneer at those in authority, belittle the importance of rank and emoluments, and despise all who hold official posts. Actually, though, as Mr. Whaley well shows, the real reason why such persons refused to draw official salaries and insisted on living in their own way on the fruit of their own labor was that they thought society should consist of individuals each complete in himself, and it was against their consciences to be supported by hairs drawn from the suffering head of the community at large. A certain Chen Chung was a scrupulous recluse of this class. He belonged to an important family in the land of Yi, now part of Shantung. His ancestors had held high office for many generations on end, and his elder brother administered a fief from which he received a revenue of 10,000 chung, a tenth of the revenue of a prime minister, Whaley's note. As it was against Chen Chung's principles to live on what he regarded as ill-gotten gains, he left his brother's house and set up at a remote place called Wuling. Here he supported himself by making hemp sandals, his wife twisting the hemp thread. Their livelihood was very precarious, and on one occasion Chen had nothing to eat for 3 days. Moreover, in their seclusion, practicing to various degrees disciplines of inward realization, these mavericks had hit upon something within that seemed to them to be a greater power for the benefit of mankind than either the food, clothing, and shelter which the Mohists thought were the fundament of virtue, but which the mountain recluses themselves had to a degree renounced, or the main force of military and police might by which such material goods were to be assured to all, namely the power and experience in deeply wonderful realization of the Tao, which, according to their experience, is the actual fundament of all things, all being, and the true humanity of man. We know, writes Mr. Whaley, that many different schools of quietism existed in China in the 4th and 3rd centuries before Christ. Of their literature, only a small part survives. It is possible, though not proven, he states that already in the formative period of this movement in the 4th century BC, outside influences were at work. However, in the following century, such influences were demonstrably beginning to be of great importance. The use of iron, use of cavalry in war, and adoption of non-Chinese dress in connection with it, familiarity with new forms of disposal of the dead, and the appearance in Chinese writings of motifs from India combined to indicate that the period was one of considerable influx of exotic ideas. All scholars are, I think, now agreed, states Whaley, that the literature of the 3rd century is full of geographic and mythologic elements derived from India. I see no reason to doubt that the holy mountain men, Shen Xin, described by Lia Zhu, are India Rishi, and when we read in Chuang Tzu of certain Taoists who practiced movements very similar to the asanas of Hindu yoga, it is at least a possibility that some knowledge of the yoga technique which these rishi had used had also drifted into China. However, in the ultimate force and direction of the Chinese quietist movement as compared with that of India, there is a great contrast to be noted. In India, as we have seen, yoga enabled the ascetic to develop within himself certain powers, siddhi, by which all kinds of magical effects could be achieved. The true goal of the Indian exercise lay beyond those powers, however, so that although Indian literature abounds in examples of the exercise of the siddhi, the dominant spiritual tradition requires that all interest in such should be abandoned. It is stated, for example, in a standard text of the Vedantic school, the 15th century Vedantasara, that already at the beginning of his discipline, the candidate for yogic illumination must possess 4 requisites. 1. Discrimination between things permanent and transient. 2. Renunciation of the fruits of action, both in this world and in the next. 3. 6 spiritual treasures, control of the outgoing propensities, restraint of the external organs, discontinuance of appointed works, indifference to heat and cold, praise and blame, and all other pairs of opposites, concentration of the mind, faith in the spiritual teaching and task, and then 4, a deep yearning for disengagement. In China, on the other hand, it was precisely in the powers, te, that the interest lay. Te means a latent power, a virtue inherent in something. Whaley states, Tao Te then is the latent power, te, of the way, the order of the universe, Tao, which the quietist finds within as well as without, since it is the mother of all things. The valley spirit never dies. It is named the mysterious female, and the doorway of the mysterious female is the base from which heaven and earth sprang. It is there within us all the while. Draw upon it as you will. It never runs dry. In the Chinese philosophy of the Tao, of which the classic statement is the Tao Te Ching, the book Ching of the power Te of the way Tao, it is maintained that a quietist contemplation of the Tao gives, as the Indians say, siddhi, as the Chinese say te, a power over the outside world undreamt of by those who pit themselves against matter while still in its thralls. And it was the firm belief of the Taoist writers that it must have been only through the power te of their own inward experience of the Tao that the ancestral monarchs of the Golden Age held order of society and of the world in form. Of old, those that were the best officers of court had inner natures subtle, abstruse, mysterious, penetrating, too deep to be understood, and because such men could not be understood, I can but tell of them as they appeared to the world. Circumspect they seemed, like one who in winter crosses a stream, watchful as one who must meet danger on every side, ceremonious as one who pays a visit, yet yielding as ice when it begins to melt, blank as a piece of uncarved wood, yet receptive as a hollow in the hills, murky as a troubled stream. Which of you can assume such murkiness to become in the end still and clear? Which of you can make yourself inert to become in the end full of life and stir? Those who possess this Tao do not try to fill themselves to the brim, and because they do not try to fill themselves to the brim, they are like a garment that endures all wear and needs never be renewed. Push far enough toward the void, hold fast enough to quietness, and of the 10,000 things none but can be worked on by you. I have beheld them, whither they go back. See, all things, howsoever they flourish, return to the root from which they grew. This return to the root is called quietness. Quietness is called submission to fate. What has submitted to fate has become part of the always so. To know the always so is to be illumined. Not to know it means to go blindly to disaster. He who knows the always so has room in him for everything. He who has room in him for everything is without prejudice. To be without prejudice is to be kingly. To be kingly is to be of heaven. To be of heaven is to be in Tao. Tao is forever, and he that possesses it, though his body ceases, is not destroyed. There is an anecdote recounted of the Taoist sage Chuang Tzu, circa 300 BC, that when his wife died, the logician Hui Tzu came to his house to join in the rites of mourning, but found him sitting on the ground with an inverted bowl on his knees, drumming upon it and singing. After all, said Hui Tzu in amazement, she lived with you, brought up your children, grew old along with you. That you should not mourn for her is bad enough, but to let your friends find you drumming and singing, that is really going too far. You misjudge me, Chuang Tzu replied. When she died, I was in despair, as any man well might be. But soon pondering on what had happened, I told myself that in death no strange new fate befalls us. And in the beginning we lacked not life only, but form, not form only, but spirit. We are blent in the one great featureless, indistinguishable mass. Then a time came when the mass evolved spirit, spirit evolved form evolved life, and now life in its turn has evolved death. For not nature only, but man's being has its seasons, its sequence of spring and autumn, summer and winter. If someone is tired and has gone down to lie, we do not pursue him with shouting and bawling. She whom I have lost has lain down to sleep for a while in the great inner room. To break in upon her rest with the noise of lamentation would but show that I knew nothing of nature's sovereign law. This attitude toward death, writes Mr. Whaley of this scene, exemplified again and again in Chuang Tzu, is but part of a general attitude toward the universal laws of nature, which is one not merely of resignation nor even of acquiescence, but a lyrical, almost ecstatic acceptance, which has inspired some of the most moving passages in Taoist literature. That we should question nature's right to make and unmake, that we should hanker after some role that nature did not intend us to play is not merely futile, not merely damaging to that tranquility of the spirit which is the essence of Taoism, but involves, in view of our utter helplessness, a sort of fatuity at once comic and disgraceful. In the main, then, it can be said that Confucius and the Taoists agree in centering the seat of the world-shaping power in man himself. They differed, however, as to its depth and the manner by which it might be awakened. The Taoist honored introverted meditation as the method, sitting with the blank mind, returning to the state of the uncarved block, where it would be found to lie deeper than the named, the formed, the honored, and the rejected, operating through antimonies. Wu Wei, non-assertion, non-forcing, was their shibboleth, and the way of paradox, Fan Yen, their teaching. To remain whole, be twisted. To become straight, let yourself be bent. To become full, be hollow. Be tattered, that you may be renewed. Those that have little may get more. Those that have much are but perplexed. Therefore the sage clasps the primal unity, testing by it everything under heaven. He does not show himself, therefore he is seen everywhere. He does not define himself, therefore he is distinct. He does not boast of what he will do, therefore he succeeds. He is not proud of his work, and therefore it endures. He does not contend, and for that very reason no one under heaven can contend with him. So then we see that the ancient saying, to remain whole be twisted, was no idle word, for true wholeness can be achieved only by return. Confucius, on the other hand, had taught the extroverted way of sincere, respectful attention to the arts of music, poetry, ritual lore, and decorum as the awakeners of that sentiment of kindness, gentleness, or goodness, Jin, which was acquired through and endowed with grace, man's intercourse with men, whereas both of these and their trust of nature, whether in its cosmic or in its inner human seat, stood diametrically apart from both Mo-tzu and the so-called legalists or realists of the way of thought represented in the book of the Lord Shang, for both of whom the only effective power was main force, and the goods to be desired were food, shelter, and world rule. The Taoist maxim, cling to the unity, was in these divested of its metaphysical sense and turned into a political maxim, and the principle of the uncarved block became that of the block carved square by the sword. Qin Dynasty, 221 to 207 BC. Nowhere had the Confucian doctrine of morality and kindness been so generally accepted as in the small state of Lu, yet in the year 249 BC, Lu was invaded and destroyed. By the year 318 BC, the unphilosophical state of Qin, still practicing human sacrifice, had defeated a confederation of neighbors. In 312, the kingdom of Chu in the Taoist southeast was decisively defeated. In 292, Han and Wei collapsed, and in 260, Chao. By 256 BC, the holdings of the Chao dynasty were entirely surrounded. In the year 246 BC, King Qing assumed the Qin throne, and in 230 annexed Han. In 228, Chao. In 226, Qi. In 225, Wei. In 222, Chu. In 221, he assumed the title Qin Shi Huang Ti as the first emperor of China. Immediately commenced the building of the Great Wall to protect the empire from further inroads of barbarians such as himself, and in 213 issued his edict for the burning of the books. Death was to be the doom of scholars discovered assembling for the reading or discussion of the classics. Those found to possess copies 30 days following announcement of the ban were to be branded and sent to labor 4 years on the Great Wall. Hundreds were buried alive. In 210, however, Shi Huangti died, and in 207 the dynasty collapsed. His career stands in contrast to that of his contemporary Asoka. In 206, the capital was sacked, and the fires burned for 3 months among the palaces, and what books the commissars of Shi Huangti had missed, the god Chujung of fire destroyed. Han Dynasty, 202 BC to AD 220. The old Silk Road to Hellenist Bactria, Buddhist India, Zoroastrian Parthia, and Rome was opened by the year 100 BC, and from this time onward the flow back and forth of currents of ideas between the 4 domains of Europe, the Levant, India, and the Far East, continually increasing in force, led to the development throughout the Eurasian landmass of a shared vocabulary of myth, applied, however, in each domain to a style of thought and feeling sui generis, which could be neither communicated nor effaced. The circumstance was analogous to that of our contemporary scene, where institutions, words, and ideals developed in the West have been diffused to Africa and Asia, where, in the fields of force of alien traditions, they are being applied to political practices, modes of feeling, and social goals that are, in many cases, precisely the opposite to, and in others altogether unassociated with, those to which the terms and instruments originally pertained. So likewise in the period of Rome, Parthian Persia, Kaniska's India, and Han China, a cross-cultural index of mythological motifs would show a common treasury of basic themes. Yet in style, sentiment, and argument, the 4 domains held then, as they are holding now, to native patterns that apparently are to remain. One is reminded of the Sartre play No Exit, A Room in Hell. The room is empty, a man is shown in by the bellboy, then a woman, next another woman, that is all. They are there forever, and the hell of it is that not one of them can change. The man requires sympathetic understanding. The older woman could have supplied it, but she is a lesbian who despises him and requires something of the younger, whose eyes are only for the man, whom she cannot possibly understand or release from his own self-absorption. At a later moment of the play, the door opens for a time, and they are free to escape from the hell that they are making for themselves. However, nothing can be seen outside but a void, and they are all so self-protective that not one dares step away into the unknown. The door shuts, and they are there, as we are here on this planet Earth. Europe, which now includes North America and Australia, the Levant, which is in the present view includes Russia, India, the Far East, and now South America and Africa, all have arrived. The room is full. All are wearing European dress, but what a variety of anthropologies within. No one has been able to put his finger on the point of origin of the mythological notion of the 5 elements, My own guess, based on the distribution pattern, would be that evidences must appear someday in the tablets of Sumer and Akkad. The earliest known Greek system is represented in the fragments remaining from Anaximander, circa 611 to 547 BC, who names fire, air, earth, water, and the non-limited. The dating of the Indian system has, of course, not been established, but the series appears in the Taittiriya Upanishad, circa 600 BC, question mark. From the self Atman, space arose, from space wind, from wind fire, from fire water, from water earth, and from the earth herbs, food. In the Sankhya system of Kapila, the five are linked to the five senses, respectively space or ether to hearing, wind or air to touch, fire to sight, water to taste, earth to smell. The Chinese corresponding system first appears in the period of Han scholarship and is characteristically different, yet affiliated. The earliest authentic evidence occurs in a chapter of the history classic Shu Qing called The Great Plan or Norm, Huang Fan, which is supposed to represent a communication of ancient lore to King Wu, founder of the Zhou dynasty, by the Grand Master Qi of the fallen court of Shang, who attributes it, of course, to the great Yu. As to the actual date of the Grand Norm, writes Dr. Feng Yulan, however, modern scholarship inclines to place it within the 4th or 3rd centuries BC. The five Chinese elements are water, fire, wood, metal, earth. The nature of water is to soak and descend, of fire to blaze and descend, of wood to be crooked and straight, of metal to yield and change, while that of earth is seen in seed growing and harvest. That which soaks and descends becomes salt, that which blazes and descends becomes bitter, that which is crooked and straight becomes sour, that which yields and changes becomes acrid, and from seed growing and harvest comes sweetness. The philosophers of the Han period made a great deal of this root system of five elements, building upon it a sort of pagoda of ideas, all associated by analogies of five, as, for example, elements: wood, fire, metal, water, earth; directions: east, south, west, north, center; seasons: spring, summer, fall, winter, all; colors: green, red, white, black, yellow; virtues: goodness, propriety, justice, good faith, wisdom; notes: Qiao, Qi, Sheng, Yu, Kung; gods: Ku Meng, Chu Yung, Zhu Shao, Suang Ming, Hao Tu; emperors: Tie Hao, Yen Ti, Xiao Hao, Chuan Su, Huang Ti. It is clear at this point that the creative period of Chinese mythic thought was past, and that the work now being done was neither of poets nor of priests, but of systematizing gentlemen, setting fragments of the past, broken jades, scattered jewels into patterns drawn by rule. Their principle of order was correlation by analogy. Their underlying theory was that things of the same category energize each other. As in India, so here there was no need to posit a creator behind manifestation. The view was organic. Within each thing in itself lay its life, its energizing Tao, and as it were by resonance mutual influences touched the functioning life principles of all things, so that throughout the universe a wondrous harmony played, of which the laws, like those of music, might be learned and experienced in quiet wonder. Moreover, those laws, played upon skillfully by the man of learning, whether administrator of an empire, fashioner of swords, poet, lover, master athlete, or builder of a house, could be so enlivened that the work intended would evolve, as it were, of itself, and in its form it would then of itself be an illustration of those laws, so that nature and the world of Chinese art, architecture, gardening, and government were in spirit one. The empire, shaped indeed by violence, now by learning, was to be ordered in such a way that all its lineaments should be attuned to the order of the Tao. Of old, the principles of this order had been found. Now, by formula, they could be applied. Thus, in the rich, majestic military empire of Han, which had been established in a flash when its founder, the warlord Liu Pang, having made a treaty with his chief contender, Seng Chi, by which his captured father and wife were to be returned to him, broke the treaty as soon as they were safely back, and by surprise attained the mastery. The diligence of many reverent hands functioning in accord in terms of a shared concept of accord was to bring to form a civilization of such accord that in spite of reigns of force and cold brutality of incredible inhumanity, it should stand as the unwobbling pivot of the universe, the middle kingdom for all time. As Dr. Karlgren states, it is a superb paragraph wherein the whole structure of this age comes to view. Once we have passed the crucial date of 200 BC, conditions are radically changed. The system of feudal kingdoms that had flourished for a millennium had entirely broken down. The barriers, both political and economical, between the various culture centers were abolished. New great highways connected the various parts of China with each other. The plebeian classes, farmers and merchants, obtained conditions of life quite different from those which prevailed during the feudal era. In short, the confederation of more or less independent small states was supplanted by a strong centralized empire, in which the nivellation set in at a rapid pace, obviating the provincial contrasts and destroying the local customs and beliefs. The ancestral temples of the feudal lords were no longer the ritual and cultural centers. The literati formed a social class independent of the patronage of feudal lords. The literature of the Chao era was seriously struck at by the famous burning of the books of 213 BC, and the traditions and cults of the feudal kingdoms were no longer a living reality, but a memory, beloved by a small class of scholars, but forgotten and despised by the men in power. Plebeian representatives sent out from the central imperial court in the capital. In 250 BC, the authors could still describe the cults they witnessed as living realities. In 100 BC, they had to tell the story of how things were before the cataclysm of 221 to 211. The cults of their own time were a conglomeration full of innovations, many of them newly instituted by imperial order. At the same time, the foreign influences multiplied. The knowledge of Western Asiatic things gained ground rapidly, but above all, the Chinese of Han time came into close contact and carried on an exchange of ideas and customs with the nomad peoples of the north and northwest, and of the cultures of the regions that now form southern China. The Chinese penetration and colonization of this region far south of the Yangtze, making great strides in the course of a couple of centuries. The lore of the Han era is thus a mixtum composition, far less homogeneous and less genuinely Chinese than the lore of the Chao era. Yet another great gulf gapes between the conditions of the early Han and those of the 2nd century AD. Not only had the first 3 centuries of Han rule revolutionized Chinese life and thought, there was also another important difference. In the first Han century, the students were still not very far remote in time from the feudal era. Their masters lived in the last phase of that epoch, and though the customs and cults were already badly shaken and certainly to a large extent abolished, the knowledge about them could still be kept alive to a certain extent in the circles of the early Han scholars. But a couple of centuries later, in the age of the great scholiasts Chen Chung, Fu Qian, Su Chen, Kia Kui, Ma Jung, Qing Xuan, Gao Yu, and many others, that knowledge was such as had passed through the chain of many generations. It was no longer based on recent memories, but the lore of ancient times. The 6 dynasties, AD 190/221 to 589. Buddhism centered China in the Han period, perhaps circa AD 67. However, its influence on the mythic thought and therewith civilization of the empire became great only in the period of disorder that followed the fall of the imperial house of Han. For nearly 400 years thereafter, war and devastation returned the land to the condition that has been for the greater part of its long history the Chinese reality of realities, and the serious quest for that deeper reality within, which had commenced in the period of the collapse of the feudal order, recommenced. It is interesting to note that every one of the 10 Chinese Buddhist sects listed by Professor Junjiro Takakusu in his volume on the Essentials of Buddhist Philosophy was founded in this time by those able men, as he writes, who translated and introduced the texts. We have already taken note of the pilgrimage to India of Fa Xian, AD 399 to 414, and have remarked that it was on the year of his return home that work commenced. We've already taken note of the pilgrimage to India of Fa Xian, AD 399 to 414, and have remarked that it was on the year of his return home that work commenced on the rock-cut Chinese Buddhist cave temples of Yunqing. But in the world of Taoist thought as well, there was a powerful enlivenment at this time. The hold of Confucianism on the minds of the literati had relaxed with the fall to ruin of the bureaucratic system of the ordered state, where advance and prestige had been achieved by way of learning in the classics. Examinations were no longer held, and a new term, the dark learning, Xuan Sui, came into use, suggesting the reference of all Taoist learning beyond the sphere of those names and forms to which the learning of Confucianism chiefly referred. There are four things, states a Taoist work of this age, the Lie Tzu, 3rd century A.D., that do not allow people to have peace. The first is long life, the second is reputation, the third is rank, and the fourth is riches. Those who have these things fear ghosts, fear men, fear power, and fear punishment. They are called fugitives. Their lives are controlled by externals. But those who follow their destiny do not desire long life. Those who are not fond of honor do not desire reputation. Those who do not want power desire no rank, and those who are not avaricious have no desire for riches. Of this sort of men it may be said that they live in accordance with their nature. They regulate their lives by internal things. One should live, declare these masters of the 3rd and 4th centuries A.D., according to a principle termed Tzu Chan, self-soness, spontaneity, the natural, not according to Ming Chiao, institutions and morals. What the ear likes to hear is music, and prohibition of the hearing of music is called obstruction to the ear. What the eye likes to see is beauty, and prohibition of the seeing of beauty is called obstruction to sight. What the nose likes to smell is perfume, and prohibition of the smelling of perfume is called obstruction to smell. What the mouth likes to talk about is right and wrong, and prohibition of the talking about right and wrong is called obstruction to understanding. What the body likes to enjoy is rich food and fine clothing, and prohibition of the enjoying of these is called obstruction of the sensations of the body. What the mind likes to be is free, and prohibition of this freedom is called obstruction to the nature. All these obstructions are the main causes of the vexations of life. To get rid of these causes and enjoy oneself until death, for a day, a month, a year, or 10 years, that is what I call cultivating life. To cling to these causes and be unable to rid oneself of them, so as thus to have a long but sad life, extending 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years, this is not what I call cultivating life. And now, as an example of the way this works, Wang Huiqi died circa AD 388, was living at Shanyin near present Hangzhou. One night he was awakened by a heavy snowfall. Opening the window, he saw a gleaming whiteness all about, and suddenly thought of his friend Tai Kuei. Immediately he took a boat and went to see Tai. It required the whole night for him to reach Tai's house, but when he was just about to knock at the door, he stopped and returned home. When asked the reason for this act, he replied, "I came on the impulse of my pleasure, and now it is ended, so I go back. Why should I see Tai?" The old roguism of these Taoist cronies is well brought out in the following anecdote of the sage Lu Ling, circa AD 221 to 300, who was one of a group known as the Seven Worthies of the Bamboo Grove. When he was in his room, Lu liked to be naked, and when he was criticized for this by a visitor, he said, "I take the whole universe as my house, and my own room as my clothing. Why then do you enter here into my trousers?" But there was another side of the Taoist way developing also at this time. Already in the late Han period, one of the aims of Taoist enterprise had become the miracle of transformation into Xian, that is to say, a mountain man, a mythological immortal. In other words, whereas in one direction, the one that philosophers like to write about, there was a wonderful lesson being learned in China at this time of living without aims, spontaneously on the motivation of Tao. In the other corner of the bamboo grove there would have been found someone at work fashioning pills of immortality of cinnabar. "Take 3 pounds of genuine cinnabar and 1 pound of white honey," wrote the great Taoist Ko Hung, circa AD 400. "Mix them, dry the mixture in the sun, then roast it over a fire until it can be shaped into pills. Take 10 pills the size of a hemp seed every morning. Inside a year, white hair will turn black. Decayed teeth will grow again, and the body will become sleek and glistening. If an old man takes this medicine for a long period of time, he will develop into a young man. The one who takes it constantly will enjoy eternal life and will not die. It is also dangerous for people who love life to rely on their own specialty, wrote this author again. Those who know the techniques of the classic of the mysterious lady and the classic of the plain lady, books of sexual regimen no longer extant, will say that only the art of the chamber will lead to salvation. Those who understand the method of breathing exercises will say that only the permeation of the vital power can prolong life. Those who know the method of stretching and bending will say that only physical exercise can prevent old age. And those who know the formulas of herbs will say that only medicine will make life unending. They fail in their pursuit of Tao because they are so one-sided. People of superficial knowledge think they have enough when they happen to know of only one way and do not realize that the true seeker will search unceasingly even after he has acquired some good formulas. Thus, as so often happens in the Orient, two diametrically opposed ends were encompassed in a single movement. On one hand, no desire for long life, and on the other, exactly that. Furthermore, at this time there was developing a system of organized religious Taoism, literally a church with a patriarch, the heavenly teacher. The initiator of this movement was a character, Cheng Ling, of the 2nd century A.D., who collected from his followers tithes of 5 bushels of rice so that his teaching was called the Tao of 5 bushels of rice. Wei Po Yang, at about the same time, A.D. 147 to 167, sought to synthesize Taoist philosophy, alchemy, and the Book of Changes in a work named The 3 Ways of the Yellow Emperor, Lao Tzu, and the Book of Changes, unified and harmonized in the latter, Tseng Tung Chi. And finally, Ko Hung, whose cinnabar recipe we have just read, combined with all this a touch of Confucian ethics and what would appear to be a potion of India as well. Since heaven and earth are the greatest of things, it is natural from the point of view of universal principles that they should have spiritual power. Having spiritual power, it is proper that they should reward good and punish evil. As we glance over the Taoist books of discipline, all are unanimous in saying that those who seek immortality must set their minds on the accumulation of merits and the accomplishment of good work. Their hearts must be kind to all things. They must treat each other as they treat themselves and extend their humanness, even to insects. If, on the other hand, they hate good and love evil, the arbiter of human destiny will reduce their terms of life by units of 3 days or 300 days in proportion to the gravity of the evil. When all days are reduced, they will die. Those who aspire to be terrestrial immortals should accomplish 300 good deeds, and those who aspire to be celestial immortals should accomplish 1,200. If the 1199th good deed is followed by an evil one, they will lose all their accumulation and have to start all over. It does not matter whether the good deeds are great or the evil deed is small. Even if they do no evil but talk about their good deeds and demand reward for their charities, they will nullify the goodness of these deeds, although the other good deeds are not affected. And the book further says, if good deeds are not sufficiently accumulated, taking the elixir of immortality will be no help. As a religion of the masses, writes Professor Wing Tsit Chan in discussion of these beliefs, Taoism has one of the most thickly populated pantheons in the world, with deities representing natural objects, historical persons, the several professions, ideas, and even the whole and parts of the human body. It has a host of immortals and spirits and a rich reservoir of superstitions, including an extensive system of divination, fortune-telling, astrology, etc. It developed an elaborate system of alchemy in its search for longevity, which contributed much to material culture and scientific development in medieval China. It imitated Buddhism in a wholesale manner in such things as temples and images, a hierarchy of priests, monasticism, and heavens and hells. It has often been associated with eclectic sects and secret societies, and so has been an important element in a number of popular uprisings. Today, religious Taoism is rapidly declining and in the eyes of many is virtually defunct. However, its concentration on a good life on earth, its respect for both bodily and spiritual health, its doctrine of harmony with nature, its emphasis on simplicity, naturalness, peace of mind, and freedom of the spirit have continued to inspire Chinese art and enlighten Chinese thought and conduct. Even if unable to maintain its existence as an organized cult, it has enriched Chinese festivals with the romantic, carefree, and gay carnival spirit of its cult of immortals, and through its art symbols, ceremonies, and folklore has given to Chinese life a special color and charm. Thus, even before the Buddhist way had found solid footing on Chinese soil, a rival, somewhat in the manner of a parody of its own forms, had arisen to oppose its alien middle way. Cao Qian-chi died AD 432, regulated the codes and ceremonies of the cult, fixed the names of its duties, and formulated its theology. Taoism, through its influence, was made the state religion AD 440, and Buddhism was for a time suppressed. And yet again it was to be from the other side of the Taoist bamboo grove that the very vocabulary of Chinese Buddhism was derived, so that in a subtle way the teaching of the Buddha, who was known in Sanskrit as Tathagata, the one thus come, became in Chinese Tzu-jan, spontaneity itself, and the Buddha way, the middle way, was understood to be precisely Tao. 5. The Age of the Great Beliefs, circa AD 500 to 1500. A systematic survey of the proliferation of schools within the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian folds cannot be added to our present task, which is to indicate and outline the chief currents and epochs of development in the mythological heritage of mankind. However, the question of the impact of sentiments and ideas carried from one domain to another, which is basic to our study, is so well illustrated by the annals of the settlement of Buddhism in China that a pause at this point is in order. We have already had something to say of the pattern of intercultural impact and reaction in the India of this time, the influence on the Gupta courts of the contribution from Rome, the release therewith of native Indian energies already pressing for development, and the absorption by these of the alien suggestion. Also, the invention thereby of a mythic past wherein the actual source history was screened and the alien influence denied. In China, at about the same time, a comparable development was taking place with reference to the Indian Buddhist contribution. We have made note of the following dates: Theodosius I, AD 379 to 395, Chandragupta II, AD 378 to 414, and the voyage to India of Fa Xian, AD 399 to 414. This period in China was one of tremendous stress. Between 304 and 535, states Professor Needham, no less than 17 dynasties contended with each other in the north. Of these 4 were Hunish, 4 Turkic, Thopa, 6 Mongol, Xianpi, and only 3 ruled by houses of Chinese stock. Nevertheless, throughout this time the barbarians were Sinified much more than the northern Chinese were barbarized. Nomadic dress was doubtless widely adopted, but in general the Chinese agriculture and administration continued, and barbarian customs were adapted to it. Intermarriage was universal and encouraged, and even the polysyllabic names of the barbarian chieftains were exchanged for Chinese ones. And in the same way, the alien religion of the Buddha, which had now been established on Chinese soil for about 5 centuries, brought forth as native growths 2 completely Chinese phenomena. On the one hand, the popular Taoist parody above remarked, where the cruder folk aspect of the Buddhist system was re-rendered, so to say, in Chinese, and on the other hand, on a far more elevated plane, the Far Eastern Buddhist sect known as Ch'an or Ch'anan, Japanese Zen from the Sanskrit term dhyana, to contemplate, where what are clearly Taoist thought and feeling were translated into imported Buddhist terms. The origin of this interesting sect is attributed to the visit to China of a certain, probably legendary Indian monk who is supposed to have been the 28th patriarch of the Orthodox Buddhist order. The 28 are named as follows: 1. Gautama Sakyamuni, 2. Mahakasyapa, 3. Ananda, 4. Sanavasa, 5. Upagupta, 6. Durtaka, 7. Mikaka, 8. Buddhanandi, 9. Buddhamitra, 10. Bhiksu Parsva, 11. Punya Yasas, 12. Asvagosha, 13. Bhiksu Kapimala, 14. Nagarjuna, 15. Kanadiva, 16. Arya Rahulata, 17. Sanghanandi, 18. Sanghayasas, 19. Kumarata, 20. Sayata, 21. Vasubandhu, 22. Manorhita, 23. Haklena Yasas, 24. Bhiksu Sima, 25. Vasya Sita, 26. Punya Mitra, 27. Praj Natara, 28. Budhid Harma. The legend states that when he arrived in the year AD 520, Bodhidharma himself, the son of a king, was invited by the Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty to an audience in Nanking. Wu Ti. Since my enthronement, I have built many monasteries. I have had many holy writings copied. I have invested numerous monks and nuns. How much merit have I gained? Bodhidharma. None. Wu Ti. Why so? Wu Ti. Since my enthronement, I have built many monasteries. I have had many holy writings copied. I have invested numerous monks and nuns. How much merit have I gained? Bodhidharma. None. Wu Ti. Why so? Bodhidharma. Those are inferior deeds. They may conduce to favorable births in the heavens or on earth, but are of the world and follow their objects like shadows. They may seem to exist, but are non-entities, whereas the true deed of merit is of pure wisdom, perfect and mysterious in its nature, beyond the grasp of man's intelligence, and not to be sought by way of material acts. Wu Ti. What then is the noble truth in its highest sense? Bodhidharma. It is empty. There is nothing noble about it. Wu Ti. And who is this monk now facing me? Bodhidharma. I do not know. The pivot of the universe having missed the point, the saint crossed the Yangtze to the capital Luoyang of the state of Wei, proceeded to the Shaolin temple, and there sat for 9 years facing a wall. A Confucian scholar, Hui Ke, approached him, asked for instruction, and receiving no reply, stood for days without effect. Snow fell. It rose to his knees. He cut off his arm with his sword to show that he was serious, and Bodhidharma turned. Hui Ke. I seek instruction in the doctrine of the Buddhas. Bodhidharma. This cannot be found through another. Hui Ke. I beg you then to pacify my soul. Bodhidharma. Produce it, and I shall do so. Hui Ke. I have sought for it many years, but when I look for it, I cannot find it. Bodhidharma. So there, it is at peace. Hui Ke, thus taught, became the second patriarch of the order in the Far East, and when the first was about to leave, the disciples gathered. Bodhidharma. The time has come for me to leave. Let me judge of your attainments. Tai Fu. Truth is beyond yes and no, thus it moves. Bodhidharma. You have my skin. The nun Sung Chi. It is like Ananda's view of the Buddha realm of Akshobhya. Seen once, it is never seen again. Bodhidharma. You have my flesh. Dao Yu. The 4 elements are void. The 5 constituents of form, sensation, conception, cogitation, and consciousness also are void. There is nothing to be grasped as real. Bodhidharma. You have my bones. But Hui Ke, bowing to the master, remained standing without a word. Bodhidharma. You have my marrow. The Buddha himself is supposed to have been the first to have taught in this enigmatic manner in a mythic scene on the mythic Vulture Peak. The god Brahma came to where he sat and, presenting a kumbhala flower, begged that the law should be taught to all there assembled, and the Buddha, ascending the lion's seat, lifted the flower, whereupon only Mahakasyapa smiled with joy. Mahakasyapa, said the Buddha, to you the doctrine of the eye of the true law is herewith entrusted. Accept and pass it on. The nature of the message thus passed by way of the silent chain of the patriarchs to the present day is summarized as follows. Special teaching outside of scriptures, not based on words and letters, direct pointing to the heart of man, seeing one's own nature, reaching Buddhahood. And what became of Bodhidharma when he walked away from his wall? Nobody knows. Sui dynasty, AD 581 to 618. The long period of Chinese political disunity was terminated by the brief but fearfully effective Sui dynasty, AD 581 to 618, whose second and last emperor, Yang Ti, is particularly celebrated for his completion of a canal uniting the Yellow River and Yangtze. He ruled, states a writer of the Ming period, without benevolence. Some 5,500,000 workers, states Professor Needham, including all commoners in certain areas between the ages of 15 and 50, assembled and worked under the guard of 50,000 police. Every fifth family was required to contribute one person to participate in the supply and preparation of food. Those who could not or would not fulfill the demands made on them were punished by flogging and neck weights. Some had to sell their children. Over 2 million men were said to have been lost. The great Chinese machine of 1,000,000 men with teaspoons did its work, and the leap forward was achieved. The emperor was captured in battle with a Turkic force, however, and the dynasty collapsed. Nevertheless, just as the barbarities of Qin had been followed by the civilization of Han, so was Sui by Tang, which, as Needham writes, most historians, both Chinese and Western, have regarded as China's golden age. Tang dynasty, AD 618 to 906. The first part of this richly cosmopolitan period saw the flowering, but the second part the shattering of the Buddhist order in China. Chan, the sect of silence, held the lead in the work of Sinicizing doctrine. However, in the years 841 to 845, a Confucian Taoist reaction brought about the leveling of more than 4,600 monasteries, secularization of more than 260,000 monks and nuns, abolition of some 40,000 temples and shrines, confiscation of 1 million acres of fertile Buddhist lands, and manumission of 150,000 monastery and temple slaves. It had been in the peaceful mountain monastery of the Yellow Plum that the greatest of the Chan Buddhist teachers, Hui Neng, who became the sixth and last patriarch of his sect, had achieved the realization that represents to this day the culminating synthesis of Indian spirituality and Chinese. The line of Far Eastern patriarchs through time is supposed to have been as follows: 1. Bodhidharma, AD 520, 2. Huike A, 486 to 593, 3. Seng San, died 606, 4. Tao Xin, 580 to 651, 5. Hung Jin, 601 to 674, 6. Hui Ning, 638 to 713. Hui Ning hailed from Xin Chao in the south. His father had died when he was young. He had supported his mother by selling wood, and he was standing one day before the door of a house. He heard a man within reciting the Diamond Sutra. Said the Buddha, "O Subhuti, what do you think? Is the Tathagata to be thought of as a body form?" "No, indeed, world-honored one, he is not to be thought of as a body form. And why? Because according to his own teaching, a body form is not a body form." Said the Buddha to Subhuti, "All that has form is illusory, and when it is perceived that all form is no form, the Tathagata is recognized." The young woodseller Hui Neng got the idea, departed from his mother, walked for about a month, and when he reached the monastery of the Yellow Plum, the patriarch Hung Jin, who was there at the head of some 500 monks, received him. Hung Jin: "Where do you come from, and what do you want?" Hui Neng: "I am a farmer from Xin Chao, and I want to be a Buddha." Hung Jin: "Southerners have no Buddha nature." Hui Neng: "Well, there may indeed be Southerners and Northerners, but as far as Buddha nature goes, how can you find it in distinctions of that kind?" The patriarch, pleased, sent him to the kitchen to become the rice pounder of the brotherhood, and when he had been there about 8 months, the time came for the old patriarch to pass on the symbolic begging bowl and robe to a successor. The monks in competition were to summarize their concepts of the law in verse on the wall of the meditation hall, and the one who wrote the best poem proved to be, as all had expected, a certain learned student of the law, Shen Sui, died AD 706, as follows: "This body is the Bodhi tree, the mind a mirror bright. Take care to wipe them always clean. lest dust on them alight. However, the kitchen boy, a mere illiterate layman, had the verse read to him by a friend that night and bade him write the following beside it. There never was a Bodhi tree, nor any mirror bright, since nothing at the root exists, on what should what dust alight. Discovered by the monks in the morning, this anonymous challenge set the monastery astir, and the patriarch, in a great show of wrath, took his slipper and erased it. But the next night he summoned the kitchen boy to his room, bestowed on him the begging bowl and robe, and in secret sent him off to hide till the time should be ripe for him to appear. And there would be from that time no more handing on of bowl and robe, for with the insight of this layman the function of the monastic life had been surpassed. The news of Huineng's flight came out, and when he was overtaken at a mountain pass, he lay the robe on a rock and said to Ming, one of those who had arrived, "Here is the symbol of our faith. It is not to be gained by force. Take it if you wish." But when the other sought to lift it, he found it heavy as a mountain. He fell on his face. "I come," he said, "for the faith, not for the robe." And the sixth patriarch said to him, "If the faith is what you want, give up desiring. Do not think of good or evil. Find your own original face, right now, the face that was yours before you were born." Ming said, "Besides the hidden meaning of these words, is there any further secret to be known?" The sixth patriarch replied, "In what I have said there is no hidden sense. Look within, find your own true face. That was antecedent to the world. The only secret is inside yourself." But is not this the lesson of the Taoist school? In the Tao Te Ching we have read of the uncarved block. The knower of the Tao returns to the limitless, returns to the state of the uncarved block. The Tao is eternal but has no name. The uncarved block, though seemingly of small account, is greater than anything under heaven. Once the block is carved, there will be names. For Tao is itself the always so, the fixed, the unconditioned, that which is of itself, and for no cause so, writes Mr. Whaley. In the individual it is the uncarved block, the consciousness on which no impression has been notched. In the universe it is the primal unity underlying apparent multiplicity. Nearest then to Tao is the infant, Mencius, in whose system conscience, sensitiveness to right and wrong, replaces the notion of Tao, says that the morally great man is one who has kept through later years his infant heart. The idea is one that pervades the literature of the 3rd century BC. And by the 8th century A.D. it had coalesced with the gospel of nirvana, for the double negative expressed in the Buddha's realization that there is in the absolute sense neither an object nor a subject with which to be identified amounted, as we have seen, to an unqualified positive, a killing of all thou shalts, a killing of the dragon of the golden scales, and therewith a release of the child, the wheel rolling of itself, the Buddha nature, Tathagata, just so-ness, see pages 262 to 72. Likewise, in the teaching of the Tao, we have heard that when the arbitrary obstructions imposed by desirous thought are removed, the self-so, tsu-jan, becomes manifest, and these two, Tathagata and tsu-jan, now were known as one. Self-so-ness, however, is not always gentle, or when rough, merely whimsical or roguish, as in the lives and illustrations of the sages of the self-realized Tao. In the year AD 840, when the imperial throne of China became vacant on the death of the Emperor Wang Tsung, for he had previously, in fear of a plot, murdered his son, the crown prince, one of the most powerful eunuchs of the court, the mighty Chu Shi Liang, commissioner of good works for the streets of the left, aided the deceased monarch's brother Wu Tsung in the gaining of the throne, and when the latter had been thereby endowed with the mandate of heaven, he immediately slew, according to report, over 4,000 persons in the capital who had been favored in the time of the preceding emperor. The following year he began to show himself inclined to support the Taoist clergy against the Buddhist, and in the year 842 his enterprise commenced in earnest to extinguish on his sacred soil the alien light. An edict was issued commanding the Buddhist monasteries both to receive no more novices and to dismiss those of their monks and nuns not already registered with the government. A second edict the same year ordered all monks and nuns of questionable habit to return immediately to lay life, and those with money, grains, or fields to surrender these to the state. Monasteries in the capital were to keep their gates shut and their monks and nuns within. Furthermore, a monk might retain but one male and a nun but 3 female slaves. All others were to be returned to their homes, or if they had none, were to be sold to the state. In the year 843, a still more disturbing edict commanded the burning of the Buddhist scriptures in the palace and burial of the images of the Buddha, bodhisattvas, and heavenly kings of the 4 quarters who had given the Buddha his 4-fold begging bowl. Fires broke out thereafter in various quarters of the city, and it was evident that a season of terror had begun. Now by chance there had come to China at this time a Buddhist monk, Inen, from Japan, whose diary, as Dr. Edwin O. Reischauer in its translator states, leaves no doubt of the all-pervasiveness of Buddhism in his day. Rich and intellectually vigorous communities of monks, Reischauer writes, were to be found throughout the cities and mountain fastnesses of the land. Urban crowds thronged Buddhist festivals, laymen listened eagerly to religious lectures and services, monks and lay believers alike trod the rocky pilgrim trails. There had been earlier periods when the government had given Buddhism more vigorous support, and the Indian religion may have achieved its greatest popular appeal a few centuries later, but Inen saw China at the moment when the already widespread faith of the masses and the still strong intellectual belief of the ruling classes perhaps combined to bring Buddhism to its apogee in China. Inen was a member of the Japanese Tendai, Chinese Tiantai sect, which is named after a mountain in South China where the founder, Chi Kai, 531 to 597, had lived and taught, but his pilgrimage brought him to many other centers as well, and of all the greatest was at Mount Wu Tai in the far northeast of what is now the province Shanxi, where the Bodhisattva Manjusri was revered. Of old he had appeared, Inen was told, in the guise of monk before the emperor, and when he had asked for and been granted as much land as a sitmat would cover, he spread a mat that covered 500 li, about 160 miles. Maliciously the emperor scattered the seed of leeks over the area, but the monk replied with a scattering of orchid-like seeds that deprived the leeks of their smell, and in Enen's day one could see over all the terraces both orchid-like flowers and leeks without smell. 500 poisonous dragons dwelt in the mountains round about, and these caused such a weather of clouds that, as Enen wrote, the traveler never saw a long stretch of clearness. But those dragons were not dangerous to man, for they were the subjects of a dragon king who had been converted by Manjusri to the Buddhist faith. And again, of old, as the pilgrim learned, there came to this land a monk of India, Buddhapala by name, attracted by its fame, who was met on the approaches by an old man who sent him back to India to fetch a certain esoteric text. And when he returned, the old man, who was Manjusri himself, led him to a grotto and bade him enter, which he did. The grotto closed, and he has been there ever since. The rock wall, wrote the visiting Japanese, is hard and has a yellow tinge, and there is a high tower against the face of the cliff where the mouth of the grotto would be. The grotto mouth is at the base of the tower, but no one can see it. Within, as he was told and believed, there were, besides the Indian monk Buddhapala, 3,000 kinds of musical instruments made of 7 precious sorts of metal by a single saint, as well as a bell that would hold 120 bushels, and all who heard it toll obtained the 4 fruits of the first zone of enlightenment, also a silver harp having 84,000 notes, each of which cured one of the worldly passions. Furthermore, a treasured pagoda of 1,300 stories, besides golden writing on silver paper of China and a billion forms of paper of the 4 continents. When one enters this region of His Holiness Manjushri wrote, the pilgrim on his journal, if one sees a very lowly man, one does not dare to feel contemptuous, and if one meets a donkey, one wonders if it might be a manifestation of Manjushri. Everything before one's eyes raises thoughts of the manifestations of Manjushri. And so, in the way of popular worship, the Buddha wisdom was taught that all things are Buddha things. However, at the court, meanwhile, there was brewing a veritable storm. A revolt of the regional commander of the army at Lu Chao in southeastern Shanxi had made it necessary to send troops to that area, but the commander himself had escaped and was said to have disguised himself as a monk. 300 monks were therefore seized and executed, and the man's wife and children beheaded. An imperial edict was issued to say that whereas festivals had been held at Wu Tai's and elsewhere celebrating various Buddha relics, no more pilgrimages to such sites were to be permitted. Anyone presenting offerings was to receive 20 strokes of the cane on his back. A monk or nun found at such a place was to receive 20 strokes of the cane on his back. The monks at those places were to be questioned, and those lacking credentials executed on the spot, for it was feared that the fugitive commander of Lu Chao might be in hiding. The crazily fantasizing emperor, far more solicitous for the safety of his own holy person than for anything else in the universe of which he was the sole support, summoned 81 Taoist priests and had built a ritual place of the 9 heavens on the palace grounds. 80 benches, Enan wrote, were piled up high and covered with elegantly colored drapes, and throughout the day and night ceremonies were held and sacrifices made to the heavenly deities. But since the place of ritual was not in a building and the ceremonies were performed in an open court, when it was clear the sun burned down on the priests, and when it rained they were drenched, so that many of the 81 men fell sick. The army in battle with the Lu Chao rebels, meanwhile, was not having much success, and when the emperor importuned its officers for results, they began seizing the farmers and herdsmen of the region, sending them back to the capital as captured rebels. The emperor, Enan tells, bestowed ceremonial swords, and right in the streets the prisoners were cut into 3 pieces. The troops surrounded and slaughtered them. In this way they kept sending prisoners, and there was no end of troops. The slaughtered corpses constantly littered the roads, while their blood flowed and soaked the ground, turning it into mud. Spectators filled the roads, and the emperor from time to time came to see, and there was a great profusion of banners and spears. The legionnaires, each time they killed a man, cut out his eyes and flesh and ate them, and the people of the wards all said that this year the people of Chang'an were eating human beings. Enan writes, another imperial edict was issued ordering that throughout the land the mountain monasteries, the common Buddha halls, and the fasting halls at the public wells and in the villages which were less than a certain size and not officially registered were to be destroyed, and their monks and nuns all forced to return to lay life. In the wards within the city of Chang'an there are more than 300 Buddha halls. Their Buddhist images, scripture towers, and so forth are as magnificent as those described in the law, and all are the work of famous artisans. A single Buddha hall or cloister here rivals a great monastery in the provinces, but in accordance with the edict they are being destroyed. Another imperial edict called upon the university for sons of the state, the scholars, those who had achieved the status of accomplished literati of the land, and those of learning to take up Taoism, but so far not a single person has done so. Beginning this year, the date is AD 844, each time there was little rain, the commissioners of good works, on imperial command, notified the various Buddhist and Taoist monasteries to read scriptures and pray for rain. But when in response it rained, the Taoist priests alone received rewards, and the Buddhist monks and nuns were left forlorn with nothing. The people of the city laughingly said that when they pray for rain they bother the Buddhist monks, but when they make rewards they give them only to the Taoist priests. The emperor went to a Taoist convent where there was an extremely pretty Taoist priestess whom he summoned to his presence. He bestowed on her 1,000 bolts of silk and ordered the convent reconstructed to connect with the palace. Then he went to a Taoist monastery and, presenting another 1,000 bolts, had installed there a figure of himself in bronze. It is indeed true, as Dr. Suzuki has told us, there is something divine in being spontaneous and being not at all hampered by human conventionalities and their artificial, sophisticated hypocrisies. There is something direct and fresh in this not being restrained by anything human, which suggests a divine freedom and creativity. During the 8th moon, the pilgrim Enan wrote, in this fateful year 844, the Empress Dowager died. Because she was religious and believed in Buddhism, each time the monks and nuns were regulated, she admonished the emperor. The emperor killed her by giving her poisoned wine. The empress of the Yang Hall of the Cao family and the emperor's half-mother and very beautiful. The emperor ordered her to be his consort, but the empress dowager refused. The emperor drew his bow and shot her. The arrow penetrated her bosom and she died. The great eunuch Chu Shi Liang had now passed away, and his adopted son, one day, when drunk, was heard to say, "Although the emperor is so revered and noble, it was my father who set him up." Wu Tsung struck him dead on the spot, and an edict ordered that his wife and womenfolk should be seized, sent into exile, and, with hair shaved off, made to guard the imperial tombs. The palace officers were ordered to take over the wealth of the family. Elephant tusks filled the rooms. Jewels, gold, and silver completely filled the storehouses, and the cash, silk, and goods were beyond count. The failure of the Great Orient to evolve any order, either of social institutions or of expressly human ethical values by which the divine nature of a despot could be controlled, or even judged and criticized, is cruelly manifest in such a time as that of the reign of the maniac Wu Tsung. The magical notion that benevolence, compassion, etc., work of themselves upon the universe left the entire East about where Egypt stood in the period of the Narmer palette, circa 3000 BC. Beyond good and evil, the pieties of the mystics were of small use on the sheerly socio-political plane. When applied, they only served either to support with mythological or to condemn with ascetic platitudes anything and everything taking place, either as divine or as merely material, according to whether a positive or a negative mode of verbalization was employed. All is Buddhahood, all is Brahman, all is illusion, all is of the mind. Nor did the various and numerous political philosophies of Confucian type effect any fundamental change. It is ironic that in the period of Wu Tsung himself there was an important revival of Confucianism, with a lot of fine writings about nature, Xing, the feelings, Qing, and the sage, Sheng. Self-cultivation, self-exertion, and the influence of virtue on the universe. For example, in the works of the Neo-Confucian masters Han Yu, 768 to 824, and Li Ao, died 844. Whereas on the coarse plane of dreadful fact, the well-being not indeed of the universe, but at least of the Chinese, hung finally on the disposition of the current monarch and the presence or absence in or near his palace of some military force by which he might be deposed. The archaic mythological celebration of his power as derived from and representing heaven's mandate served only to make his human will the more inhuman. He was great, and that was that. He was an active God, beyond the law and yet the source, support, and very being of the law, who by his mere word brought to pass whatever came to pass. The learned clergy of the Taoist Church, that year of their victory, 844, in the ninth moon, issued to the palace the following Summa Contra Gentiles and pontifical request. The Buddha was born among the Western barbarians and taught non-birth. Non-birth is simply death. He converted men to nirvana, but nirvana is death. He talked much of impermanence, pain, and emptiness, which are particularly weird doctrines. He did not understand the principles of spontaneity and immortality. Lao Tzu, the supreme we hear, was born in China. In the Sung Pyung Tialo, heaven, he roamed about and spontaneously and naturally became transformed. He concocted an elixir, and taking it attained immortality and became one of the realm of spirits and produced great benefit without limit. We ask that a terrace of the immortals be erected in the palace where we may purify our bodies and mount to the heavenly mists and roam about the 9 heavens, and with blessings for the masses and long life for the emperor, long preserve the pleasures of immortality. And so it was that the final mad marvel of this year of Chinese metamorphosis came to pass. In the 10th moon, as Enon tells the tale, the emperor ordered the 2 armies to build in the palace a terrace of the immortals 150 feet high. Each day he had 3,000 legionnaires transport each to build it. The general supervisors held sticks and oversaw the work. When the emperor went to inspect it, he asked the great officials of the palace who the men holding sticks were. Told, he said, "We do not want you to hold sticks and manage. You yourselves should be carrying earth," and he had them transport earth. Later the emperor went again to the place where the terrace was being built and himself drew a bow and for no reason shot one of the general supervisors. which was a most unprincipled act. The terrace of the immortals is 150 feet high. The area on top is level and big enough for the foundation of a 7-bay building, and on top rises a 5-peaked tower. People inside and outside the grounds can see it from afar, soaring like a solitary peak. They have brought boulders from the Chungnan Mountains and have made mountain cliffs on the 4 sides with grottos and rocky paths. It is arranged most beautifully, and pines, arbor vitae, and rare trees have been planted on it. The emperor was overjoyed with it, and there was an imperial edict ordering 7 Taoist priests to concoct an elixir and seek immortality on the terrace. The emperor mounted twice to the top of the terrace. The first time he wished to see a man pushed off, and when the individual ordered to give the shove demurred, he received 20 strokes of the cane on his back. The second time, wondering about the Taoist priests, he said, "Twice we have mounted the terrace, but not a single one of you, our lords, has as yet mounted to immortality. What does this mean?" To which the witty Taoist priests replied, "Because Buddhism exists alongside of Taoism in the land. Li, sorrow, and Chi, breath, are in excess, blocking the way of the immortal. Therefore it is impossible to mount to immortality." The emperor therefore announced, "The pit from which they took the earth for the terrace is very deep and makes people afraid and uneasy. We wish that it could be filled up. On a day for sacrifice to the terrace, you should falsely state that a mager feast is being held to pay reverence to the terrace. Gather all the monks and nuns of the 2 halves of the city, cut off their heads, and fill the pit with them." A counselor said, however, "The monks and nuns basically are ordinary people of the state, and if they are returned to lay life and each makes his own living, it will benefit the land. I submit that you need not drive them to extinction. I ask that you order the offices concerned to force them all to return to lay life and to send them back to their places of origin to perform the local corvée." The emperor nodded his head, and after quite a while he murmured, "As you say." Wrote the Japanese Inin, "When the monks and nuns of the various monasteries heard about this, their spirits lost confidence, and they did not know where to turn." The cruel farce went on until, after numerous difficulties, Inin left for home, and one of those seeing him off on his ship said to him, "Buddhism no longer exists in this land, but Buddhism flows toward the east, so it has been said since ancient times. I hope that you will do your best to reach your homeland and propagate Buddhism there. Your disciple has been very fortunate to have seen you many times. Today we part, and in this life we are not likely to meet again. When you have attained Buddhahood, I hope you will not abandon your disciple." And it is said that the emperor shortly after died from an overdose of immortality pills. Sung Dynasty, AD 960 to 1279. Buddhism in China never recovered from the blows of 841 to 845. It survived along with popular Taoism, largely on the level of a crude folk religion, no longer developing, only serving in its own way the perennial needs of family and community life, providing colorful ceremonies for occasions of birth, marriage, and death, symbolic games to mark the passage and particular qualities of the seasons, solace for those sad and weary, mythic goals beyond for those with none here, archaic answers to undeveloped questions about the mysteries of being, a literature of marvel and supernatural backing for parental and governmental authority. Specifically, the Chinese rendition of these services derives from the background of the Bronze Age, and in that sense can be said indeed to represent in the modern world, along with India, a past of 5,000 years. The basic level is that of the toiling, beautiful, lower people of the patient earth. However, in contrast to the peasantry of India and of much of Europe, the Chinese were not in the deep past people of the soil. They were nomads of a race developed apparently in the northernmost habitable Arctic, who came south after the glacial age and displaced whatever people had preceded them. In their cults we find an interesting, characteristic combination of Neolithic fertility elements, reverence for ancestors, etc., with an emphatically shamanistic factor. The phenomenon of possession is conspicuous throughout the Mongoloid terrain, both in private and in public cult. It serves to supplement divination as a means of learning and even influencing the will of the unseen. It supplements also the family cult of devotion to the ancestors, which is under the charge fundamentally not of a shaman but of the pater familias. In Chinese thought, the idea of the ancestors is on the one hand linked to the noble terms Ti, Sheng Ti, and Tian, which have been generally translated God, but on the other to such terms as Shen, spirits, and Kui, ghosts. The sphere of the shaman is properly the latter. The sphere of the paterfamilias centers about the family cult of his own ancestral line, and the sphere of the imperial cult is a development of the familial with accretions from the shamanistic, the ancestral line of the emperor, the son of heaven, having been identified practically with the deified being Ti above, Sheng Ti. In relation to the cult of birth and death, two soul-like principles are recognized. The first, Po, written with the character for white and that for demon, i.e. white ghost, is produced at the time of conception. The second, Hun, written with the character for clouds and that for demon, i.e. cloud demon, is joined to the Po at the moment of birth, when the light world is entered from the dark. The Po in later thought was identified with the yin, the Hun with the yang. At death, the Po remains in the tomb with the corpse for 3 years, compare Egyptian Ba, and then descends to the Yellow Springs, or if not set at rest, it may return as a Kui, a ghost. On the other hand, the Hun, which partakes of the principle of light, ascends to heaven, becoming a Shen, a spirit. It is now believed that the two terms, Sheng Ti, Lord above, and Tian, heaven, derive from the periods, respectively, of the Shang and the Chao dynasties. The former term suggests a personality, the latter tends to the impersonal. Both imply a will, the will of heaven. However, this will is conceived in accordance with the formula of the hieratic city-state in the way of a mathematically structured cosmic order, Ma'at, Mei, Rita, Dharma, Tao. And as everything in the history of Chinese thought and civilization shows, the realization of this order has been the chief concern of the Middle Kingdom from the ages of its first appearance. Fundamentally, the idea is that the individual, microcosm, society, mesocosm, and the universe of heaven and earth, macrocosm, form an indissoluble unit, and that the well-being of all depends upon their mutual harmonization. As in India, so in China, there is no notion of an absolute creation of the world. In contrast, however, to India, where an accent is given to the disillusion recreation motif, in China the main thought is of the present aspect of the world, and instead of a systematic sequence of 4 recurrent ages ever growing worse, China presents in the Book of Changes a guide to the nuance of the present moment. Correspondingly, as Professor Joseph Kitagawa succinctly remarks, how to realize Tao, more than what is Tao, is the problem that has been the chief concern of the Chinese, superstitious masses and lofty philosophers alike. And again, in contrast to India, where a theoretically static system of caste represents the social aspect of the cosmic order, and the individual is oriented to his duties by way of his broad caste alignment, in China the family and immediate kinship alignment dominates, and not devotion to a god but filial piety is the focal sentiment of the system. It is written in the classic of filial piety, Xiao Qing, "He who loves his parents will not dare to incur the risk of being hated by any man, and he who reveres his parents will not dare to incur the risk of being condemned by any man." The philosophy of Mo Tzu of indiscriminate universal love ran against this fundamental sentiment, and so, until revived about 1950 by the communists, with whose point of view this philosophy well accords, Mo Tzu played a relatively minor role in the shaping of the system of sentiments by which the civilization, from Han times on, was held together. Indeed, even the monarch was supposed to be regulated by the sentiment of filial piety. When the love and reverence of the Son of Heaven are thus carried to the utmost in the service of his parents, the classic of filial piety continues. The lessons of his virtue affect all the people, and he becomes a pattern to all within the 4 seas. This is the filial piety of the Son of Heaven. Thus it is that the Chinese religion, to cite once again Professor Kitagawa, never made a distinction between the sacred and the secular. The religious ethos of the Chinese, he writes, must be found in the midst of their ordinary everyday life more than in their ceremonial activities. Though the latter should not be ignored, the meaning of life was sought in the whole life and not confined to any section of it called religious. However, as we have seen, when the actual Son of Heaven forgot his posture of filial piety, there was nothing anyone could do about it. Spontaneity then was the rule, and with what result? Sociologically, that is to say, the Chinese may again, without demur, claim an age of 5,000 years. Following the orgy of Wu Tsung, the Buddhist community in China convalesced and there developed what can be termed, for our purpose at any rate, the final form of the Chinese mythic order, the Tang dynasty, whose monarchs supposed themselves to be descended from the mythical sage Lao Tzu, collapsed AD 906, and after 5 decades of warlords, the so-called Five Dynasties, the politically weak but culturally wonderful Sung dynasty arose 960 to 1279. Its founder sponsored the first printed edition of the Chinese Buddhist scriptures, and its second monarch built a huge Buddhist stupa in the capital. Chan Buddhism, which in one branch at least, namely that inspired by Hui Neng, had stepped away from the monastic ideal, was the chief Buddhist influence among the literati, and as a kind of synthesis of the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian vocabularies, Neo-Confucianism came into being. The ultimate purpose of Buddhism, states Dr. Feng Yulan, is to teach men how to achieve Buddhahood. Likewise, the ultimate purpose of Neo-Confucianism is to teach how to achieve Confucian sagehood. The difference between the Buddha of Buddhism and the sage of Neo-Confucianism is that while the Buddha must promote his spiritual cultivation outside of society and the human world, the sage must do so within these human bonds. The most important development in Chinese Buddhism was its attempt to depreciate the otherworldliness of original Buddhism. This attempt came close to success when the Chan masters stated that, in carrying water and chopping firewood, therein lies the wonderful Tao. But they did not push this idea to its logical conclusion by saying that in serving one's family and the state, therein also lies the wonderful Tao. As early as the days of Mencius, 372 to 289 BC, and Sun Tzu, circa 298 to 238 BC, the two leading Confucians of pre-Han times, the fundamental principles had been well established upon which the consummate civilization, as opposed to the terrible history of China, had been established, namely, 1. Mencius, the 10,000 things are complete within us. There is no greater delight than to realize this through self-cultivation, and there is no better way to human-heartedness, Zhen, than the practice of the principle of altruism, Shu. 2. Sun Tzu, the sacrificial rites are the expression of man's affectionate longing. They represent the height of piety and faithfulness, of love and respect. They represent also the completion of propriety and refinement. Their meaning cannot be fully understood except by the sages. The sages understood their meaning. Superior men enjoy their practice. They become the routine of the officer. They become the custom of the people. Superior men consider them to be the activity of man, while ordinary people consider them as something that has to do with spirits and ghosts. They exist to render the same service to the dead as to the living, to render the same service to the lost as to the existing. What they serve has neither shape nor even a shadow, yet they are the completion of culture and refinement. With this interpretation, states Feng Yulan, the meaning of the mourning and sacrificial rites becomes completely poetic, not religious. And with this, we may add on the side that I am calling civilization, the chasm is crossed from the way of religion to that of art. Chapter 8, Japanese Mythology. 1. Prehistoric Origins. When the eyes turn to Japan, 4 facts are immediately apparent. The first is that the period of the arrival of Buddhism, and with Buddhism the arts of a developed civilization, corresponds approximately to that of the Christianization of Germanic Europe, so that whereas both India and China may be looked upon as intrinsically fulfilled, burned out, or as Spengler has termed them, fellahin, Japan is young, still dreaming, and able, as Nietzsche would say, to give birth to a dancing star. The second point is that because of this youth, there was never in traditional Japan any such fundamental experience either of social or of cosmic disillusionment as we have noted for Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and China, so that when Buddhism arrived, its first noble truth, all life is sorrowful, may have met the ear but never reached the heart. Japan heard something quite different in the gospel of the Buddha. The next point is that, as a comparatively primitive people, the Japanese at the time of their entry upon the stage of history were still endowed with that primary sense of the numinous in all things that Rudolf Otto had termed the mental state sui generis of religion. See pages 35 to 36 and 44 to 45. And the fourth fact is that Japan, like England, is an island world wherein a self-understood rapport exists by nature from top to bottom of the social order, so that whereas on the mainland clashes of race, cultures, and mutually inconsiderate classes represent practically the norm of the social history, in Japan, even in days of the most brutal disorder, the empire functioned in the main as an organic unit, and with such effect that today, as nowhere else in the world, one has the sense there of a permeation of the social body of a spirit essentially heroic and aristocratic, endowed with the quality of honor which has penetrated downward from the top, while in counterplay the sense of wonder and delight in the numinous just mentioned, which is generally lost in the sophistications of a developed civilization, remains significant in the structure of life, supported from beneath by the sensibilities of the folk, yet pervading the culture spectrum to the top. The archaeology of Japan falls into 5 blocks. The first, largely hypothetical, is of Paleolithic hunters of the period of Sinanthropus and Pithecanthropus, circa 400,000 BC. When the islands appear to have been connected with the continent, there have been reports of finds of chopper-type tools and at least one possible fragment of a pithecanthropoid pelvis. Further discoveries are to be expected, but until they come, there can be little more said than this of interglacial hominids in Japan. The second prehistoric block, also largely hypothetical, is of Mesolithic hunters, possibly post-3000 BC. There have been found in Honshu a few tiny artifacts, judged by some to be microliths, but again the argument still is open and in any case, for our present concern, of no point. Block 3, on the other hand, is of considerable point. The period is known as Jomon, cord-marked, and as the name indicates is characterized by ceramic fabrics of a crude, hand-shaped, cord-marked type. The dating is from circa 2500 to circa 300 BC, within which long span 5 phases are recognized: 1 proto, 2 early, 3 middle, 4 late, and 5 final. It is presumed that the earliest carriers of the culture were Caucasoid. Their probable descendants, the Ainus, are confined today to the northern island, Hokkaido, but at one time possessed all or most of Honshu as well. Fishing and sea mammal hunting were the occupations of the north. In the south, the foods were shellfish, deer, and acorns. Bone fishhooks, ground and chipped stone tools, semi-subterranean houses, flexed burials in or near the dwellings, and the absence of agriculture characterized the first 3 phases. During the fourth, ceramic figurines and well-conceived, rhythmically organized pottery designs appear that reflect Bronze Age influence from the continent. While in the final phases, settled villages are established and an agriculture is developed of buckwheat, hemp, kidney beans, and gingerly, together with a barnyard of cattle and horses. Block 4, the Yayoi period, is dated circa 300 BC to AD 300 and represents the foundation of a culture properly Japanese. The sites confined to Kyushu and southern Honshu show that the arrivals were by way of Korea. The culture assemblage suggests pre-Shang China, Lungsheng, blackware, circa 1800 BC. The Japanese dates, however, correspond to Chinese Yin and Han. Rice cultivation with the use of the flooded terrace system, ceramics turned on the potter's wheel, pedestal vessels, and an early Chinese method of rice steaming in a system of double jars are the distinctive marks of this culture complex. The semi-lunar knife also appears, circumpolar assemblage. The quadrangular adze, which has a distribution from the Black Sea to Hawaii, wooden shovels, hoes, pestles, etc., and the high, single-ridge pole house. Copper and cast bronze weapons were known in the middle and late phases, also iron in small quantities. The culture, in short, was basically of a high Neolithic style, and yet the dates were of Imperial Han China and Rome. Block 5, the Yamato period, which opens circa AD 300, represents a new penetration of Central Asians from Korea via Kyushu into Honshu. Earth-covered, mound-type tombs, circular, square, and keyhole-shaped, placed either in hills or amid rice fields, have earned the title mound burial complex for this culture. By circa AD 400, the tombs reached immense size, one traditional attributed to a certain Emperor Dintoku, whose dates are given as AD 257 to 399. covers about 80 acres of ground, is 90 feet high, 400 yards long, and on top carried shrines and buildings. A Chinese chronicle of circa AD 297 states of a queen named Pimiko, Japanese Himiko, sun daughter, who was visited by a Chinese delegation in the year 238, that when she died, a great mound was raised more than 100 paces in diameter, and over 100 male and female attendants followed her to the grave. Remaining unmarried, states another Chinese account, circa AD 445, she occupied herself with magic and sorcery and bewitched the populace. Thereupon they placed her on the throne. She kept 1,000 female attendants, but few people saw her. There was only one man who was in charge of her wardrobe and meals and acted the medium of communication. She resided in a palace surrounded by towers and a stockade and with the protection of armed guards. The laws and customs were strict and stern. Such a queen, as Professor Kitagawa points out, was a female shaman. The Chinese chronicles declare that the people of Japan divined by scorching bones, their diviners being men who neither combed their hair, rid themselves of fleas, washed their clothes, ate meat, nor approached women. Also that whenever anyone died, mourning was observed for more than 10 days, during which period no meat was consumed. The chief mourners wailed and lamented, while the friends sang, danced, and drank, and when the rites were over, members of the family went into water for a bath of purification. An illuminating documentation of this age has recently appeared in the galaxy of Hanawa clay image, figurines that have been unearthed from numerous sites. These hollow terracotta representations of armed warriors, saddled horses, etc., were placed in rows around the slopes of burial mounds as substitutes for living death followers, in the way of the figurines placed in Egyptian tombs 3,000 years before. Swords, helmets, armor of slat and quilting, Central Asian bows and arrows, saddles, ring stirrups, and reins are represented in these vigorously rendered little forms. Further, a number of actual iron weapons, ornaments, and elements of armor have been recovered from this earliest Yamato age. In primitive mythology, I have discussed the shamanism, bear, fire, and mountain cults, burial and purification rites of the Ainu. Culturally, the blend from these to the more primitive aspects of Japanese Shinto is very smooth. The source land of both peoples was northeast and north-central Asia, a zone from which numerous entries into North America also were launched. And since continuous contributions from the same North Asiatic circumpolar sphere likewise flowed into northern Europe, astonishing affinities turn up throughout the native lore of Japan, touching fields of myth as widely separated as Ireland, Kamchatka, and the Canadian Northeast. The Iron Age reached Britain circa 450 BC with the Celts. Circa 250 BC, a second such wave arrived, distinguished by a developed Latin type of decorated ironware, together with hero graves, chariots, hill forts, and stone-built towers. These dates and elements suggest those of Yamato, Japan. The chief linkage of the primitive lore of Japan is thus with the north. However, the mythology includes many elements suggesting Polynesia and coastal fishing folk as well. North Asiatic hunters, oceanic fishing folk, marginal Neolithic agriculturalists, and late waves of Bronze Age and finally Iron Age warrior folk supply the ingredients of the Japanese compositum mythologic. Tribal wars and a gradual pressing back of the Ainu, perhaps also Yayoi, brought the Yamato clans into dominance by AD 400 in the areas across from Korea, and it was through these that the boons of Chinese civilization arrived in force in the 5th and 6th centuries AD. 2. The mythic past. Following a law that the reader will recognize, the Yamato rulers, in response to the Chinese inspiration, invented a past of their own, composed of local myths arranged as a whole chronicle. However, in contrast to the dry-as-dust Confucians who had considerably succeeded in demythologizing mythology without succeeding, however, in converting it into anything else, the fleshly-fledged literati of Japan still had the dew of youth upon them. Their model was indeed a legendary Chinese chronicle of the sort first composed in Sumer, telling of the origin of the universe and ages of the gods, the ages then of superhuman kings, and the ages finally of heroic men approximately of our own length of years. but the material that they dressed to this frame was of their own, comparatively childlike, folkloristic heritage, and the result was the most remarkable history of the world as fairy tale that the literature of our subject knows, which, in a way, befits Japan, where, as remarked in the first pages of Primitive Mythology, Introduction, The Lesson of the Mask, the extraordinary earnestness and profound gravity of the ideal of life is masked by the fashionable fiction that everything is only play. The first important Chinese influences were Confucian. These arrived possibly in the 4th, certainly by the 5th century AD. The epochal date, however, is in the 6th century AD 552, when a Korean king presented the Emperor Kimei with a packet of sutras and a golden image of the Buddha. The arts of civilization thereafter poured into the country, and for the next 300 years there was an avid assimilation in progress, which culminated in the Nara period AD 710 to 794, when two symbolic events took place. On the Buddhist side, the dedication of a colossal Buddha image in bronze that is today one of the wonders of the world, and on the side of the native Shinto heritage, the appearance of royal decree of two compilations of the genealogical lore of the royal house. These were the Kojiki, Record of Ancient Matters, AD 712, and the Nihongi, Chronicles of Japan, AD 720. As their names declare, they are recordings of native lore that formerly had been handed down only orally. In contrast to their Chinese model, they commence before the beginning of the world, and they maintain a thoroughly mythological mood while telling of the early godlike and later manly heroes of the great past. They bring kingship down from heaven to the house of Yamato and continue to within a few decades of their own day. In the following, I present from the Kojiki the legends of 1. The earliest ages of the world, and 2. The descent of kingship to the land of Japan. The Age of Spirits. Now when chaos had begun to condense, but force and form were not yet manifest, and there was nothing named, nothing done, who could know its shape? Nevertheless, heaven and earth parted, and 3 spirits began the work. 1. The spirit master of the august center of heaven. 2. The august, high, wondrously producing spirit. 3. The divine, wondrously producing ancestor. These appeared spontaneously and afterward disappeared, but the young earth, like floating oil, now was drifting, and there sprang up something like a reed shoot from which 2 spirits emerged. 4. The pleasant reed shoot prince elder, and 5. The spirit standing eternally in heaven, who likewise appeared and afterward disappeared. And these were the 5 who separated heaven and earth. Now there were born thereafter spontaneously the following pairs, who also appeared and then disappeared. 6. The spirit standing eternally on earth and the luxuriantly integrating master spirit. 7. Mud Earth Lord and his younger sister Mud Earth Lady. 8. Germ integrating spirit and his younger sister Life integrating spirit. 9. Spirit elder of the great place and his younger sister Spirit lady of the great place. 10. The perfect exterior spirit and his younger sister the awesome lady. And 11. The male who invites Izanagi and his younger sister the female who invites Izanami. Whereupon all those heavenly spirits commanded the last pair to make, consolidate, and give birth to this drafting land, Japan granting them a jeweled spear, and these 2, standing on the floating bridge of heaven, reached down with that jeweled spear and stirred with it. When they had agitated the brine until it went curdle, curdle, kaworo, kaworo, they lifted the spear, and the brine that dripped from its end, piling up, became an island called Self-Condensed, onto which the august pair descended. They attended there to the building of an august heavenly pillar and of a hall of 8 fathoms, after which his augustness the male who invites inquired of her augustness the female who invites, "In what manner is your body made?" She replied, "My body in its thriving grows, but there is one part that does not grow together." And his augustness the male who invites said to her, "My body in its thriving also grows, but there is one part that grows in excess. Therefore would it not seem proper that I should introduce the part of my body in excess into the part of your body that does not grow together, and so procreate territories?" Her augustness the female who invites said, it would be well. And his augustness, the male who invites, said to her, Let us then go round this august heavenly pillar, I and you, and when we shall have come together, let us in august union join our august parts. She agreed, and then he said, Do you then go around to the right, and I shall go round to the left. Then did so, and where they met, her augustness, the female who invites, said, Ah, what a fair and lovely youth! Whereupon his augustness, the male who invites, said, Ah, what a fair and lovely maiden! But when these two utterances had been made, his augustness said to his august sister, It is not fitting that the woman should have spoken first. Nevertheless, in the chamber they commenced, and begot a son named Leech, whom they placed in a boat of reeds, and let float away. They gave birth next to Foam Island, which, since it also was a failure, is not reckoned among their offspring. The two august spirits therefore took counsel. The children to whom we have given birth are not good. We had best report this in the august place. They ascended, and when they had inquired of their augustness, the heavenly spirits, the latter studied the matter by grand divination, and commanded them to return. The offspring were not good, because the woman spoke first, they ordered. Go back and amend your words. Descending, his augustness, the male who invites, and her augustness, the female who invites, went around the august heavenly pillar as before. This time, however, his augustness, the male, spoke first. Ah, what a fair and lovely maiden! His august younger sister exclaimed, Ah, what a fair and lovely youth! And when they had thus corrected the utterance, they were joined. They begot, gave birth to, and named the 8 islands of Japan. They begot next, gave birth to, and named 30 august spirits of the earth, sea and seasons, winds, trees, mountains, moors, and fire. The last, however, the fire-burning swift male spirit, scorched the august female parts of his mother as she gave birth to him, and her augustness, the female who invites, grew sick and lay down. The spirits that were born from her vomit were the metal mountain prince and the metal mountain princess. Those from her feces, the prince Viscid Clay and princess Viscid Clay. Those from her urine, spirit princess Water and young wondrous producing spirit. But then at length her augustness, the female who invites, retired. And his augustness, the male who invites, said, O my lovely younger sister, alas that I should have exchanged your augustness for this one child. And as he crept weeping about her august pillow, and crept weeping about her august feet, and wept, there was born from his august tears the spirit that dwells at the foot of trees on the slope of the spur of Mount Fragrant, the name of whom is crying, weeping female spirit. And he buried the divinely retired august spirit, the female who invites, on Mount Heba, at the boundary of the lands of Izumo and Hahoki. And his augustness, the male who invites, drew his sword, 10 hand grasps long, that was augustly girded on him, and he cut off the head of his child, the fire-burning swift male spirit, from the blood that clung to the point of the august sword, and bespattered and multitudinous rock masses. There were born 3 spirits, from the blood on the upper part of the august sword, which again bespattered the multitudinous rock masses, again 3, and from the blood that collected on the hilt and leaked out between his fingers, there was born 2, 8 in all. Additional spirits were born from the 8 body parts of the slain fire spirit, from his head, chest, belly, genitalia, left and right hands, left and right feet, and the names of the august sword itself was heavenly point blade extended. Whereupon his augustness, wishing to meet again and see again his younger sister, descended into the land of night, and when from the palace that was there she raised the door and came out to meet him, his augustness, the male who invites, said to her, O my lovely younger sister, the land that I and you made are not yet finished. Do you therefore come back? And her augustness, the female who invites, answered, Lamentable indeed that you did not come sooner, for I have eaten of the food of this place. However, since I am overpowered by the honor of the entry here of your augustness, my lovely elder brother, I desire to return. Moreover, I shall now discuss the matter with the spirits of this place, but I beseech you not to look upon me. And she went back within his palace. But as she tarried there very long, his augustness, the male who invites, could not wait, and he broke off one of the large end teeth of the multitudinously close-toothed comb that was stuck in the august left bunch of his hair. Setting it ablaze, he went in and looked. She was rotting. Maggots swarmed throughout her body. In her head dwelt the great thunder, in her breast the fire thunder, in her belly the earth thunder, in her left arm the young thunder, in her right arm the black thunder, in her left leg the mountain thunder, in her right leg the moon thunder, in her sex the cleaving thunder, 8 in all. His augustness, the male who invites, appalled at the sight, shrank back, and her augustness, the female who invites, his younger sister, said to his augustness, "You have put me to shame." She sent in pursuit of him as he fled, the ugly female of the land of night. But his augustness, the male who invites, took his black august headdress and cast it down behind him. It turned immediately into grapes, playing on a pun, kuro mi katsuro, headdress, ebi katsura, grapes. And while she paused to pick these up and eat, he fled. She resumed pursuit, and he took and broke the multitudinously close-toothed comb in the right bunch of his hair and cast it down behind him. It turned instantly into bamboo shoots, and while she was pulling at these and eating, he fled on. Her augustness now sent after him the 8 spirit thunders, together with warriors of that land of night, to the number of 1,500, and he grew the 10-grasped sword that was augustly girded on him, and brandishing this behind, fled on. But as they all still pursued, he concealed himself at the foot of a large peach tree by the flat hill at the frontier line between the worlds of the living and the dead. And when they came on, he flung at them 3 peaches, whereupon they all fled back. And his augustness, the male who invites, announced then to those peaches, "Just as you have helped me, so must you help all living people of the central land of reed plains when they are in trouble and harassed." This is the origin of the custom of keeping evil spirits away with peaches. And he named them, their augustness, great divine fruit. But at last her augustness, the female who invites, came in pursuit of him herself, whereupon he drew up a rock which it would take 1,000 men to lift, and setting this in the middle, blocked off the level pass of the land of night, so that from opposite sides of that rock the two exchanged leave-taking. Her augustness, the female who invites, declared, "My lovely elder brother, your augustness, if you do thus, I shall every day strangle to death 1,000 of the people of your land." His augustness, the male who invites, replied, "My lovely younger sister, your augustness, if you do thus, I will every day cause 1,500 women to bear children." Her augustness, the female who invites, is called, therefore, the Great Spirit of the land of night. And again, since she pursued and reached her elder brother, she is called the road-reaching Great Spirit. And the rock by which he blocked up the pass of the land of night is called the Great Spirit of the road turning back, or again, the great blocking spirit of the door of the land of night. The descent of kingship to Japan. We read that following his terrible adventure, the male who invites purified himself by bathing in a stream, and as he did so, spirits sprang from each article of clothing as he flung it on the river bank. Likewise, from every part of his body spirits sprang. But of all, the most important to appear were 3, namely the sun goddess, Amaterasu, Omikami, the heaven-shining great august spirit, who was born as he washed his left august eye, the moon god, Tsukiyomo no Mikoto, his augustness moon night possessor, who was born as he washed his right august eye, and an absolutely intractable storm god, Susanoo o no Mikoto, his brave, swift, impetuous male augustness, who was born as he washed his august nose. And the last of these rudely one day so greatly mortified his august sister Amaterasu Omikami that she hid herself in a cave, whereupon both heaven and earth became dark, and to entice her forth the 8,000,000 spirits of the plain of heaven assembled trees before the cave, bedecked with jewels, lighted bonfires, and laughed aloud with such uproar at a raucous dance performed by a spirit female named Uzume, that the goddess in her cave, becoming curious, opened the door to peek out. They held a mirror before her, the first she had ever seen. She was drawn out, and the world again was alight. But the culprit Susanoo, for his rudeness, was sent in exile from the heavenly plane to earth. And so this brave, swift, impetuous male, having descended to a place near the source of the river He in Izumo, saw at that time some chopsticks floating down the stream, and he thought, therefore, that there must be people above. Proceeding upward in quest of them, he discovered an old man and woman with between them a young girl. They were crying, and he designed to ask who they were. "I am an earth spirit," the old man said, "and my name is Foot-stroking Elder. My wife's name is Hand-stroking Elder, and this, our daughter's name, is Mistress Headcomb." The brave, swift, impetuous male asked, "And what is the cause of the weeping?" The old man said, "We had 8 daughters once, but therein an 8-forked serpent that comes each year and eats one. His time has come round again, that is why we weep." The expelled heaven spirit asked, "And what is that serpent's form?" "The eyes are as red as the winter cherry. It has one body with 8 heads and tails. On that body moss grows and conifers. The length extends over 8 valleys and 8 hills, and if one looks at the belly, it is constantly bloody and inflamed." "This being your daughter, will you give her to me?" asked his brave, swift, impetuous male Augustness. The old man replied, "With reverence, however, I do not know your name." "I am the elder brother of the heaven-shining spirit who am descended here from heaven." "That being so, with reverence, she is yours." And his swift, impetuous male Augustness at once took that girl, changed her into a multitudinously close-toothed comb, and stuck her in his august hair bunch, while saying to the old pair, "Distill now a brew of 8-fold refined liquor. Also make a fence round about, and in that fence let there be 8 gates. At each gate let there be 8 platforms, and on each platform a liquor vat, into each of which pour the 8-fold liquor, and wait." They did just that, and the 8-forked serpent coming, it dipped a head into each vat. Then, having drunk deep, every one of those heads lay down and slept. And his swift, impetuous male Augustus drew his 10-grasped sword that was augustly girded on and cut the 8-forked sleeping serpent to bits. He built a palace in the land of Izumo, and appointing the old foot-stroking elder to be his head steward, proceeded to beget children, who in turn begot children, to the sum precisely of 80, all of whom except one left the land to pay suit to a certain distant princess of renown. The one remaining grandson, who was named the spirit master of the great land, begot on numerous wives a prolific progeny. It was these, becoming uproarious and warlike, whom the heaven-shining great august spirit thought to pacify by sending down to earth her august son. His name, his augustness, truly conqueror, I conquer conquering, swift heavenly great ears, who, standing on the floating bridge of heaven, looking below, announced, "The luxuriant reed plains, the land of fresh rice ears of 1,000 autumns, is painfully uproarious." And having made this announcement, immediately he reascended. 3 heavenly embassies now were sent to earth to arrange for the coming down of the solar monarch. However, all were seduced one way or another, and it required a 4th to obtain submission of the spirit master of the great land of Izumo, who, surrendering at the last to the inevitable, agreed to vacate his unruly throne if a palace were built for him below, and he was appropriately worshipped for all time. Then the heaven-shining great august spirit, Amaterasu Omakami, commanded and charged the heir apparent, his augustness great ears, who, however, replied, "While I, your servant, have been getting ready, there has been born to me a son named his augustness, heaven plenty, earth plenty, heaven's sun height, prince ruddy rice ear plenty. This child is the one who should be sent down." His augustness, the young prince, when told, replied, "I shall descend, according to your commands," and quitting his heavenly rock-seat, pushing asunder the 8-fold heavenly spreading clouds, dividing a road with an august road-divider, he set off floating, shut up in the floating bridge of heaven, descending to the peak of a certain mountain, not in Izumo, which is in the north, but in Kyushu, which is in the south. And when he had established himself in that country in a palace, his augustness, heaven plenty, earth plenty, heaven's sun height, prince ruddy rice ear plenty, met a beautiful person at the august cape called Kasasa, and he asked her whose daughter she was. "I am a daughter," she said, "of the spirit great mountain possessor, and my name is Princess Blossoming brilliantly like the flowers of the trees." He asked, "Have you brothers? Have you sisters?" She replied, "There is an elder sister. Her name is Princess Long as the Rocks." And he said, "My desire is to lie with you. Now how do you feel about this?" She said, "I am not the one to say. My father, the spirit great mountain possessor, is the one." So he sent her to her father, who, delighted, respectfully sent her back, together with the Princess Long as the Rocks, her elder sister, and the father caused merchandise to be carried on tables holding 100 sorts of food and drink. But the elder sister was hideous. At the sight of her, Prince Ruddy Riceear Plenty was alarmed. He sent her back, and he took to himself that night only the younger. And the father, covered with shame when the Princess Long as the Rocks returned to him, sent a message to his augustness. And the father, covered with shame when the Princess Long as the Rocks returned to him, sent a message to his augustness. My reason for presenting my two daughters was that by virtue of the elder, Princess Long as the Rocks, the august offspring of the heavenly spirit, though snow fall and the wind blow, should have lived eternally, indestructible as the enduring rocks, and that by virtue of the younger, Princess blossoming brilliantly like the flowers of the trees, they should have lived flourishingly like the flowering of the blossoms of trees. However, since you have now returned the Princess Long as the Rocks, retaining only the Princess blossoming brilliantly like the flowers of the trees, the august offspring of the heavenly shining great august spirit will be as perishable as the flowers of the trees. And that is why the august lives of their augustness, our august heavenly sovereigns, are not long. 3. The Way of Spirits. There was an amusing story that went the rounds at the meetings of the Ninth International Congress for the History of Religions in Tokyo, 1958, which, whether true or no, illustrates the gulf that separates East and West in certain essential quarters of experience. It was told of two learned characters, one a Western sociologist, the other a Shinto priest. Both had read papers at the meetings. Each supposed himself to have knowledge of the nature, history, and essential problems of mankind, and neither supposed for a minute that he was what in Chinese might have been termed a qian, which is to say a fabulous bird with one eye and one wing. Two of these birds must unite to fly. The learned Western bird, together with numerous others of the composite swarm of delegates from all quarters of the globe whom the Japanese organizing committee was miraculously transporting to every major Shinto shrine and Buddhist temple in the country, had, according to this joke, now witnessed 7 or 8 Shinto rites and gazed at numerous Shinto shrines. Such a place of worship is without images, simple in form, wonderfully roofed, and often painted a nice clear red. The priests, immaculate in white vesture, black headdress, and large black wooden shoes, move about in files with stately mien. An eerie music rises, reedy, curiously spirit-like, punctuated by controlled, heavy, and light drum beats and great gongs, threaded with the plucked harp-like sounds of a spirit summoning koto, and then noble, imposing, heavily garbed dancers silently appear, either masked or unmasked, male or female. These move in slow, somewhat dreamlike or trance-like shamanizing measure, stay for a time before the eyes and retire while utterances are intoned. One is thrown back 2,000 years. The pines, rocks, forests, mountains, air, and sea of Japan awake and send out spirits on those sounds. They can be heard and felt all about, and when the dancers have retired and the music has stopped, the ritual is done. One turns and looks again at the rocks, the pines, the air, and sea, and they are as silent as before, only now they are inhabited, and one is aware anew of the wonder of the universe. Nevertheless, it seems to be difficult for people of a certain thinking type to experience what is evoked for them by such art. When compared with the great religions of the world, I have read, for example, Shinto must be deemed perhaps the most rudimentary religious cult of which we have an adequate written record. It has not advanced beyond crude polytheism. Its personifications are vague and feeble. There is little grasp of the conception of spirit. It has scarcely anything in the shape of a moral code. It practically does not recognize a future state, and generally gives little evidence of deep thought, of earnest devotion. Well, and so our friend the sociologist met his friend the Shinto priest at a lawn party in the precincts of an extensive Japanese garden, where paths leading down among the rocks returned to reveal unforeseen landscapes, gravel lawns, craggy lakes, stone lanterns, trees curiously formed, and pagodas. And our friend the sociologist said to his friend the Shinto priest, "You know, I've now been to a number of these Shinto shrines and I've seen quite a few rites and I've read about it, thought about it, but I don't get the ideology. I don't get your theology. And that Japanese gentleman, polite as though respecting the foreign scholar's profound question, paused a while as though in thought. Then he looked, smiling at his friend. "We do not have ideology," he said. "We do not have theology. We dance." Which precisely is the point. For Shinto at root is a religion not of sermons but of awe, which is a sentiment that may or may not produce words, but in either case goes beyond them. Not a grasp of the conception of spirit, but a sense of its ubiquity, is the proper end of Shinto. And just because this end is to an astonishing degree rendered the personification of Shinto are vague and feeble as to form, they are termed kami, which is a word that is ill translated either as God, which is the usually given equivalent, or as spirit, the term that I have used in the Kojiki passages above. "You will, during your stay, hear a great deal about Japanese religions," said His Royal Highness Prince Takahito Mikasa to his guests at the Congress, "and you will undoubtedly come up against the English word God or gods, used as a makeshift translation of the term kami, the object of worship in the cult that is uniquely Japanese. You will also perceive in all probability that the Japanese kami and God are entirely different in essential nature. The object of worship of the Japanese Buddhist is Hotoke, the Buddha, and insofar as Buddhism is an imported religion, it would be logical to presume that Hotoke and kami must be quite different. Nevertheless, it has become quite customary for the Japanese to link the two, and the term kami hotoko is in common usage. Not only is there no contradiction sensed in this combination of what theoretically should be two separate concepts, there are any number of Japanese who can pray without the slightest compunction simultaneously to both kami and hotoki. This, I believe, can be explained in part by the psychology of the Japanese, which tends to favor the emotional rather than the rational. The Japanese take pleasure in sensing the atmosphere, so they tend rather easily to be swayed by environment. There is an ancient Japanese poem which in very free translation says, "Unknown to me what resideth here, tears flow from a sense of unworthiness and gratitude." These lines, it is said, were composed when their author was worshipping at the grand shrine of Ise, and I feel that they aptly reflect the religious feeling of many Japanese. A Shinto rite, then, can be defined as an occasion for the recognition and evocation of an awe that inspires gratitude to the source and nature of being, and as such it is addressed as art, music, gardening, architecture, dance, etc., to the sensibilities, not to faculties of definition, so that living Shinto is not the following of some set down moral code, but a living in gratitude and awe amid the mystery of things. And to retain this sense, the faculties remain open, clean, and pure. That is the meaning of ritual purity. The kami is pleased by virtue and sincerity, states a 13th century work compiled by the priests of the outer shrine of Ise. To do good is to be pure, to commit evil is to be impure. Hence it is incorrect to say that Shinto lacks moral ideas. The basic moral idea is that the processes of nature cannot be evil, and to this there is the corollary that the pure heart follows the processes of nature. Man, a natural thing, is not evil inherently, but is in his pure heart and his natural being divine. The fundamental terms are bright heart, akaki kokoro, pure heart, kiyoki kokoro, correct heart, tadashiki kokoro, and straight heart, naoki kokoro. The first denotes the quality of a heart shining brightly as the sun, the second a heart clear as a white jewel, the third a heart inclined to justice, and the last a heart lovely and without misleading inclinations. All four unite as semi-shin, purity and cheerfulness of the spirit. Furthermore, in the inner sanctuaries of the chief shrines there have been preserved from of old, from far beyond the time of record, three symbolic talismans, born to earth, it is said, by the august grandchild, Heaven Plenty, Earth Plenty, Heaven's Son Height, Prince Ruddy Rice Ear Plenty, when kingship descended to Japan, and these are, namely, a mirror, purity, divine sword, courage, and jewel necklace, benevolence. In sum, then, Shinto, in its chief concern, is devoted to the cultivation of that sentiment which has been termed by Rudolf Otto the one essential of religion. which, while it admits of being discussed, cannot be strictly defined, to wit, the sense of the numinous, and with a particular inflection, not of fear, not of nausea, not of desire for release, but of experienced gratitude for its mystery, and so once again, unknown to me what resideth here, what resideth anywhere, in anything of our concern. Tears flow, for I am actually moved, from a sense of unworthiness, as one not perfectly pure of heart and gratitude. What kami, we read in 15th century commentary by a learned scholar-statesman, does Amaterasu Omi Kami worship in abstinence in the plane of high heaven. She worships her own self within as kami, endeavoring to cultivate divine virtue in her own person by means of inner purity, and thus becoming one with that kami. And so now, finally classifying, we may say, in regard to the actual functioning of the cult, that Shinto in old Japan was operative in 4 spheres. 1, domestic, centering in its gratitude upon the kami of the well, gate, family, garden, plot, etc. Also, to quote Langdon Warner, the recognized but unofficial spirits in cooking fire and cooking pot, the mysterious genius that presides over the process of aging going on in the household pickle jar and the yeast in beer. Furthermore, the parents, the ancestors, a Confucian influence here, and reciprocally gratitude to both the natural phenomena of the scene in which one lives and the honored local dead, the ujigami, i.e. kami of the uji, the local stock. 3, the craft cults honoring gratefully in the very processes of work the mysteries and powers of the tools, materials, etc. It is to be recalled that seamstresses hold requiem services for lost and broken needles, and that the founder of the Japanese pearl industry, Mr. Kokichi Mikimoto, 1858 to 1955, before his death held a requiem for the oysters through whose lives his fortune had been made. And then finally, 4, the national cult, in gratitude to the emperor and his palace, the House of Awe, and to his world-preserving ancestors, the great kami of the Kojiki, of whom the greatest, born as the light of the universe from the left eye of the male who invites, following his victory over impurity, is in particular mirrored here in earth as Ise, in the grand shrine at the top of a long rise of majestically wooded land of great rocks and tall, arrow-straight conifers to which the worshipper ascends by a broad, megalithic stair as to a natural ziggurat. 4. The ways of the Buddha. The golden Buddha that came from Korea in AD 552 was not immediately a harbinger of peace. The king who had sent it, together with an assortment of flags, umbrellas, and Buddhist sutras, accompanied his gift with an interesting note. "This doctrine is, of all doctrines, the most excellent," he wrote, "but difficult to explain and to comprehend. Not even the Duke of Chow or Confucius attained to its knowledge. Imagine a man possessing treasures to his heart's content so that he might satisfy all his wishes in proportion as he used them. Thus it is with the treasure of this wonderful doctrine. Every prayer is fulfilled and nothing lacking. Thy servant, therefore, Myong, king of Pakche, has humbly dispatched his retainer so as to fulfill the recorded saying of the Buddha, 'My law shall spread to the east.'" And the emperor Kime, we read, leaped for joy, but was not sure what he should do. "The countenance of the Buddha is of a severe dignity," he said to the members of his council. "Should it be worshipped or should it not?" Iname of the Soga clan replied, "All of the western frontier lands without exception pay it worship, and shall Yamato alone refuse?" But the leaders of the Mononobe and Nakatomi clans forcefully advised rejection. "Those who have ruled this empire," they said, "have always taken care to worship in spring, summer, autumn, and winter the 180 great kami of heaven and earth, besides those of the local areas and of grain. But if we now begin to worship foreign kami in their stead, it is to be feared that we may incur the wrath of our own native kami." The Buddha, that is to say, was being interpreted not in Buddhist but in Shinto terms, and the emperor in these simple terms decided, "Let it be given to Iname, who has shown his willingness to receive it, and as an experiment, let him pay it worship." So Iname, overjoyed, knelt, and receiving the golden image, enthroned it in his house, retired from the world, purified his home, and transformed it into a temple. Whereupon a pestilence broke out. Many people died, no remedy was found, and as time went on, things got worse. The image of the Buddha was accordingly seized and flung into a canal. The temple was burned. But after that the heavens remained clear of clouds, no rain fell, drought ensued, and of a sudden the great hall of the palace broke into flames and was consumed. Then there was seen floating on the sea at night a log of camphor wood, shining brightly, and of this the emperor caused 2 radiant images of the Buddha to be made. Prodigies followed, some malignant, others benign. Shrines arose, the same were destroyed, and with ever-mounting rancor between the Soga and Mononobe clans. For 30 years thereafter the feud continued until in the year 587 Iname's son slew the entire Mononobe family, whereafter Buddhist temples arose in number. 5 years later he slew the emperor Sushun and enthroned the reluctant widow who, as Empress Regent Suiko, reigned 593 to 628, appointed to the regency the younger brother of her spouse, and it was only then that the promised blessing of the new law began to appear. For this beloved prince Shotoku, 573 to 621, proved to be one of the great and noble rulers of all time. His mother, it is said, bore him without pain while on a tour of inspection of the palace precincts. When she came to the horse department and had just come to the door of the stables, she was suddenly delivered of him without effort. Compare with the discussion on page 186. He was able to speak as soon as born, and when he grew up was so wise that he could attend to the suits of 10 men at once and decide them all without error. He learned the inner doctrine, Buddhism, studied the outer classics, Confucianism, and became in both branches proficient. He fostered letters and the arts, prepared the first history of Japan, now lost, promulgated a system of laws and an organization of court ranks, and even before his death was honored by many as a bodhisattva. In his reign, Buddhism, which in Japan had been the religion mainly of one clan, became a religion of the empire, and the branch of Buddhism favored, as in China, was the Mahayana. Concerning differences, wrote the prince, between the great and little vehicles. In the great one thinks primarily of those not seeking emancipation and tries to help them equally by drawing all toward the Buddhist goal, whereas in the little one seeks enlightenment for oneself alone, avoids teaching others like the plague, and rejoices in a false nirvana. In the year 621, 2nd month, 5th day, in the middle of the night, the imperial prince Shotoku passed away, and there was sorrow in the palace, sorrow also in the village. The old, as if bereaved of a dear child, had no longer any taste for food, and the young, as though become orphans, filled the ways with sounds of lament. The farmer let go his plough, the pounding woman her pestle, and all said as one, "The sun and moon have lost their light, heaven and earth have gone to ruin. In whom henceforth can we trust?" Nara period, AD 710 to 794. Buddhism in Japan had as yet produced no truly native thought. The situation was simply of an eclectic juxtaposition. The kami of the land were faced with a cosmopolitan pantheon of alien derivation, far more sophisticated than anything they themselves had ever represented, or indeed than the heart of a Yamato could at that time have required. In the court, the new faith was the carrier mainly of a continental civilization that gave to life there a new fashionable tone, while among the folk it was a vehicle of solace. The period, we must note, was that of the fanatic onslaught of Islam across the Near and Middle East and into Europe, fall of Persia 650, Spain 711, also of the far less bloody, though no less fanatic, cutting down of the old Germanic sacred shrines and groves by the early Christian mission. Boniface, first Archbishop of Mainz 732, which latter deed of clumsy pedagogy produced in the European psyche a mythic schizophrenia. Insania Germanica, Zui Silen Vonen ac in meiner Brust. That is deeply with us still, and to be analyzed in our volume next to come, whereas in 8th century Japan, with a quality of compassion that in cults of the Levant has been rather talked about than illustrated in act, the bodhisattvas joined in mutual support with the rustic spirits of the country. The accord was achieved in 4 stages. 1. At Nara, period of the first Buddhist capital city of Japan, AD 710 to 794, a stage when Chinese Buddhist art and thought were arriving in force, the chief symbolic event was the building of the great Todaji temple and consecration within it, in the year 752, of a colossal bronze-seated Buddha on a lotus of bronze 68 feet in circumference, each petal 10 feet long, the figure itself 53.5 feet high and having a weight of 452 tons, with each eye nearly 4 feet long and each hand nearly 7, the right in the fear not and the left in the boon-bestowing gestures of India. 2 and 3. At the second Buddhist capital, Heian, now Kyoto, AD 794 to 1185, first 794 to 894, a period of continuing Chinese influence but with a new turn, for in the teachings of 2 Japanese monks, Dengyo Daishi, 767 to 822, and Kobo Daishi, 774 to 835, the kami of Japan were recognized as local bodhisattvas. Furthermore, in the school of the latter, there was introduced a new strain of tantric Buddhist doctrine derived from the Indian University at Nalanda, which at that time was at its peak, sending out developed doctrines of unfolding divine powers in missions northward to Tibet, southward to Indonesia, and eastward into China and Japan. Next, 894 to 1185, continuing at Heian, diplomatic and cultural intercourse with Tang China was discontinued, and in the elegant Fujiwara court described by Lady Murasaki 978 to 1015 in her novel Genji Monogatari, the tale of Genji, an erotic flowery game of sensibility was played, much like that of the 12th century troubadours. Cut off from the continent, the Japanese now were developing a Buddhism of their own, which in the following period of the Kamakura shogunate achieved maturity. 4. Kamakura period, AD 1185 to 1392. An intense swing away from the delicate sensibility and aesthetic eroticism of the Fujiwara ladies and their nobles. 4 vigorous, specifically Japanese Buddhist schools were founded. Jodo, founded by Honen, 1133 to 1212, and Shinshu, founded by his disciple Shinran, 1173 to 1262, both of which were Amida sects. Zen from the Chinese Ch'an school of Huineng, but applied to new aims. Chief founder Isai, 1141 to 1215, and lastly the intensely personal chauvinistic sect of the fisherman's son Nichiren, 1222 to 1282. It would be delightful to examine at length every aspect of the transformation in Japan of the Indian doctrine of disengagement into one of engagement, gratitude, and awe. But in a work of the present plan, no more than the broadest lines can be indicated. The first stage of the process, we have said, is symbolized in the great Buddha of Todaiji, where the figure represented is not the Indian Gautama Sakyamuni, but a meditation Buddha of no time, no place, no race. He is one of a group of 5 such guardian Buddhas of the planes of meditation, who stand for aspects of the causal sphere, from which all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and indeed all beings of the visible universe proceed. They appear before the interned mind when it enters their domain of force, and the Sanskrit name of this particular one is Vairochana, belonging to or coming from the sun, Japanese Dainichi Nyorai, Great Sun Buddha. If we like, we may see in him evidence of an influence from the solar cult of Iran. However, there has never been in Iran or in any other part of the world westward of the great cultural east-west divide an ideology or theology with quite the accent of the Vairochana vision. This mighty figure stands for an aspect of Buddhist realization that is taught in the Avatamsaka Sutra, Japanese Kagon flower garland, to which the vast Javanese Buddhist stupa at Borobudur, 8th century AD, also bears witness. It is a teaching that is supposed to have been enunciated by the Buddha Gautama directly after enlightenment, But since no one listening could understand a word, he began afresh and taught the simpler dualistic Hinayana, which in time would render the mind eligible to grasp the Mahayana. And in time, indeed, there was such a one, a youth, Sudhana by name, who departed on a pilgrimage, which is represented in the panels of the second and third galleries of the stupa at Borobudur, in the course of which he addressed himself to 53 great teachers. Some of these were living men and women, others were meditation Buddhas, and what we learned was this wonderful teaching of the flower garland. The doctrine is central to all of the Buddhist sects of Japan and requires an attempt on our part, therefore, to represent at least one or two of its most suggestive points. What it represents in the main is a further application of the primary doctrine of the Buddhas summarized above in the 12-linked chain of causation, which, it will be recalled, proceed from 1. Ignorance, 2. Action, 3. New inclinations, etc., on to 11. Rebirth, and 12. Old age, disease, and death. See pages 260 above. All beings, according to this law, were self-creating, inasmuch as 2. Rebirth was seen to be the result of 1. Ignorance. As presented in this 12-linked chain, the teaching of the Buddha gives stress to the idea of a sequence in time. First this, then that, then the next, or as they say, derivation from an antecedent. In the further extension of this teaching in the wreath, the idea is added of an interdependence equally in space. The universe, that is to say, is correlative, is generally interdependent, and thus mutually originating. No single being exists in and of itself. Or in the words of the learned professor Junjiro Takakusu, we can call it the causation by the common action influence of all beings. So that the problem of causation now is read in terms of both time and space simultaneously, which together constitute what is known as the matrix of the thus come Tathagata Garbha, the way of the being of things, within which the Buddha Tathagata is concealed, but simultaneously revealed. This is the wreath, the circle of petals within which the colossal solar Buddha sits, with one of his hands saying, "Fear not," while the other is rendering all the boons of being. And the Japanese people pouring into this temple, gazing at the Buddha, bowing in humility, circulating in gratitude, and going out again, are themselves flowers of the garland through which he is both concealed and revealed. This teaching is called the doctrine of the world of totalistic harmony, mutually relating and penetrating. And to elucidate its insight, 10 profound theories have been taught, of which 4 will suffice for our present view. 1. The profound theory of correlation, according to which all things coexist, simultaneously arising. They coexist, furthermore, not only in relation to space, but also in relation to time. For past, present, and future include each other, distinct as they are and separated as they seem to be in time. All beings are united to make one entity from the universal point of view. 2. The profound theory of perfect freedom, according to which all beings, great and small, commune with one another without obstruction, so that the power of each partakes that of all, and so is limitless. Even in a hair there are innumerable golden lions. One act, however small, includes all acts. 5. The profound theory of complementarity, according to which both the hidden and the manifest constitute the whole by mutual reinforcement. If one is inside, the other will be outside, or vice versa. By complementarity, they constitute a unit. 10. The profound theory of the completion of the common virtue, according to which a leader and his following, the chief and his retinue, work together harmoniously and brightly, for according to the one in all and all in one principle, they really form one complete whole, permeating each other by interreflection. And so that is the wonderful teaching of the Flower Wreath Sutra, known in Japan as Keigan, the object of which is the establishment of a harmonious totality of all beings, as a garland around the Buddha nature of each, and the sense of it all is in the active body no less than in the meditating mind, so that the practice of religion is life. But to realize this, 2 things are needed: the vow of bodhisattvahood, pranidhana, which is to work without cease to bring all beings, oneself included, to the realization of Buddhahood, and equally compassion, karuna. Heian period, AD 794 to 1185. The second major step toward an essentially Japanese Buddhist realization was taken when Dengyo Daishi 767 to 822 and Kobo Daishi 774 to 835 set sail in the year 804 for China. The priestly order founded by the former on his return is called Tendai, Chinese Tiantai, after the mountain monastery in South China founded by Chikai, 531 to 597, see page 427, who is supposed to have been a disciple of Bodhidharma, but Bodhidharma, if historical, was in China circa 520 to 528. The basic doctrine of Tendai is that the Buddha mind is in all things, which of course we have heard now 1,000 times, but the particular thought here which gives to this order its own character and has made it a very strong force in the shaping of the popular Buddhism of later Japan is the following, that the Lotus Sutra, the Lotus of the True Law, Sadharma Pundarikya, the Lotus of the True Law, Sadharma Pundarika, is itself the Buddha. For the Buddha, in the course of his career, taught numerous ways to various groups. He taught the way of boundless giving, the way also of the Hinayana, the way of the great delight, and at the end of his days, most profoundly, the lotus of the true law. Moreover, at the moment of his passing, the Buddha said to those about him, "Do not grieve, saying, 'Our master has passed away. What I have taught will be your master after my death. If you hold to and practice my teachings, will that not be as though my law body were remaining here forever? But the lotus of the true law, the culminating doctrine, is the summary of the rest. Therefore, the Lotus Sutra is the law body of the Buddha." But now we must add to this one further thought, that between eternity and time, law body and phenomenal body, that and this, there is no distinction. One is not to suppose that there exists anywhere an abiding, motionless Buddha substance around which the qualities of reality move and change. On the contrary, the true state, which is no state, may be regarded provisionally as opposite to this state, which is phenomenal. However, the middle way is over and above, nay, is identical with both. The living Buddha and his law body were not different from each other, nor is the law body other than the Lotus Sutra, but things equal to the same thing are equal to each other, and so the Lotus Sutra is the living Buddha. Something considerably more complex arrived, however, with the return of the second voyager, Kobo Daishi, who in China had studied the Indian tantric mystery known as the True Word, Sanskrit mantra, Chinese Chen-yen, Japanese Shingon. The basic concept here is comparable to that of the Roman Catholic Mass, where, by pronouncing properly the solemn words of consecration, the anointed priestly celebrant actually changes bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. The appearances remain, but the substance changes into God. In the Buddhist, Hindu, Tantric schools as well, the idea prevails that the true word can work such effects. There is the additional idea there, however, which is essential to all Oriental thought, that the sphere of divinity, the Buddha sphere, is within the celebrant himself. The miracle takes place within the celebrant himself. It is he or she that is transubstantiated. The celebrant, therefore, is to assume the posture of the Buddha principle invoked. He is thereby placed in accord with that principle at once in thought, dhyana, word, mantra, and body posture, mudra. Thus, this very body of ours becomes the Buddha. Furthermore, in line with the Hindu-Buddhist notion of numerous degrees, orders, or forms of divine manifestations, numerous symbolic images have become associated with this development, offering models, so to say, for the posture system associated with the mantras. And these are classified in two large categories. One, those of the circle of the diamond or thunderbolt body, Vajra, representing aspects of the realm of the indestructible, true or diamond state, the pivotal figure of this group being the great solar Buddha, Vairochana, surrounded by his emanations, and then, two, those of the circle of the womb, Garbha, symbolizing the order of the changing world, which was termed above the matrix of the thus come, and is symbolized in Indian Buddhist art by the goddess Lotus of the world. See pages 286 to 87. Kobo Daishi assigned the kami of his native land to membership in the womb circle. so that whereas formerly the Buddha had been viewed as kami, now the kami could be viewed as Buddha things. A two-way interplay was thereby achieved. In addition, the Indian tantric magic became combined with the Japanese shamanistic tradition, and again a two-way interplay was achieved. This powerful, popular, as well as elite dual order was known as Ryobu Shinto, two-aspect Shinto. The Tendai sect joined the movement, terming its own approach One Reality Shinto, Ichi Jitsu Shinto, so that even before the intercourse with China was discontinued, Japan had begun to make Buddhism its own. It was only in the second phase of the Heian period, however, that Japan began to exhibit its own style throughout every aspect of its newly assimilated higher culture stage. Professor Langdon Warner, in a sensitive discussion, points out, for example, that by the 10th and 11th centuries, almost suddenly and certainly without debt to foregoing schools of paintings, the Japanese were producing long horizontal scrolls of such narratives as the world had never seen, while the Chinese of those decades and later gave you moods of landscape and of weather charged with all they can imply for human beings who are sensitive to nature. The Japanese showed people narratives beyond compare. The main difference, he concludes, is the fact that the Chinese were largely interested in matters of philosophy, while the Japanese emphasized man and what happened in the material world at a particular time. We have already remarked that in China the vocabulary of Taoism associated the idea of the Tao with the order of nature in heaven and on earth, so that the ideal of the sage was of a man who, like the mythical mystic Lao Tzu himself, had escaped from the social sphere to nature, where his own nature had developed amid the noble influences of mountains, waters, trees, and wonderful mists. For among these, the mysteries announced in the Book of Changes were everywhere variously apparent, and by a principle of spiritual resonance, one's own nature there recovered spontaneity. Whereas in India, on the other hand, the ideal aim had been of release, moksha, not merely from the human sphere, but from the cosmic as well. The learned professor of Oriental philosophy, Dr. Hajime Nakamura of Tokyo University, made an extremely important point in a talk delivered in Rangoon in 1955. The concept of freedom is rendered in Chinese and Japanese, he pointed out, by the same two ideograms, those denoting self and cause. Self-cause, self-motivation, or spontaneity would seem to be the sense. But, as he then observed, while in China freedom meant liberation from the human nexus, Pu Hua, for example, acting like a madman, constantly ringing his bell, was an idiot sage. In Japan, it meant compliance with the human nexus through devotion to secular activities. We have followed the course in China of the transformation of the Indian Buddhist doctrine of release into one of spontaneity in the doctrine of the Chan school of Huineng. We have now to watch a further shift of accent in Japan to the world of men and to men of the world, or rather we have already seen the accent shift, for already in the words of Prince Shotoku we have heard the keynote sounded, and in the one and all-in-one doctrine of the world of totalistic harmony mutually relating and penetrating, this note was expanded to a fortissimo in concerto. In fact, all that need now be said is that the remainder of the history of Buddhism in Japan is, by and large, the reflex of the differing human nexuses to which the doctrine has been applied. The Indian Buddhist was disillusioned in the universe, the Chinese in society, the Japanese not at all, so that whereas the Indian retreat was to the void and the Chinese either to the family, Confucius, or to nature, Lao Tzu, the Japanese did not retreat but stood exactly where he was, simply magnified his kami into Buddha things, and saw this world itself with all its joy as well as oddities and sorrow as the golden lotus world right here and now. And one of the first of the various human nexuses in Japan to take on the radiance of the golden lotus was the palace world of the Heian court. Professor Masaharu Anasaki writes, "It was an age of the cloud gallants and the flower maidens, of the luxurious nobles and ladies who moved amidst the romantic and artificial surroundings of the imperial court. It was an epoch of asceticism and sentimentalism in which free rein was given to emotions that were refined and cultivated by the somewhat enervating atmosphere of the imperial capital. Every member of this picturesque society, man or woman, was a poet, sensitive to the charm of nature and eager to express every phase of feeling in verse. Their intimate feeling for nature and for the varied emotions of the human heart was expressed in the word aware, which meant both pity and sympathy. This sentiment had its source in the tender romanticism of the age. It owed much, too, to the Buddhist teaching of the oneness of existences, of the basic unity that joins together different beings and which persists through the changing incarnations of one individual. That conviction of the continuity of life, both in this existence and hereafter, deepened the sentimental note and widened the sympathetic reach of Aware. It is not strange that the reign of Aware produced many romances of love, both in actual life and in the stories of the period. The Western reader will recognize in Aware a quality properly compatible to the 12th century courtly troubadour ideal of the gentle heart, susceptible to the pure, ennobling sentiment of love. However, in Japan, as Professor Anasaki shows, the sentiment was opened out to include all of nature and the universe. Buddhism, he writes, impressed on the cloud gallants and flower maidens of that time a sense of the oneness of life. Their sentiment, aware, is therefore actually an echo, very gentle, of the deep pang of the young Prince Gautama in his own palace period of the realization of death. There is a phrase, mono no aware, wo shiru, to be aware of the pity of things. However, instead of a graveyard vision, the gallants and maids of the Fujiwara garden of life saw in the world rather a festival of the beauty of falling blossoms. Kamakura period, AD 1185 to 1333. When the Heiki were routed at Ichi no Tani, and their nobles and courtiers were fleeing to the shore to escape in their ships, Kumagai no Azain came riding along a narrow path onto the beach with the intention of intercepting one of their captains. Just then his eye fell on a single horseman who was attempting to reach one of the ships in the offing. The horse he rode was dappled gray, and its saddle glittered with gold mounting. Not doubting that he was one of the chief captains, Kumagai beckoned to him with his war fan, crying out, "Shameful to show an enemy your back! Return, return!" The warrior turned his horse and rode back to the beach, where Kumagai at once engaged him in mortal combat. Quickly hurling him to the ground, he sprang upon him and tore off his helmet to cut off his head. When he beheld the face of a youth of 16 or 17, delicately powdered and with blackened teeth, just about the age of his own son and with features of great beauty, "Who are you?" he asked. "Tell me your name, for I would spare your life." "Nay, first say who you are," replied the young man. "I am Kumagai Neozane of Musashi, a person of no particular importance." "Then you have made a good capture," said the youth. "Take my head and show it to some of my side, and they will tell you who I am." "Though he is one of the leaders," mused Kumagai, "if I slay him it will not turn victory into defeat, and if I spare him it will not turn defeat into victory. When my son Kojiro was but slightly wounded at Ichi no Tani this morning, did it not pain me? How this young man's father would grieve to hear that he had been killed. I will spare him." Just then, looking behind him, he saw Doi and Kajiwara coming up with 50 horsemen. "Alas, look there!" he exclaimed, the tears running down his face. "Though I would spare your life, the whole countryside swarms with our men, and you cannot escape them. If you must die, let it be by my hand, and I will see that prayers are said for your rebirth in paradise." "Indeed it must be so," said the young warrior. "Cut off my head at once." Kumagai was so overcome by compassion that he could scarcely wield his blade. His eyes swam, and he hardly knew what he did, but there was no help for it. Weeping bitterly, he cut off the boy's head. "Alas," he cried, "what life is so hard as that of a soldier? Only because I was born of a warrior family must I suffer this affliction. How lamentable it is to do such cruel deeds." He pressed his face to the sleeve of his armor and wept bitterly. Then, wrapping up the head, he was stripping off the young man's armor when he discovered a flute and a brocade bag. "Ah," he exclaimed, It was this youth and his friends who were amusing themselves with music within the walls this morning. Among all our men of the eastern provinces, I doubt if there is any one of them who has brought a flute with him. How gentle the ways of these courtiers! When he brought the flute to the commander, all who saw it were moved to tears. He discovered then that the youth was Atsu Mori, the youngest son of Tsunne Mori, aged 16 years. From this time, the mind of Kumagai was turned toward the religious life. The date is 1184, the occasion the extinction of the Taira, Heike, clan by the Minamoto Genji, the period the opening of 4¼ centuries of feudal strife, parallel to those of Europe from the brilliant Third Crusade to the murder of Mary Queen of Scots, and the sentiment is aware, alas. The warriors of Islam are now disintegrating India, the Mongols are in China, and the Golden Horde in the Russias. On the waters of the Pacific, eastward of Japan, Polynesian warrior kings are pressing claims to every circle of palms on the broad sea, and beyond two military, priestly empires, Inca and Aztec, are being built on crushed flesh and bone. The characteristic foci of all the religions of the age are the sumptuous moated palace and armed camp, the peasant's hut and illiterate village, magical temples and cathedrals, which in this period are brought to a climax of iconographic splendor, and the gradually growing raucous towns. As in Europe, so in Japan, we discover the gallantry of the flower of knighthood, banditry, aware, and the gentle heart, military monks, meditating cloisters, and ladies with their pillow books. We hear also of a new breed of friars donning sandals and ragged robes to move among and minister to the poor. In Europe, Dominic 1170 to 1221 and Francis 1182 to 1226, and in Japan, Honen 1133 to 1212 and Shinran 1173 to 1262. Buddhism in the Kamakura period 1185 to 1333. The moment of its maturation in Japan was of two trends: Jiriki, own strength, self-reliance, and Tariki, others' strength, salvation by intercession. The latter was represented principally by the cult of Amida, the former by Zen. The chief teachers of the latter were the saints Honen and Shinran, of the former Isai 1141 to 1215 and Dogen 1200 to 1253, and the social spheres in which the latter flourished were largely the chambers of the gentlewoman and villages of the poor, while those of the former were the manly warrior camps. The simple act of calling upon Amida had been known in Japan for many years. Enon, from whose diary of the Chinese persecution we have quoted, was on his return to Japan a devotee and propagandist of Amida. Many wandering folk priests among the villages also had taught his name. The formal establishment of a specific Pure Land Jodo sect as a churchly religion within the Mahayana fold, however, with its own monks, nuns, and temples, was the work of the saintly Honen, carrier of the message of the Buddha's paradise to the poor. Namu Amida Butsu, praise Amida Buddha, as a pious aspiration pronounced repeatedly in every circumstance as well as in special religious services, amid the inspiration of lights, bells, incense, and the rest, became established through his mission as a fundamental tradition of prodigious influence in the religious life of Japan. And the goal was not Buddhahood or enlightenment here on earth, but an afterlife in beatitude, through which, in due course, nirvana would be achieved. The method was not the practice of any self-reliant disciplines, but thoughtful, pious invocation in reliance on the Buddha's vow, and the earthly benefit was a change of heart as an effect of this simple religious practice readily available to all. Honen was but 8 years old when his father was slain, dying with the wish that his son should seek not revenge but the Buddha, and the boy that year joined the Tendai order as a priest. At the age of 42, he was seized with the idea of devotion to Amida's name, and thereafter, for the remainder of his life, carried his message to a people suddenly assailed with slaughter, war cries, and heroes on every side. But the full translation of Amida into the secular living of Japan was achieved only by his chief disciple, Shinran, who had been bereaved of his father when he was 3, mother when he was 8. became a child priest of the Tendai order, and when 28 met Honen, who died when Shinran was 39. The innovation that Shinran achieved in the worship of Amida was twofold. In the first place, rejecting the monastic ideal as invalid for Japan, he left the monastery, assuming the layman's role, and married. The lesson of this act was that worship is not a special task or way, but coextensive with life, identical with one's daily task, whatever it may be. And in the second place, he gave stress not to the vow and paradise of Amida, but to a crisis of awakening within the worshipper himself, which he termed the awakening of faith, the sense of which was an actual realization, which might, however, remain unconscious while transmuting every aspect of one's thought, speech, and action, of the reality of the truth of the flower wreath. The one is all and all are one. Co-extensive with this awakening is gratitude to the world, and the calling of the name thereafter is in thanksgiving. Indeed, the method now is not, as in the Jodo of Honen, the calling of the name, but living life and listening to the teaching in an attitude of gratitude, cultivating faith in the mystery symbolized in the figure of the solar Buddha, Amida, and the awakening comes not through effort but of itself. In Zen, on the other hand, which in the period of its introduction to Japan became the Buddhism of the samurai, an essentially non-theological view is taken of the problem of illuminated life. All things are Buddha things. Buddhahood is within. Look within. The Buddha will be found. Act in this orientation and Buddhahood will act. Freedom, self-motivation, spontaneity is itself the manifestation of the solar Buddha, which egoity, anxiety, fear, forcing, reasoning, etc. only impede, distort, and block. In India, in the yoga system of Patanjali, the aim of yoga was described as the intentional stopping of the spontaneous activity of the mind stuff. See page 26. In Zen, on the contrary, the aim is rather to let the mind stuff proceed in all its motility spontaneously. Sitting quietly doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself. This by itself, as Alan W. Watts observes, is the mind's and the world's natural way of action. As when the eyes see by themselves and the ears hear by themselves and the mouth opens by itself without having to be forced apart by the fingers. And in the nexus of warcraft, perfection in the art of swordsmanship is reached, wrote Eugen Herigel in his Zen in the Art of Archery, when the heart is troubled by no more thought of I and you, of the opponent and his sword, of one's own sword and how to wield it, no more thought even of life and death. All is emptiness, your own self, the flashing sword, and the arms that wield it. Even the thought of emptiness is no longer there. From this absolute emptiness, states Takuan, comes the most wondrous unfoldment of doing. To a certain degree, any great athlete or performer will recognize this last as what we term being in form. Zen, it might be said, is the art of being in form for everything all the time. There is no blocking, all perfectly flows, and Buddhahood is in this, insofar as no intrusive egoity is in play. Egoity is in play only in the neophyte, the amateur, the dub. In the perfectly trained professional it does not exist, and so in Zen we find, so to say, the Buddhahood of competence in art. In the art of the samurai it was applied to warcraft. In the later periods and other spheres of life in Japan, its principles were applied to all or any of the arts. In monasteries, to the art of meditation; in the tea room, to the art of serving tea; comparably in painting, calligraphy, etc., to the act in form. And now, finally, one more important movement is to be noted, that of the fiery son of a fisherman, Nichiren, who asked himself in his 15th year what was the truth taught by the Buddha, and in his quest decided that a revival of Tendai would represent the nearest approach to that truth. For it is there that the idea is stressed of that ultimate principle of Buddhahood which is eternal, the Buddha of immeasurable ages, ever acting as the enlightener, of whom the historical Buddhas, meditation Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and the rest are but the modes of appearance. The terms Buddha of original position and Buddha of trace-leaving manifestation epitomize the dichotomy. Nichiren denounced all the other ways being taught, therefore, as deluding devotions to the mere traces. They are of the realms of upaya, approaches, masks, or expediencies, whereas the final one vehicle for all of the last half of the Lotus Sutra shows the teaching of the realm of origin itself. Nichiren condemned Honin as an enemy of all the Buddhas, scriptures, sages, and people of all time, and asked the government to take a hand to terminate his heresy. Jodo is hell, Zen, the devil, Shingon, national ruin. Nichiren himself was mobbed and banished but returned. He saw Japan as the land of Buddhist destiny for the restoration of Buddhism and therewith illumination of the world. The Chinese-Mongol dynasty was at that time seriously threatening an invasion of Japan. Nichiren, whose name means sun, Nichi, lotus, Ren, declared that his religious reform would save the day. I will be the pillar of Japan. I will be the eyes of Japan. I will be the vessel of Japan, he wrote, and he began to think of himself as the Bodhisattva Visistakharita, distinguished action, to whom the Buddha had entrusted the work of protecting the truth. In his cult, as in the Tendai, it is the Lotus Sutra that receives the worship, and the prayer that is repeated, even shouted, to the beat, Don-don, Don-doku, Don-don, of a drum is Namu Myoho Reng Kyo, hail to the lotus of the true law. And of himself, in the end, alone in a mountain hermitage, he wrote, I know that my breast is the place where all the Buddhas are immersed in contemplation. Know that they turn the wheel of truth upon my tongue, that my throat is giving birth to them, and that they are attaining supreme enlightenment in my mouth. As the truth is noble, so is the man who embodies it. As the man is noble, so is the place where he resides. The numbers in Japan professing to be adherents of the sects we have reviewed are today about as follows: Amida, Shinshu, and Jodo, 13,238,924. Nichiren, 9,120,028. Shingon, 7,530,531. Zen, Rinzai, and Soto, 4,317,541. Tendai, 2,141,502. Kigon, 57,620. All other Buddhist sects, 608,385. 5. The Way of Heroes. We were invited to follow the Japanese witness into the hondo, or main hall of the temple where the ceremony was to be performed. It was an imposing scene. So begins A.B. Mitford's account of a Japanese ritual suicide. A large hall with a high roof supported by dark pillars of wood. From the ceiling hung a profusion of those huge gilt lamps and ornaments peculiar to Buddhist temples. In front of the high altar, where the floor, covered with beautiful white mats, is raised some 3 or 4 inches from the ground, was laid a rug of scarlet felt. Tall candles placed at regular intervals gave out a dim, mysterious light, just sufficient to let all the proceedings be seen. The 7 Japanese took their places on the left of the raised floor, the 7 foreigners on the right. No other person was present. After the interval of a few minutes of anxious suspense, Taki Zenzaburo, a stalwart man, 32 years of age, with a noble air, walked into the hall attired in his dress of ceremony, with the peculiar hempen cloth wings which are worn on great occasions. He was accompanied by a kaisha ku and 3 officers who wore the jimbaori, or wore surcoat with gold tissue facings. The word kaishaku should be observed, is one to which our word executioner is no equivalent term. The office is that of a gentleman. In many cases it is performed by a kinsman or friend of the condemned, and the relation between them is rather that of principal and second than of that of victim and executioner. In this instance the kaishaku was a pupil of Taki Zenzaburo, and was selected by friends of the latter from among their own number for his skill in swordsmanship. With the kaishaku on his left hand, Taki Zenzaburo advanced slowly towards the Japanese witnesses, and the 2 bowed before them. Then, drawing near the foreigners, they saluted us in the same way, perhaps even with more deference. In each case the salutation was ceremoniously returned. Slowly and with great dignity the condemned man mounted onto the raised floor, prostrated himself before the high altar twice, and seated himself on the felt carpet with his back to the high altar. The kaishaku crouching on his left-hand side, one of the three attendant officers then came forward bearing a stand of the kind used in the temple offerings, on which, wrapped in paper, lay the wakizashi, the short sword or dirk of the Japanese, 9 inches and a half in length with a point and an edge as sharp as a razor's. This he handed, prostrating himself to the condemned man, who received it reverently, raising it to his head with both hands and placed it in front of himself. After another profound obeisance, Taki Zenzaburo, in a voice which betrayed just so much emotion and hesitation as might be expected from a man who was making a painful confession, but with no sign of either in his face or manner, spoke as follows: "I and I alone unwarrantably gave the order to fire on the foreigners at Kobe, and again as they tried to escape. For this crime I disembowel myself, and I beg you who are present to do me the honor of witnessing the act." Bowing once more, the speaker allowed his upper garments to slip down to his girdle, and remained naked to the waist. Carefully, according to custom, he tucked his sleeves under his knees to prevent himself from falling backward, for a noble Japanese gentleman should die falling forward. Deliberately, with a steady hand, he took the dirk that lay before him. He looked at it wistfully, almost affectionately. For a moment he seemed to collect his thoughts for the last time, and then, stabbing himself deeply below the waist in the left-hand side, he drew the dirk slowly across to the right side, and turning it in the wound, gave a slight cut upward. During this sickeningly painful operation he never moved a muscle of his face. When he drew out the dirk, he leaned forward and stretched out his neck. An expression of pain for the first time crossed his face, but he uttered no sound. And that moment the kaishaku, who, still crouching by his side, had been keenly watching his every movement, sprang to his feet, poised his sword for a second in the air. There was a flash, a heavy, ugly thud, a crashing fall. With one blow the head had been severed from the body. A dead silence followed, broken only by the hideous noise of the blood throbbing out of the inert head before us, which but a moment before had been a brave and chivalrous man. It was horrible. The kaishaku made a low bow, wiped his sword with a piece of paper which he had ready for the purpose, and retired from the raised floor, and the stained dirk was solemnly borne away, a bloody proof of the execution. The two representatives of the Mikado then left their places, and crossing over to where the foreign witness sat, called to us to witness that the sentence of death upon Taki Zenzaburo had been faithfully carried out. The ceremony being at an end, we left the temple. We have come a long way since the period of the hieratic city-states and the royal tombs of Ur, and yet not for the basic principle here, as there, is that of the full and solemn identification of the individual with his socially assigned role. Life in civilization is conceived as a grandiose, noble play enacted on the world stage, and the function of each is to render his part without blockage through any fault of the personality. Taki Zenzaburo on a certain occasion had misplayed. There was, however, a formal style of exit from the stage, which in its rigor provided him with an occasion to prove that his fundamental identification was not with the character responsible for the accident, namely himself as a freely acting individual, but with his part. And in the same spirit we read innumerable accounts in the Japanese annals of totally gallant men and women who, in the character of their roles, have gone even eagerly to death, most impressively in the ritual act known as junshi, dead following. The haniwa figures placed around the mound tombs of the Yamato period were substitutes for live victims, yet the custom of the living following the dead has continued in Japan to the very present. In the period of the great feudal wars it was revived in force, and at the death of a daimyo, 15 or 20 of his retainers would disembowel themselves. For centuries thereafter, even against the firm rulings of the Tokugawa shogunate, 1603 to 1868, heroic players of the old school insisted on playing on. Against orders, for example, a certain Uyemon no Hyogi disemboweled himself in the late 17th century at the death of his lord, Okudaira Tadamasa, and the government promptly confiscated the lands of his family, executed 2 of his sons, and sent the rest of the household into exile. Other loyal followers, when their lords died, would shave their heads and become Buddhist monks. But even as late as 1912, the General Count Nogi, hero of Port Arthur, committed suicide at the precise hour of the burial of the Mikado, Meiji Tenmo, and his wife, the Countess Noji, then killed herself to accompany her spouse. The proper conduct of the female in such a case was to cut her throat after having tied her legs together with a belt so that whatever the agonies of her death might be, her body would be found properly composed. And there is an interesting brief poem celebrating the suicide of Count Nogi, composed by the editor Ruiko Kurawa of the newspaper Yorozo Choho, which reads as follows: "Falsely I thought him an old soldier. Today I confess him God incarnate. Bushido, the way, Do, Chinese Tao, of the warrior, Bushi, has been called the soul of Japan. I would say in larger view that it is the soul of the Orient, and larger still of the archaic world, for it is the hieratic ideal of the mighty play." 6. The way of tea. We have found that in Mesopotamia, circa 2500 BC, a psychology of mythic dissociation broke the old spell of the identity of man and the divine, which division was inherited by the later mythic systems of the West, but that this did not occur either in Egypt or in the Orient eastward of Iran. Japan participates in the Oriental system and is, in fact, its most vital representative in the modern world. But there is something no less important which Japan shares with the West, which I would delineate in terms rather of time than of geography, for though at the opposite margins of the Asiatic continent, Japan and Western Europe matured about so simultaneously and at the same pace, the Yayoi period, 300 BC to AD 300, can be compared with the European Celtic and the Yamato with the period of Germanic Volkerwanderung, the age of the entry and early propagation of Buddhism, from the reception of the Korean gift to the termination of intercourse with Tang China, 552 to 894, can be compared with the contemporary Merovingian Carolingian European age, circa 500 to 900. Likewise, the centuries of courtly Heian aestheticism suggest in many ways the flowering in Europe of the arts of courtly love, while in both domains a number of culminating religious movements appear in the 13th century: Honen, Shinran, Issai, Nichiren, Dominic, Francis, Aquinas. Whereafter, in Japan until 1638, expulsion of the Jesuits, and Europe until 1648, end of 30 Years' War, comparable periods of disintegrating feudal ties and increasingly fierce dynastic and religious struggles supervened. It might even be worth noticing that in 14th century Japan things came to such a pass that from 1339 to 1392 there were 2 mikados, each supported by a great feudal house, while in Europe from 1378 to 1418 there were 2 and finally 3 popes excommunicating one another. Langdon Warner has remarked in Japanese art and life during the late 14th and early 15th century a new half-secular tendency. For as in the European Renaissance there was an end to the ancient tradition that all the arts were essentially handmaidens to religion, nor is Warner the only Western scholar to have noticed such analogies. A French observer of the early 20th century, M. de la Mazelière, wrote as follows: "Toward the middle of the 16th century all was confusion in Japan, in the government, in society, in the church, but the civil wars, the manners returning to barbarism, the necessity for each to execute justice for himself, formed men comparable to those Italians of the 16th century in whom Taine praises the vigorous initiative, the habit of sudden resolutions and desperate undertakings, the grand capacity to do and to suffer. In Japan, as in Italy, the rude manners of the Middle Ages made of man a superb animal, wholly militant and wholly resistant. And this is why the 16th century displays in the highest degree the principal quality of the Japanese race, that great diversity which one finds there between the minds as well as between temperaments. While in India and even in China men seem to differ chiefly in degree of energy or intelligence, in Japan They differ by originality of character as well. Using an expression dear to Nietzsche, we might say that in continental Asia, to speak of humanity is to speak of its plains, while the analogy for Japan, as for Europe, is, above all, of its mountains. Also to be remarked is the fact that in the matter of landscape, Japan, like Europe, lacks those immense inhuman wastes that in Asia impress the human spirit with the sublime indifference of the universe to man. The gentle, charming landscape where the four seasons, autumn, coloring, and all exhibit themselves to man's delight, suggest a world rather fitted to humanity, a world that has a power even to humanize humanity. This may have facilitated the Japanese shift of focus from the nature landscapes of the great Chinese masters to peopled countrysides and lively city and town scenes. The breach between the ways of man and nature were in Japan not so great or perceptible as in China. In any case, the final point that I would make in this brief survey of the functioning and transformations of mythology in Japan is that in the course of 4 grim centuries of feudal disintegration there was produced, as from a highly fired kiln, an extraordinary glass-hard yet intensely poignant civilization, wherein the qualities of the entire religious inheritance of the Far East have become transmuted to secular ends. The world feeling of Shinto that the processes of nature cannot be evil, together with its zeal for purity, and the clean house as well as heart, where the processes become manifest, unencumbered, the recognition of ineffable wonder in little things, and then the Buddhist lesson of the flower wreath that all is one and one is all, mutually arising, which adds to the Shinto mystique a magnitude, the Taoist feeling for the order of nature and Confucian for the Tao in human relationships, along with the Buddhist of the one way that all things are following to the Buddhahood that is already theirs. The idea of the leader and his retinue, and therewith the Buddhist recognition of sorrow, not with a violent revulsion, Hinayana, but with affirmative compassion, sympathy, pity, and an awareness of the sigh of things. Mono no aware wo shiru, the lesson of Shinran that the way for Japan was not asceticism but the normal layman's life lived properly in gratitude toward an awakening of faith in the reality of the flower wreath, which will occur of itself, and the further stress in Zen upon tenacity and discipline with a view to pristine spontaneity in action, through all of which the basic hero virtues of the gallant warrior way are fostered, of loyalty with courage, veracity, self-control, and benevolence, together with a willingness to play fully one's given role in the masquerade of life. These were the viable lessons drawn from their remarkably composite yet firmly synthesized mythological inheritance by the Japanese. And from the 14th century onward, these produced an array of mutually enriching secular folk as well as elite arts, through all of which an aesthetic order prevailed of enchantment. Gardens were devised that brought nature itself into the manifoldly symbolic play, not as merely its theater, but as an active participant, evoking at every turn a recognition both of humanity and of something else which is yet the same. Great gardens opening to vistas of far villages, little gardens within doors. We catch the savor of the Zen verse. A long thing is the long body of the Buddha. A short thing is the short body of the Buddha. A number of highly styled types of theater came into being, numerous new arts, games, and manners of festival. The enchanted geisha world developed to remind Japan of a point little stressed by the shaven Indian monks, namely that when the Buddha, at the age of 80, and so well seasoned in the wisdom of the farther shore, was about to leave the found city of Vaisali for the last time to pass into utter extinction, the reigning princes of the ancient Lichavi family had hoped to entertain him at a farewell dinner, but the most elegant courtesan of the capital had presented her invitation first, and when the Buddha then departed from that city together with his cousin Ananda, he paused to rest on a neighboring hill, and looking back over the pleasant scenery with its numerous sanctuaries, holy trees, and shrines, said to Ananda, "Colorful and rich, resplendent and attractive is India, and lovable, charming is the life of men." But a central discipline of all this urbane spirituality was tea, for the act of drinking tea is a normal, secular, common day affair, so also is sitting in a room with friends, And yet consider what happens when you resolve to pay full attention to every single aspect of the act of drinking tea while sitting in a room with friends, selecting first your best, most appropriate bowls, setting these down in the prettiest way, using an interesting pot, sharing with a few friends who go well together and providing things for them to look at, a few flowers perfectly composed so that each will shine with its own beauty and the organization of the group also will be radiant, a picture in a cord selected for the occasion and perhaps an amusing little box to open, shut, and examine from all sides. Then, if in preparing, serving, and drinking, every phase of the action is rendered in such a gracefully functional manner that all present may take joy in it, the common affair might well be said to have been elevated to the status of a poem. And in fact, in the writing of a sonnet, words are used that are quite normal, secular, common-day tools. Just as in poetry, so in tea, certain rules and manners have been developed as a consequence of ages of experience, and through a mastery of these, immensely heightened powers of expression are achieved. For as art imitates nature in its manner of operation, so does tea. The manner of nature is spontaneity, but at the same time organization. Nature is not, for the most part, mere protoplasm, and the more complex the organization, the greater is the manifestation of the range and force of spontaneity. The mastery of tea, then, is the mastery of the principle of freedom, self-motivation, within the nexus of a highly complex, glass-hard, rule-bound civilization, for every one of whose contingencies only gratitude is to be felt, if one is to live as a man. Chapter 9. Tibet, the Buddha and the New Happiness. In a document entitled The Black Wickedness of the Deceiving Reactionaries Belonging to Religious Establishments is Quite Intolerable, the following account appears of the life of the Buddha. At that time there were many kingdoms in India, and the kingdom where Sakyamuni was born was the largest and most beastly of these kingdoms. It was always oppressing the neighboring smaller kingdoms. When Sakyamuni was ruling, all the people of his kingdom were opposed to him, and afterwards the neighboring kingdom joined with them and rose against him. Eventually Sakyamuni was defeated, but he escaped from the midst of the surrounding armies. As he had nowhere to go, he went to a forest hermitage, and having meditated, he invented the Buddhist religion. Thus, having induced regrets and weaknesses into the strong hearts of the people, he came back to impose his authority on ordinary folk. This is clearly the beginning of a religion. The author of this revised version is said to have been a Tibetan monk before he was transported to China and introduced to the light of modern objective scientific research. And at the conclusion of his testament he states proudly, If there are those who talk about gods, the God I believe in is communism. If I be asked why, it is because communism will bring us a life of happiness. So, cleaning up the frontiers from these reactionary monastic potentates, I shall continue to follow communism as long as I live. And so let us turn for a deeper knowledge of his lore to his master. The gods, they may quite deserve our worship, but if we had no peasant association, but only the Emperor Kuan and the Goddess of Mercy, could we have knocked down the local bullies and bad gentry? The gods and goddesses are indeed pitiful. Worshipped for hundreds of years, they have not knocked down for you a single local bully or a single one of the bad gentry. Now you want to have your rent reduced. I would like to ask, how will you go about it? Believe in the gods or believe in the peasant association? So Mao Zedong wrote in his work on contradiction. The dialectical world outlook had already emerged in ancient times, both in China and in Europe, but ancient dialectics has something spontaneous and naive about it, being based upon the social and historical conditions of those times. It was not formulated into an adequate theory, hence it could not fully explain the world and was later supplanted by metaphysics. The famous German philosopher Hegel, who lived from the late 18th century to the early 19th, made very important contributions to dialectics, but his is idealistic dialectics. It was not until Marx and Engels, the great men of action of the proletarian movement, made a synthesis of the positive achievements in the history of human knowledge and, in particular, critically absorbed the rational elements of Hegelian dialectics and created the great theory of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, that a great, unprecedented revolution took place in the history of human knowledge. Later, Lenin and Stalin have further developed this great theory. Introduced into China, this theory immediately brought about tremendous changes in the world of Chinese thought. This dialectical world outlook teaches man chiefly how to observe and analyze skillfully the movement of opposites in various things, and on the basis of such analysis to find out the methods of solving the contradictions. Consequently, it is of paramount importance for us to understand concretely the law of contradiction in things. The first point of interest here for the student of mythology is that there has taken place a juncture between the old Chinese yin-yang dichotomy and the dialectical materialism of Marx. And as many manifestations in the modern Orient suggest, there is in the Oriental mind a sense of deep affinity with the Marxist view, which I believe must be founded in the fact that in the Marxist dogma of an irreversible law of history, the idea of Ma'at, May, Dharma, Tao has been applied to the order of man on earth. The notion of a cosmic law is disregarded as irrelevant, but that of a law in human affairs is retained, a law to be known and followed, without the necessity or even possibility of individual choice and freedom of decision, so that whereas formerly it was the priest, the reader of the stars, who knew and taught the law, now it is the student of society. Thus the possibility seems to be offered of moving into the modern period in wholly modern terms, without having to face the crucial Occidental problem of what Dr. C.G. Jung has termed individuation, or in earlier vocabulary, free will, the responsibility of each individual not to obey but to judge and to decide. The Englishman talks about free will, said the Indian saint Sri Ramakrishna, but those who have realized God are aware that free will is a mere appearance. In reality, man is the machine and God its operator. Man is the carriage and God its driver. Beyond the law-bound order of the world of names and forms, there is no mythology in the Orient of a transcendent, antecedent seat of individuality, of eternal character and worth, but only the void, non-dual Brahman, the empty other face of Tao. Or, phrased another way, in the Orient that peculiar entity has never been conceded to exist who is not God but man. But this particular man, that or this woman here, who, when free, is not a mere manifestation of cosmic spontaneity, but its subject, its initiator. Show me the face that you had before you were born. That we have heard from the Orient, the idea of the uncarved block. But what about the block being carved through a series of unprecedented creative decisions? One of the most important mythologically conditioned facts of the world scene today is that whereas every call of the West to individual freedom sounds to the Oriental ear like an advertisement of the very devil itself, Aham, I, which created the world, and indeed it did, the song of the Marxian flower wreath sounds like the inevitable modern transformation of a theme long revered as deeply spiritual, mysterious, and holy. There is no idea that men can decide what kind of world they want and then bring it to pass. And so, as we all today well know, this new development of the idea of a superordinated law to which all human minds must bow was carried in the 1950s to Tibet, where, if anywhere on earth, the way of the older Orient was still in form, brittle, aged, and decrepit, perhaps, yet in viable, still pleasant form. Let the reader consult, for example, the view of Tibetan life before the catastrophe given by Marco Pallis in his Peaks and Lamas, or let him study the very carefully weighed view of the Legal Inquiry Committee on Tibet of the International Inquiry Commission of Jurists, published in Geneva, 1960. The picture of the Tibetan people, we are here informed, is of a sturdy, cheerful, and self-reliant nation living in peace with its neighbors and seeking to a remarkable degree to cultivate the faith and mysticism which is known to so few people outside Tibet. The Buddhism of Tibet represented in the main the Indian Mahayana schools of the 10th to 12th centuries A.D., a development largely of the order of Shingon, with a psychological emphasis of great sophistication, as even a brief study of the marvelous Tibetan Book of the Dead will suffice to show. And then suddenly there fell upon this people an immediate materialization of the spiritual scenes of their own hell of the wrathful deities, such as must be putting to an absolutely final test the power of Mahayana Buddhist meditation to recognize in all beings, all things, all acts mutually arising, the presence thus come of the Buddha. It is a test, however, that the Buddhist world has met before, the test, I dare say, out of which it was born, and the scenes, incredible as they may seem, must be, in the main, reproductions in modern dress of motifs already rehearsed, for example, in the season of A.D. 884. A monk aged 37 who had escaped to Nepal from Tharshak, Nayarong village, testified that in March 1955, all the people and monks of his village were summoned to a meeting and asked where their leaders had got their wealth and whether those leaders treated them badly. The reply was that no one had been ill-treated and that there was no complaint against the leaders. In the meeting, the Chinese asked for arms and ammunition. Then the monks were asked what sort of crops, property, and wealth they had and who were the good and bad leaders. The reply was that their leaders were good and treated them well. The Chinese then told the monks they were all spoiled and that they ought to marry. Those who refused to marry were put into prison, and he himself saw 2 lamas, Dawa and Naden, who were amongst them, crucified by nails and left to die. A lama named Gumi Saring was pricked through the thigh with a pointed instrument like an awl, the thickness of a finger. He was tortured in this way because he refused to preach against religion. The Chinese called his fellow lamas and monks to carry him. They also took part in torturing him, and he died. It is not known whether they were forced to do so or not. After this, many monks and villagers ran away. As far as the informant knows, no monk agreed to marry, and he heard that 12 others had been crucified. The crucifixions were carried out in the monasteries, and he heard of this because fugitives came back at night to find out what was happening. They saw many Chinese inside, and horses had been taken inside the temple. The Chinese brought women inside, but the monks refused to take them. These were Kamba women who were brought in groups surrounded by armed Chinese. Scriptures were turned into mattresses and also used for toilet paper. A monk named Turuku Sungrab asked the Chinese to desist, and his arm was cut off above the elbow. He was told that God would give him back his arm. The Chinese told them there was no such thing as religion, the practice of which was a waste of one's own life and of one's time. Because of religion, people did not work. A farmer, aged 52, from Ba Juba, hearing a disturbance in his brother's house, looked through the window and, as he said, saw his brother's wife's shouts being stifled by a towel. 2 Chinese held her hands and another raped her. Then the other 2 raped her in turn and left. In 1954, 48 babies of this village below the age of 1 year were taken to China. In order, the Chinese said, that their parents could do more work. Many parents pleaded with the Chinese not to take the babies. 2 soldiers and 2 civilians with a few Tibetan collaborators came into the house and took the babies from the parents by force. 15 parents who protested were thrown into the river by the Chinese, and 1 committed suicide. All the babies came from the middle and upper classes. Children were encouraged to submit their parents to indignities and to criticize their parents if they did not conform to the Chinese ways. Indoctrination had begun. One indoctrinated youth saw his father with a prayer wheel and rosary and began to kick him and abuse him. The father began to hit the boy. He fought back, and a number of people came to stop this. 3 Chinese soldiers arrived and stopped these people from intervening, telling them that the boy had a perfect right to do this. The boy continued to abuse and beat his father, who then and there committed suicide by jumping into the river. The father's name was Achu, and the boy's Asalu, aged about 18 or 19. In 1953, this same informant was called to witness the crucifixion in his village of Patung Anga, a man from a well-to-do family. A fire was lit underneath him, and he saw his flesh burn. Altogether, 25 people from the wealthy classes were crucified, and he saw them all. When he left Tibet in January 1960, fighting was still going on at Trungyi. By this time, the monasteries in that part had completely ceased to exist as religious institutions. They were being used as quarters for Chinese soldiers, and the lower floors were used as stables. Sometime after the children had been sent to China, he saw 25 people killed in Juba by having nails driven into their eyes. Again, the people were called to witness this. They were middle-class people, and the Chinese stated that this was being done because they were not going on the road to communism, having expressed their unwillingness to cooperate and to send their children to school. All power, writes Mao Zedong to the Peasant Association. The peasants attack as their main targets the local bullies and bad gentry and the lawless landlords, hitting in passing against patriarchal ideologies and institutions, corrupt officials in the cities, and evil customs in the rural areas. In force and momentum, the attack is like a tempest or hurricane. Those who submit to it survive, and those who resist it perish. As a result, the privileges which the feudal landlords have enjoyed for thousands of years are being shattered to pieces. The dignity and the prestige of the landlords are dashed to the ground. With the fall of the authority of the landlords, the peasant association becomes the sole organ of authority, and what people call all power to the peasant association has come to pass. Even such a trifle as a quarrel between man and wife has to be settled at the peasant association. Nothing can be settled in the absence of people from the association. The association is actually dictating in all the matters in the countryside, and it is literally true that whatever it says goes. The public can only praise the association and must not condemn it. The local bullies and bad gentry and the lawless landlords have been totally deprived of the right to have their say, and no one dares mutter the word no. In 1956, the Chinese surrounded Latang Monastery while a special ceremony was going on, and the witness, a nomad aged 40 from Rawa, one day's journey away, together with the other outsiders, was attending the ceremony inside the monastery. The Chinese told the monks that there were only two possible ways, socialism and the old feudal system. If they did not surrender all their property to socialism, the monastery would be completely destroyed. The monks refused. For 64 days, with the witness still inside, the monastery was besieged. The Chinese charged the walls, and the monks fought with swords and spears. On the 64th day, planes bombed and machine-gunned the monastery, hitting the surrounding buildings but not the main temple. That night, about 2,000 escaped, and 2,000 or so were captured. One lama was crucified, another burned to death. 2 others were shot and wounded. Then over one boiling water was poured, and he was strangled, while the other was stoned and hit on the head with an axe. A village headman from Ba Ningsang was told to stop at Minya to see what happened to people who opposed reform. A man named Wang Tak was arrested and taken to a large hall where Tibetans had been assembled for the purpose of seeing what happened. Beggars who had become soldiers in the Chinese army beat him with sticks and poured boiling water on his head. He then admitted having 9 loads of gold, which never turned up, the witness says. He was tied and slung up by his thumbs and big toes. Straw was burned under him, and he was asked where his gold was. He could not answer this because, according to the witness, he had none. A red-hot copper nail was then hammered into his forehead, the nail being between 3/4 to 1 inch long. He was then carried into a truck and taken away. The Chinese said that he had been taken to Peking. The feet of the Lama Kangsar, the abbot of Latang, were chained together, and a pole was placed across his chest and arms. He was suspended by a heavy chain around his neck and hanged, although the people asked for his release. The Uza, prayer reciter, was arrested, stripped naked, and burned on the thighs, chest, and under the armpits with a red-hot iron about 2 fingers thick. This was done for 3 days with applications of ointments between the sessions. When the witness left after 4 days, the Uza was still alive. At Sakya Monastery near Sikkim, the mother of the wife of a lama of the Red Hat sect, in which the clergy marry, had her hair pulled out in public. At Derj Zongsar, the daughter of a village leader aged about 40, was first of all abused as an exploiter of the people. Then her mouth was stuffed with hay. She was harnessed and saddled, and the riffraff rode on her back, making her crawl around on all fours. Then the Chinese did the same. In a village of the province of Amdo, Rigong, where the people were assembled to watch their leaders being killed, one man was shot in stages working up the body, there being about 9 stages in all. Another man was asked whether he would prefer to die standing up or lying down. He preferred standing. A pit was dug, and he was placed inside it. Then the pit was filled with mud and compressed. This continued even after he had died until his eyes protruded from his head and were then severed by the Chinese. 4 others were made to recount the faults of their own parents, that they were devoted to religion, etc. Then these 4 were shot in the back of their heads. As their brains spattered, the Chinese called them flowers in bloom. Let 100 flowers bloom, wrote Mao Zedong, and let 100 schools of thought contend. Identity, unity, coincidence, interpermeation, interpenetration, interdependence or interdependence for existence, interconnection or cooperation, all these different terms mean the same thing and refer to the following 2 conditions. First, each of the 2 aspects of every contradiction in the process of development of a thing finds the presupposition of its existence in the other aspect, and both aspects coexist in an entity. Second, each of the 2 contradictory aspects, according to given conditions, tends to transform itself into the other. This is what is meant by identity. The agrarian revolution we have carried out is already and will be such a process in which the land-owning landlord class becomes a class deprived of its land, while the peasants once deprived of their land become small holders of land. The haves and the have-nots, gain and loss, are interconnected because of certain conditions. There is identity of the 2 sides. Under socialism, the system of the peasants' private ownership will in turn become the public ownership of socialist agriculture. This has already taken place in the Soviet Union and will take place throughout the world. Between private property and public property, there is a bridge leading from the one to the other, which in philosophy is called identity or transformation into each other or interpermeation. In the Amdo region, again at Rigong, 3 very high lamas had their hair pulled out before the people. Their shoes were removed and they were beaten, then made to kneel down on the gravel. They were asked, "Since you are lamas, did you not know that you were going to be arrested?" 3 pits were dug and the lamas were placed inside. The public were then made to urinate on them. The Chinese then invited the lamas to fly out of the pit. Then they were taken off to prison and they were chained together around the neck and made to carry human dung in baskets. A man aged 22 from Doidura in the Amdo region was told by the Chinese that he required treatment to make him more intelligent. The Chinese at that time were telling Tibetans that they were a stupid, inferior race and would have to be supplanted by Russians and Chinese. They took blood tests of this man, his wife, and many others, and there are a number of corresponding reports from different parts of Tibet detailing the sort of operation to which this young man and his wife were the next day forced to submit. They were both taken to the hospital. He was completely undressed, placed on a chair, and his genital organs were examined. Then a digital rectal examination was carried out, and the finger was agitated. He then ejaculated a whitish fluid, and 1 or more drops fell on a glass slide, which was taken away. After this, a long pointed instrument with handles like those of scissors was inserted inside the urethra, and he fainted with pain. When he came round, the doctors gave him a white tablet, which they said would give him strength. Then he received an injection at the base of the penis where it joins the scrotum. The needle itself hurt, but the injection did not. He felt momentarily numb in the region until the needle was removed. He stayed 10 days in hospital and then a month in bed at home. He had been married for only 2 years and prior to this treatment had very strong sexual feelings. Afterwards, he had no sexual desire at all. Meanwhile, his wife was undressed and tied down. Her legs were raised and outstretched. Something very cold, which became painful, was inserted inside the vagina. She saw a kind of rubber balloon with a rubber tube attached, the end of which was inserted into the vagina. The balloon was squeezed, and his wife felt something very cold inside her. This caused no pain, and only the tube and not the balloon was inserted. She remained conscious throughout. Then she was taken to bed. The same procedure was carried on every day for about a week. Then she went home and stayed in bed for about 3 weeks, and thereafter she had neither sexual feeling nor menstruation. The district officer of Tulung ran away and was captured after about 2 days. His lips were cut off, and he was bound and brought back naked to Tulung. The Chinese were not satisfied with his rate of progress. Being a fat man, he could not walk very fast, and he was poked with bayonets to make him walk faster. The witness saw him covered with bayonet wounds. The Chinese tied him to a tree and invited Tibetans to go and beat him, accusing him of cruelty. They were told not to beat him to death since he would benefit by this. He was in fact beaten by the Chinese and died after 8 days. His lips were cut off after he had begged rather to be shot than tortured. And finally, though the reports go on, there was a nomad aged 49, formerly the owner of 20 of 30 yaks and a dweller in tents, who saw 2 of his comrades burned alive in public. He next saw all the wealthy people in the Kham area executed, and then the lamas and the monks. The last were gathered from the monasteries in the district, and about 1,000 were executed in public. The informant saw them clearly from the slope of a hill where he was hiding. He saw 5 strangled by a rope with a heavy image of the Buddha providing the necessary force, and he saw Dzogchen Rinpoche, one of the most famous lamas in Kham, tied down to 4 pegs and slit all the way down the abdomen. The accusation made against the lamas was of deceiving and exploiting the people. At Doi Amdo in 1955, the monks were taken to the fields, yoked together in pairs, pulling a plow under the supervision of a Chinese who carried a whip. Throughout the scenes of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, whether of heavenly or of infernal kind, the soul is advised by its attendant lama to recognize all the forms beheld as projections of its own consciousness. And when the hell scenes are to be met, the lama says, fear not, O nobly born. The furies of the Lord of Death will place around your neck a rope and drag you along, cut off your head, extract your heart, pull out your intestines, lick up your brains, drink your blood, eat your flesh, and gnaw your bones. But in reality your body is of the nature of voidness. You need not be afraid. Be not terrified, be not awed. If all existing phenomena, shining forth as divine-shaped and radiances, are recognized to be emanations of one's own intellect, Buddhahood will be obtained at that very instant of recognition. If one recognizes one's own thought forms by one important act and by one word, Buddhahood is obtained. And with this sobering, terrible vision of the whole thing come true, the materialization of mythology in life, I shall close in silence. For no Western mind can comment on these 2 aspects of the one great Orient in terms appropriate to the Orient itself, which, as far as any words from its leading contemporary minds would seem to show, is rather proud and hopeful of both. The old doctrines of Egypt, of the secret of the 2 partners, the Mahayana of voidness, mutual arising, and the flower wreath, the Taoist of the complementarity of yang and yin, the Chinese communist of interpermeation, and the tantric lore of the presence within each being of all the gods and demons of all the storied heavens and hells. These, it would seem, variously turned and phrased, represent the one timeless doctrine of eternal life, the nectar of the fruit of the tree in the garden that Western man, or at least a notable number of his company, failed to eat.